Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the very beginning of what is going to be a long, beautiful Scrabble stream taking us into 2026. It's the first tournament of the year, Albany New Year's, generously supported by WGPO and Bob Lynn. I'm Will Anderson, and joining me for a 3-game stint here to kick it off is fellow expert Neil Gann. Neil, good morning. Very excited for the stream today.
All right. I am tuning in from SoCal and am jealous of all of you who are playing. Shall we take a look at the player cards?
Yeah, let's check it out. We've got a matchup in round one that is basically indistinguishable from any that you would see late in an event like this. So we can cut to our matchup right now, and or our first player that is, and it's going to be Jason Keller, one of the top seeds in the event, and a player who needs little introduction. Neil, for those who are watching a lot of streams, he is a fantastic player.
Absolutely, and I watched him go 21-1 at Niagara Falls this year, so we know he's capable of a mean streak.
Yeah, that is a stunning performance by Jason. Just shows what he can do when he is locked in. 20-1 record, as Neil says, at the very difficult Niagara Falls tournament. So always a threat to be right at the top of the standings. And his opponent in today's game is another very familiar face, Josh Sokol. Again, this is round one, folks. This is supposedly the early rounds of the tournament are when you're going to get more of a mix of those elite intermediate players, going up against a marquee matchup with a former North American champion, Neil, in Josh Sokol.
Absolutely, win in Lake George, so we'll see. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, for sure. So Jason and Josh here looking at their career head to head, a slight edge in Jason's favor, but these two players are surely extremely evenly matched. And it's a great matchup to kick off this. And these two players and a slew of other elite CSW experts are competing for an enhanced top prize of $2,500 thanks to, once again, generous sponsor Bob Lynn. Thank you so much, Bob, and as well as WD supporters of this event. So with that, I think we are ready, Neil, to get this game underway, and all we can hope for is that the tiles cooperate and give us a fantastic game here.
Absolutely. Let's see some Scrabble.
So it looks like Jason with the first move here. And while we wait for him to pick his tiles, just want to say thank you to everybody showing up bright and early on the stream, wherever you may be. Let's try to get a nice big viewership for this. Really, one of the prestigious non-major events, really one of the bigger regional events that we have on the circuit. Very difficult tournament to win. And it starts now with Jason drawing a weird mix of tiles here. He should be able to do something good, but Neil, he has the UW combination. It's always going to limit the upside of your tiles.
Yes, and no additional U to make it a no-brainer.
That's right. Will we see Uwu on the stream? We hope so. Looks like Meowed spotted by Jason. This looks like certainly the highest scoring play and almost certainly the right play here. Hard to come up with a good play that uses both the W and the U, but also scores well and doesn't leave a really imbalanced leave heading into next turn. Seems like clearly the right play, Neil. Maybe some thought to mode as well, but I think this is just better.
Yeah, I would be happy to take the points here.
So Josh, on the other hand, we've got two classic Scrabble problems here. As let me just make sure we get the score updated. As Jason kicking it off with a 30-pointer here. There we go. So the two classic Scrabble problems, Neil, WU on Jason's rack and 3 eyes on Josh's rack. So if you're a Scrabble player of any stripe, you're feeling some empathy for both of these two right now.
Yeah, so what are you thinking here, Will? I know the highest score available is still pretty pathetic, so maybe a fish?
Yeah, certainly trying to score points here with all those low pointers and the 3 eyes is going to be next to impossible. So it does feel like just playing Iwi through that W, very useful word. Taking an S in both lexicons, no matter which is your preference. But yeah, this is a really useful word. It is certainly going to signify to Jason that, oh boy, after a play like just Iwi for 8, I'm going to need to make a more defensive play. It turns out, though, Jason is sitting on, I believe, at least ruddling through the D of Meowed, and that is not going to get blocked. So maybe there's other stuff available. But yeah, this should be a fast start here for Jason and a tough one for Josh. But if he plays Iwi, he keeps great letters, Neil. He could easily bingo right back and keep it a game.
Yeah, and if it's rattling, he could even double if that E stays open.
Oh, right. There we go. So,
Oh,
we are going to see a different play entirely. Oh, wait. Is he getting set to play? Okay, Nisi. So this is a few more points, 5 more points. It still kind of signifies to Jason that Josh would never be making this play without a second S. But yeah, it's interesting. 5 extra points, but at a cost to a decent amount of leave and also a good amount of defense for Josh to block a couple more of those floaters, Neil. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I would not say that it's a clear, obvious, huge mistake.
yeah, I think that Jason, if he knows Josh, is likely wondering a little bit about which of the possibilities that Josh came into this with. All right, we see Jason looking for some bingos.
Yeah, it looks like he's going with Indulger. This scores 62. Definitely a solid option. Good bingo for him here. Ruddling would have scored 4 more points. So, on that basis, if Jason had spotted that bingo through the D of Meowed, if it's getting 4 more points, you would need, Neil, a positional reason to deviate from that. I'm not sure that one of those exists. So, maybe the slightest inaccuracy here for Jason, but good job by him to get a bingo down quickly.
Yep, and Josh will certainly bingo back here.
Yeah, no question. A good pull for him in the form of that first blank. He did keep EIS, which was solid, but the blank is definitely going to help him out. So now just I feel like maybe the saving grace for Josh is that the initial place that you're always going to be looking is, well, without any triples open, can I double here through whatever letter that is? And the U is just not the right letter to mesh with the rest of Josh's tiles. So I don't think he's going to waste that much time looking through the U. Maybe he'll try to look through the ES for flashy 9-letter words, but I think even that, Neil, is not very promising. So I think we're looking at something simpler to the D of Indulger. I think that's what Josh is likely to play here.
There's also a couple options through the other floaters. So these kinds of racks can take a really long time to iterate through, but through the N, we have Veneries for 74, and through the G, Egestive for 77. What do you think of those options?
So the highest scoring bingo available here is the tricky egestive, which you point out that gets the extra points there because it gets the overlaps of the W and the D of Meowed. So you're getting 77 for this compared to simpler bingos like deceives from the D, or as you say, veneries through the N. Not that that's that simple, but egestive is a much trickier one to spot. I would be very worried about playing that if I was not rock solid on whether egestive takes an S hook. It is an adjective, so it does not. But I would be unwilling to play that unless my knowledge of that was absolutely ironclad. So I'm wondering though, Neil, is it possible for Josh to make a bingo play here that doesn't give Jason vertebra back? That might be impossible to avoid here.
That's We're gonna possibly be off to some fireworks.
Yeah, without question. So with 3 E's on Josh's rack, it was going to be next to impossible for him not to expose one with his bingo. And I'm guessing, Neil, that Jason has already thought of if I would just have an open E, I could play vertebra, and I doubt it's going to take him much time to hit this play right now.
I agree.
Let's see that
Here we
V
go.
moving suspiciously. Yeah, oh, there you go. You see the tiles suspiciously moving in that order. No real need for Jason to delay. Jason is a pretty quick player, I find. I usually feel like he's very decisive, very solid, finding his bingos, finding his top plays. I do often feel when I play him, I'm in some kind of time pressure. Not sure how often you've played either of these two players, Neil.
Yeah, I've played both of them a good handful of times, and it feels like Jason doesn't rush you, but he is decisive.
And
All
down
right,
comes
another
Vertebra.
blank for Josh.
Yeah, just in time. Your opponents hit you with two natural bingos here in Indulger and Vertebra. Very nice finds by Jason, but Josh is going to be able to somewhat keep pace. I mean, it's worth noting that right now he's down by not quite, looks like 90. So any bingo that Josh plays is only going to cut the gap a little bit, and it gives Jason another opportunity to extend his lead. So Josh is probably looking at more of a protracted comeback here in this game just because Jason has started so fast. So a lot will depend on Jason's next draw if he slows down at all. And he's drawn pretty well. Man, wouldn't it be amazing if he was able to play gemology through a G? But that is not likely to happen for him here.
No. And we haven't seen any of the power tiles yet, so there is a good amount of variance left in, at least on that front.
That's true. Not nary a power tile to be seen. Um, by which we of course mean those really high scoring letters in the Z. I'm just looking at the remaining tiles and I'm not seeing the Q in there. I'm wondering if that's an
Huh.
issue that we have to think about. But I do see the Z, the X, and I also don't see the J in there. So
Hmm.
not sure what's going on with that. Hopefully, I can try to refresh here, but I think everything is
Hopefully,
looking good on my end. So, in any case, we'll think about that. Okay, it was on my end because I just resaved it and it fixed it. So, my apologies. But Neil, Josh, with all these 6 1-pointers and a blank, he's looking for something that he can play that will be a nice overlap or just something that
right.
doesn't open a triple, but it's going to be almost impossible to find a play like that here.
Like, in his position, I might be looking for something with indulgers and vertebrae, but that would be easy to rule out. I'd be looking for overlaps on to the left of vertebra.
Yeah, just
Unfortunately, the
anything.
highest score available to Josh right now is 67 points, which is a good score, but low for a bingo.
Yeah, as you say, all of his highest scoring plays are in this spot right here. The 7-letter words that play alongside the A of vertebra: trunnel, neutron, and runnets. I would certainly try to avoid playing runnets here just because it does put an S in the triple, which you would want to avoid at pretty much any cost. The L and the N, not great letters to put out there, but a long shot better than an S, I would say. So, yeah, definitely I like your idea though, Neil, of if you could find a play hooking vertebrae or vertebral or something like that, you would want to do that. But you can quickly rule those out because Josh doesn't have any of the letters. I mean, you have to make an S here. So you just have very few possibilities to work through. Maybe he's going to be looking for plays that fit an E right here, which that would be a whole lot of extra points for the vertebrae extension, but there just isn't anything. Oh, what are we going to see
Oh.
here? Unpresent.
Present? Oh
I'm
my.
guessing, yeah, we definitely assume that's a P, but we want to get a blank cam as soon as possible on that one just to see what is Josh going for here. There you go. You
Yeah,
see the P. Very ambitious and a reasonable try, Neil. I feel like that could be a word. It just happens not to be, and it's getting challenged, I'm sure, every time here for just a 5-point penalty.
absolutely. Although I have left some things on the board in Collins that I really shouldn't have. Okay,
Yeah,
clock
I think
stopping.
Yeah, just a random nine. I'm giving this 5 points just as a tip of the cap to Josh here. And he is challenging it quite wisely. And Josh is going to get the bad news here. He's gesticulating, sadly, angrily, that this word is not valid. It would be so the best play, Neil, if it was valid, that it does make some sense why he would go for that.
Yeah, especially seeing his other options, and he probably saw most to all of them. Seeing that they still put him down a good bit, I can understand taking that calculated risk.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I mentioned gemology, but Jason has a bingo here, Neil. I didn't spot it until our engine gave it away. I'm not sure I've seen it in the chat yet, but yeah, this would be an amazing find, and there it is. He's got
Well,
it.
oh
Impressive.
my.
The only worry, though, is does that Y give my opponent something good that they would not normally have? That's the only thing he's got to verify, Neil, before playing this.
For sure. We see Jason considering his options, resetting.
Yeah, we know he's seen it. It is another question as well. Just because you've seen an alphagram or the idea of a word, to have the confidence to actually play that word, I feel like the ology words in particular can be somewhat difficult to keep track of. I feel like when you get them in an anagramming quiz, you see those letters of Gooly or ology, and you just put the other three letters in front and make a guess, and often it's correct. But that's very different than being able to play it. And kudos to Jason here, Neil. I'm pulling the trigger on this play. I'm very impressed.
Very nice. And this does give Josh a bingo back, but Jason knows that Josh already has bingos, and I think this is enough more points than his second best play to make it worth it.
Yeah, it's a great play by Jason. It does give untrendy back, and Josh is going to challenge it very rightly. And maybe you're asking in the audience, why would Jason play this if he knows that Josh is going to be able to bingo to the Y? Well, the answer is demology was so much better than Jason's next best play, whereas Josh's bingo to the Y is only going to be marginally better than his next best play. So Jason, 100% correct to go ahead and play this bingo. And again, Neil, it's a great play by him.
Absolutely. Ruled out his triple triples, sure of his word, sent it.
Yeah,
So
what more can you
Josh
say?
here, if he doesn't see or isn't sure of untrendy, he has a couple other options that are higher scoring than his previous ones, although untrendy really is a must find play here.
Yeah, it would be nice to spot that. So just looking at it on the board, it does not quite span multiple triples. So it's still going to score the very nice 83 points. And if I'm Josh, I'm now down by a huge margin after trying my phony through ES, plausible word of unpresent, but not in the dictionary, getting challenged. I would be a little worried in a vacuum of, oh no, I'm setting up a big Z spot going across. But Josh being down by the margin that he is, Neil, that's actually a good thing for him.
Yep, wants to keep the variance alive on the board, and there certainly will be both bingo lanes and scoring spots after this.
Yeah,
And
so it
Josh
looks
will
like
need probably both scoring plays and one or more bingos in order to claw back from where he is now.
Yeah, he's going to have a big road ahead of him here, a long road to claw his way back. And really, in these situations, it is going to also require Jason to get some tough draws and slow down a little bit. So if you're Josh, you can't really be thinking about that. You have to, as they say in other games, play to your outs. You have to figure out what are the ways that I can win this game and assume that those things will happen and optimize for those outcomes. So that's why playing untrendy, setting up a big Z spot is actually a good thing for you. You're probably going to need the Z to come back in this game anyway, so why not make a big spot for it if you are Josh? So he's agonizing. Not sure if he's seen untrendy. I saw him put un in front, and his two best bingos here, well, arguably two of his best bingos here, untrendy and unthrown through the O. So we want him to be thinking about that UN. But Neutron's also available as a double-double through that O, Neil. So a bunch of options for him. No question he's going to find something. Maybe he's going to go for something a little crazier to like open the board more wildly here.
That is certainly a possibility.
So yeah, he's I think he just spotted unthrown, if I'm not mistaken. And look at the time gap too. This is a very commonly seen thing. When one player jumps out to an early lead, the other player agonizes and burns a lot of time trying to figure out how the heck am I going to come back in this game. The trick though is sometimes you use all that time, make your incredible comeback, but you don't have enough time left over to actually play an accurate pre-endgame and endgame. So it's a very difficult balance. You can see already a huge gulf between the clocks, Neil, opening up.
Yeah, and we know that Josh can play quickly, but he's going to need to play some, likely make more tough decisions in the rest of this game. So we would like to see something coming down, which we do.
So he's going with retuning. I wonder if there's something about this. Does he think that you could maybe put a P in front of it? That I don't believe you can. I feel like he had spotted a couple of the words through the O of demology. So I feel like there's some positional, maybe the idea here is Josh at the score that he's down. Maybe he likes keeping this open as some kind of crazy lifeline to draw something there. Of course, that would have still been the case after unthrown or other plays there, maybe a little more obstructed here. Not sure if this was an active choice on his part or just not thinking or seeing untrendy. But anyway, we move on. Jason with a ton of consonants to deal with, Neil.
Yep, but luckily some scoring tiles in that mix to allow him to keep that scoring pressure on.
Yeah,
The top options mostly use three of those consonants, which he would be happy to do. The pool is pretty vowel heavy, at least when vowels should be a bit less than consonants, so he knows he can draw into, wow, 8 A's.
that is a huge look at that. Look at those A's. Good spot by you. Only one on the board right now. So the players have to be careful. Neither of them actually has an A on their rack. So from both players' perspective, they're worried that a flood of A's is going to come and snatch them up and take them into vowel hell. But yeah, that's definitely something to look forward to as the game unfolds here. So, as you say, though, Jason, with some very good scoring consonants, and in a vacuum, you could consider playing something like PEGH here. But, Neil, I don't think I would do that in this position if I'm Jason.
No, that leaves the volatility open while setting up even more of it. So I think what I would go for is either something that obstructs some of those, ideally multiple lanes at the same time. For example, potch or gotch through the O would obstruct both the M column and those floaters. Um, one top simming play scores only 12 points. I think it would be hard for many players to find that thematic in this position to keep going for a bingo, but Peg through the E and Riku also sims pretty even with Potch and Gotch.
Yeah, that is that we talk. If you ever watch a chess broadcast, sometimes you'll hear the commentators talking about what is an engine move and what is a human move. The moves that sort of resemble human logic. This play of Peg, it sims so well. If you just think about the P and the G being gone from Jason's rack, and now give him one of those A's, right? Like just give him an A on the rack instead, which he's so likely to draw. He is a huge, huge favorite to bingo. Not only that, if he draws two A's, he's going to play trachea here. So this even absorbs the normally ugly AA draw and turns it into a bingo in two spots, no less. So there's a huge upside to just playing PG. Yes, of course, thematically, you want to block the board with an 100-ish point lead, no question about it. But getting that next bingo, if you're Jason, is effectively going to put the game out of reach. And Peg does a great job doing that with all those A's to draw. So that really interesting play. I don't know if I would have. I feel like your initial suggestions, Neil, of just playing a 5 that doesn't hook through this O, blocking the double and this spot looks great. And that is what Jason's going to do. This looks much more human to me, Neil.
Absolutely.
So Porch coming down, 24 points, very blocky. I think that certainly looks like a solid choice. It's a great. This is just such a better board to be up by 100 points on if you're Jason. So we'll see if it pays dividends. And back over to Josh now, who is going to continue to have a very difficult set of decisions made more difficult by Jason's defensive play, Neil.
For sure. He's going to be thinking how he can keep the board alive enough to get two very large scores down. And he doesn't have scoring tiles to do much with this turn. But there is the Z, X, Q, and J still left in there. So let's see what Josh does.
Oh, look at this. We're setting up our S here with this play. Of course, Jason with the B, which is the perfect counter. Josh playing Lure for just 12 points. Makes sense. Get that S hook on the board. Try to avoid a B from your opponent. But Jason is poised to block this off quickly. He's going to be able to do anything reasonable in that spot. That being said, his best plays, Neil, are not there. So he's going to have to make a choice. Looks like Bigot right here. This is really, really solid. It scores 35, leaving ET. Normally, you would want to slap that one down if you see it, which Jason does. But maybe something here is called for given that play of Lure. Not sure how you feel, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, something like Gobi does a decent job of diffusing that spot, making it so that it becomes a pretty marginal lane next to the E. I think Jason is going to block while getting rid of an additional T, though, which
That's
I am not
nice.
unhappy with, because if you don't block this turn, you might not block next turn, and it's good to get things out of the way while you can.
Yeah, I didn't actually consider this. Really nice job by Jason to pivot away from the slightly more obvious. Looks like Josh may be challenging Miro here. I guess we'll find out thanks to our challenge cam brought to us by wordjudge.me, courtesy of Art Moore. Thank you, Art. Play is valid. So Miro was the word being challenged. It's a tricky CSW only 4. But as I was saying, Neil, I feel like the logical thing here, I would have tried to, as you said, play Gobi, something like that. But Jason very creatively realizes he can parallel this without using Blur for a similar score, undoubling his T's. So good job by him. 28 points. He continues to extend his lead. And matters have not improved for Josh Sokol.
No, I think something like Croft might be forced here. What do you think, Will?
Well, it certainly keeps things a little more open. Neil suggesting Croft, I believe. Let me know if this isn't what you had in mind, but at least this, opens a little bit more space. And the thing I like about it is if I'm Josh at this score, I'm continuing to pray for some kind of miracle play in this spot. I don't really know exactly what that even could be at this point. He doesn't really have letters that mesh nicely under here. I mean, something with EYE, if you could draw an I word or ostrich or A and bite or something like that. Any of these plays are so, I guess the B just got played. So those plays are so unlikely, but I feel like I would want to keep that spot open. So that, for me, that makes Foy somewhat of a non-starter, and I like Croft a little bit better to distract and hope that eventually you can draw something in this spot, and hope that there are other more salient threats that Jason feels compelled to block. But that doesn't
That
feel like
said,
a great plan.
right. And with the Y being the biggest threat, we can be almost certain that if Jason has letters that play there, which he almost always does, he's going to take that spot.
Yeah, it looks like he's already thinking about just playing FAY there, or maybe he has another idea for his F and A. I guess playing Foy there would be better if he's thinking about that. So maybe he has a different idea. So yeah, I think to your point, Neil, the letters for Croft just got spelled out. So maybe that is Josh's mindset here that he's eventually going to play. You could play Frond in this spot as well, which maybe I'm not sure how we feel about putting the D, which in a vacuum is maybe a little bit better of a tile to end 8-letter words, or again, Croft putting a T, which Josh has an S, so that maybe slightly benefits him with the S in hand. So yeah, Croft is going to get hit with fetation though, Neil. Oh brother.
Oof. Well, that would be in keeping with the way the tiles have been playing out this game. And one thing that I should mention is that Josh is relatively on the newer side to Collins, so words like Miro and many of the Collins fives, Collins hooks, even, the Collins mid prop bingos are new to him, and that is something that he has done very well with despite the word disadvantage.
Yeah, it is a bit of an adjustment, more words to learn. You've played Scrabble with a certain word list for a while, and then you add a whole bunch more words to the list that you got to learn, and not only learn to see. So some of those, chi and phi and words like that just take time. Some of the hooks, DSO, ISO, it just takes a little time. And Jason seeing fetation, no need to delay. Here it comes. Bad news for Josh. This should be pretty conclusively ending the comeback trail here. Although, again, if Josh had a triple triple through the Y right now, oh, look at this.
So,
Holy crap. A
that
65
is
point
also
bingo deal.
welcome.
This is
Yeah.
fantastic. Zonda for 1-0. Oh my God! Look at the score after that. 100-point play, 103. I wonder if there was any merit to playing fetation in the lower scoring spot. Would that have
Mm.
avoided some of the pain of that play? If you just think about where it goes on the board, you avoid these nasty counters. So maybe fetation for 62 was called for there, Neil.
Yeah, especially with the J and the Z both out, I think I would, if I noticed that, definitely consider leaving a couple points out.
Yeah,
All right.
crazy to see the score this close, I have to say, after Josh trailing by 100 or more. But look at those A's. The hilarious thing is that we've seen a few A's get played on the last couple of turns, but still there are a boatload more. The remaining tiles currently, from Jason's perspective, showing 6 unseen and 4 of which are on Josh's rack. So not ideal to say the least. But if you could imagine for a second that Jason had been the one drawing those A's and Josh had drawn some of these letters, including an S, this would be a real scary moment right now for Jason with that big S hook from Zonda's available, just hitting the board.
Yeah, you could imagine something like exist being a pretty bad case scenario.
Absolutely. So yeah, QU, that's nice. The X, that's nice. The S, that's nice. Jason has a bunch of good stuff. They don't harmonize perfectly well together, but he's going to have something really good here, whatever he chooses to do. The interesting thing, though, is let's say you took it as your top priority to play the QU combination off. It's not 100% clear to me where you would do that super productively here.
Yeah, in this situation, I think I would be perfectly happy to um, either block off the biggest threats or, as Jason is doing here, keep that QU combination because it'll likely become productive on the board very soon.
Yeah, for sure. So Lex is the play that looks pretty solid. He could have played Lexus for a bunch more points. Of course, he would have had to use his S to do that, and there is a great S hook on the board, so keeping it has a serious advantage. Another option for him there would have just been to play Helix. Even though Jason has an S in reserve, he would be defending very effectively against the other S from his perspective, which we know Josh has. So Helix, another option. This play of Lex does create huge overlaps on top of retuning with that X hook. So a bunch of different ways to go there. Hard to say for sure which is best. I feel like my gut is wanting Helix here. But
Mm.
that being said, Lex is certainly a solid play. And now over to Josh, who finds himself back down by 100 after his miraculous Z play. And with 4 A's on the rack, this is going to be a tough one to retrieve.
And we see him making his highest scoring play pretty quickly here. I
That
think after this play, I wouldn't feel very hopeful about my chances. What do you think, Will?
I agree. I just think for 40 points, you have to take that, stay within range, hope for a tough draw for Jason, and try to draw something crazy, maybe to this L or U. There are very, very marginal lanes still open, and you just got to hope that Jason can't really address them that effectively, and that maybe if Jason somehow can't really block this stuff, but you draw something huge over here, this is still, a pretty enormous spot. But yeah, it's tough. It's going to be difficult just between the existence of this spot, which is so flexible and so easy. And oh, look at that. You even have a nice Q spot here if you're Jason. Interesting to play quad for 46. There were 5 tiles in the bag, so it's very difficult now for Josh to both use this spot to score well and leave tiles in the bag to preserve the fog of war. So if Josh makes a fish in this spot, it's going to empty the bag, and Jason will know whether or not Josh has a bingo in these spots. So it seems like a solid option. A couple different good ways that he could have gone there, Neil.
Yeah, and just seeing this volatility, like, just imagine if Jason had a bunch of the vowels and no scoring tiles, and Josh had the tiles that Jason did. That could certainly have kept the game interesting into the very end.
Instead, we're seeing an 102-point deficit for Josh, 2 tiles in the bag. Certainly not a lot to worry about from the perspective of, is Jason going to hit me with a bingo? I don't think there's anything through this L, which looks the most promising. Maybe I'm dismissing it. But I'm not sure with the J on the rack. The problem is the J does not really play in this spot very effectively. But if you don't use it, you really have almost no chance to get a bingo down some way, somehow. So Josh in a tough spot here. I could easily see him throw in the towel. As we see for the first time, our very cool little flash updates in the upper right corner. It looks like Wellington Jigare winning his first game by a very large margin. We're going to see more of those over the course of the tournament. Very, very cool new addition to the Let's Play Scrabble broadcasts. And that just gives me a little opportunity to plug that LPS Let's Play Scrabble is the best place to watch live Scrabble on the internet. And we definitely want to make sure we're supporting Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, Josh Koff, everybody behind the LPS team. So if you've got a little extra budget and want to support that future of live Scrabble, then becoming a Scrabble super friend and supporting their YouTube channel is a great way to do that. But if that is not in your budget, just simply clicking a bunch of buttons to help that algorithm, liking the stream, subscribing to the channel is a great way to support. And this looks like the white flag going up, Neil.
I agree. I think this pre-end game is pretty easy to look at the fact that Jason, if you don't go in that spot, is guaranteed to have Kex, Wex, Yex, or some combination of that, and that would outrun any bingo. So you can test out your plays that don't empty the bag or that leave 7 tiles, but then you don't have 2 spots to bingo, and the game ends from there.
Yeah, really no way around it. As you just outlined, you just got an impossible choice. Play in this spot and deny Jason his big scores, which again, he was getting ready to score huge with this play right here in the same spot as Taha. Or you leave the spot open, play your J, go for some kind of obscure bingo to the L, and you just get outrun by those massive plays, paralleling retuning. So I think Josh correctly determining this is the way forward. Try to cut the spread. It is a long tournament, Albany New Year's. Taking us from 2025 to 26 in style, and keeping your tiebreaker in good shape. That cumulative margin of victory, Neil, is important. So I agree with Josh's choice here.
Absolutely. Jason, probably glad to see no tidal, like freak tsunami, tidal wave situations on the board here, and likely looking for a decent out into sequence, seeing if there's any big J spots and seeing if he can get his tiles off of his rack while preventing Josh's highest scoring plays.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm just kind of going through some of the sequences here just to try to figure out why the engine likes some of the plays that it likes. Not immediately apparent of the best engine play. I guess there's some idea that if you just play your top scoring play, if you're Jason of Yao, you don't go out in 2. So you cede the opportunity for Josh to go out in 2. So I guess it probably works out a little bit better if you're Jason to play more tiles, give Josh only 1 more move. Also, maybe anticipating that Josh's best way to use the J is Ahi right here. So the engine for Jason wants Eries here, saving OW so that you counter Josh's play of Ahi with How and Wad for 25 points, leading to the overall best sequence. So that is a very tough one. I'm not sure I would have put that one together over the board. But yeah, tricky endgame. Let's see how Jason can navigate it here.
Yeah, in this situation, do you try to play something that looks decent, or are you still kind of trying to find your best end game, Will?
I am definitely an end game try hard. I will almost always use a lot of time. I just can't help myself. I feel like the mantra that you often hear espoused as a Scrabble player is that the best way to think about every turn, not just every game, every turn as a puzzle to be solved, and the end games are really some of the most intricate puzzles that exist to be solved in Scrabble. So, if you're going to a tournament to have some fun and solve some puzzles, you're depriving yourself of that if you just slap down, I think this is decent as an end game play. But there are very real stamina concerns, Neil, which I assume you're alluding to there. You need to use your brain power when it is warranted. It would be a shame to grind away at an endgame for 7 minutes and then feel fatigued in a future game that was nowhere near as close as this one. I guess that's maybe what you're getting at.
Essentially. Although your preference, spoken like the extremely laureled Scrabble player that you are, owns coming down.
Okay, so the idea here is that this does force Josh to block this outplay of Erie through the R of Veneries. So that does create a threat that not only did that play block Ahi, which is the top scoring move that Josh has with his J, now he's forced him to maybe get away from simple plays like your K right here. You can't do this because Jason will go out and force you to eat your J. So Josh, a very, very strong endgame player in his own right, is going to want to be looking up here to block the only out that Jason has. So that was a really nice idea by Jason. Not technically optimal according to the engine, but one of the better plays that he could have made in this endgame. So kudos to him on that. So now for Josh, he needs to block that outplay, and the best way to do that is to play Raja here, getting rid of his J and saving his K to go out in this good oik spot next turn, which is essentially unblockable from Jason's perspective. So that is now the optimal end game for Josh. He's only got about a minute, and it doesn't mean anything but point spread for him to do that. So I'll be impressed if he can pull that off, Neil.
Yeah, there's actually also Wiki for 34, which would, I think, be 1 point better.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's another good one. So just playing Wiki here just scores so nicely that maybe it's okay. So yeah, a couple options for him.
Well, I mean, after Raja.
Oh, got you. That's the follow up. So Raja threatening Wiki, not just Oik. Got you. Wow, very slick. That would be really cool to see that go down. So we'll see. Again, Josh is so good at endgame. It's definitely, in my mind, one of his strongest attributes. And I feel like his instincts are good. His calculation is good. There have been many, many times where Josh spots my winning play in an endgame, like for me. Like we're playing the game. I have one or two winning endgame plays. I miss them. And then after the game, Josh is like, yeah, I saw this for you. And I just am like, man, I really wish I could have that ability. But it's all, Neil, it is kind of a mix. It's very rare to find Scrabble players that have all the top skills in equal measure.
With a notorious exception. All right, Jake's coming down, followed by Ari. That will end the game with a few points conceded in spread, but no real difference to the result.
Yep, looks like a very solid win for Jason here, 502 to 419 in his favor. Again, still so early. Just looking at the overall schedule here, 26 games in the main event. So taking a loss in round one is far from fatal. I feel like it's, sometimes you get that Swiss gambit, but yeah, maybe we'll cut to the players' mics here.
Interesting turn. Actually, I had Cypher down here with the C for a ton of points, and I was thinking like
I missed untrendy.
I was like, I knew that there was no triple, which is why I also felt like, oh, yeah.
There's some,
Yeah, there's a merit to it because also, well, one thing.
Triple.
Although when I hit the second B, it was fine. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, like I invite does fit here.
Yeah, that was the one thing I really saw that was somewhat likely.
But then when I picked up the second B, I'm like, okay. And when you did this, I'm like, I was just gonna play over here, and then I was like, well, that's a lot better. And yeah, like a little bit. I know that probably like a couple of my choices, just as far as
I could have learned.
Yeah,
blanks aren't everything. You have to play well too.
Or sometimes, like I just had to score because like I had QIS. Like when I played this, I held QUIS. So
Yeah, I figured
was
that's what took you so long. Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? Like, I mean, this could have gone there, but like, yeah, if you didn't, I had Yao over here for a billion points as well. So I just, yeah, I mean, it was, you know, definitely just good enough. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder what my best end game is.
Yeah, you know, because you know what? Because I mean, I did this because I saw Haj, and it was funny because I saw the JAKs here and here.
Oh, you saw Haj, but not Haji.
But oh wait, Haj. Oh, Haji. Wait.
No, just Aji.
Aji.
Would have been nice.
Yeah, but no, I saw that there was stuff in this area, but I forgot about this, but I kind of felt like, yeah.
Yeah, the unwords.
Yeah,
I spent so long thinking ungirdle. It's always
that's what, and I'm like, no, it's a dolphin.
Yeah. And I had unthrown lined up, and I'm like, is that
a word?
good?
Yeah,
like,
or just you know what? Neutrons so for the double as well.
Oh, that's amazing. All right,
it's the first game.
It's
the first game.
I hope that's not the best Scrabble people see this morning.
Well, I mean, I started with this. How can you not love that?
I was very unpresent this game.
All right, oh yeah, we get this. It's
imagine, so I guess, oh, neutrino. That doesn't work. I don't see neutrons.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so okay.
All right, so nice little post-mortem there from these two. You heard a couple of nice nuggets there, Neil, that Josh seeing unthrown, maybe not seeing untrendy, but no reference to the very, very nice demology that I feel like really turned the game, that a lot of players would not have thought to play a bingo there or known that bingo there. So kudos to Jason, not just for challenging unpresent, but playing the very obscure demology, being confident in a tricky spot there. So good win. Nice game in round one.
Yeah, not to mention being sure that there's no triples being given back.
Yeah, no question. So nice win for Jason. And we should point out that we just saw a fantastically played game by Jason Keller, and he is the 7 seed in this event. That just speaks to Albany and both the New Year's Eve edition and the summer iteration, really two of the hardest tournaments to win on the calendar. And just looking at the top seeds in the CSW division, where we're going to have 2 more games with the 2 of us this morning, top seeds is quite a murderer's road, Neil. Wellington, Matthew O'Connor, Matthew Tunnicliffe, our reigning 4th of July Albany champion, Josh Sokol, who we just saw, Austin Shin, Dennis Ikikaragor. That is a lot of really good players, and only one of them can be the winner.
Yeah, this is a deep, deep field, and as we'll see in the summer edition of Albany, we will likely have that split up into multiple divisions. So for those of you who are curious to play, you will not be required to face off against this murderer's row, as Will says, but you may have the option to if you desire.
Yeah, it's daunting if you're a new player. You see some of the quality of play on these streams and you think to yourself, no way, I am not at that level. But the great thing is, as Neil says, you don't have to be for most events when you're just starting out. So we've got a whole big assortment of abilities and, experience levels in these tournaments. And definitely, if you're watching any of these streams and think to yourself, man, that looks cool, but I'm not sure I'm at that level. Well, join the 99.9% of the rest of us who are watching these games between the top experts and saying, holy crap, these are amazing players. Very few of us are like that, and there's room for you and players like you within our midst. So, yeah, with that, It's it is a little bittersweet, Neil. We were talking before the stream went live that I know you have participated in Albany several times before in your career. I certainly have as well. The next best thing to being there is commentating on the event, but certainly it is a great atmosphere to be there on site. Maybe talk a little bit about, you've played 2 or 3 times in your career, what it's been like at Albany.
Well, it's always a treat. It's one of the tournaments that feels kind of like a reunion in a way. You have people getting together to go to sushi. You have after hours, phonies, and other games in the playing hall. I'm certainly kicking myself a little bit for not finding a way to get there, but commentating with you, Will, is a treat, and I will not say no to that.
Yeah, our first time for this pairing, Neil. I'm very excited to get to call a few games with you here. We're just getting word, not that the players are ready, but that we do have our next matchup decided, and it is going to be Mark Francelon, longtime veteran expert, against Austin Shin, one of our national champion level players, and perhaps the only player to hold national championships in both the US and the UK. So really one of the strongest players on the scene. Always a treat to watch him, and it's going to be up to Mark Francelon to defend against the patented scoring onslaught. As we know, Austin's catchphrase, scoring never stops, Neil.
Yeah, so Mark Francelon is a player who is one of the friendliest in the scene. He was the director of the first tournament I ever played before I really fully got into the scene. I went to one tournament in Brattleboro in 2022, and Mark has only gotten stronger since then. He's made a pretty steep ascent in his second decade of playing tournaments, which is pretty incredible to see.
When I think of Mark, I think of a player where he can play almost any word, and I should not be surprised that he's playing that word. So his word knowledge is definitely very deep, and as you suggest, he clearly has put in the time to study that dictionary. However, he is going up against one of the most machine-like word players out there. Austin Shin, so good on his word knowledge, and it is an extreme rarity to see him miss a word of any type. So it's going to be a tough battle here for sure. But again, don't be surprised if Mark Francelon plays something really cool and really stylish in this game coming up. So we've got our producer, Josh, wrangling the players. We've talked a little bit about Albany, and just a quick reiteration of a couple of the plugs here. This is the Albany New Year's Tournament, the first tournament of the year. We are here on the wrong side of 2026, Neil, but the rest of the tournament is going to be taking place in the new year. It's going to be an exciting year for Scrabble. I haven't figured out what my goals for my actual tournament playing are in 2026. Do you have any goals heading into next year that you want to share?
Yeah, I would like to keep up a local tournament series in Providence and Boston that's been running, roughly every other month. But getting that more regular would be great. If any of you are in the Northeast, we'd love to see you. How about you, Will?
Yeah, I was looking at my activity this past year, and I didn't play as much as I wanted. So I got to figure out a way to get out there, get over the board more often, just like the two players we're about to see. I believe that they're seated and ready. So let's take a closer look at the two players here, starting with Mark Francelon. Let's look at his player card here. You can see a career win rate of 48% because he is playing in the top division of these Collins events. Neil, that is actually a significantly more impressive win rate than it might seem at first glance, given that he is routinely playing the best players in the country.
Absolutely, and given that he's only more recently gotten into solidly Div 1 play, We also see that he has a recent win at Lake George, went 7-0 in 23, so he can certainly go on a streak.
Yeah, I definitely think that is a testament to the fact that he is always playing in the divisions with these top crushers like Austin Shin. You see the rating 2051. Anytime you see that 2 as the first digit of a rating, you start to take notice and say, uh-oh, we've got a scary player on our hands. But look at that average score, Neil, 4 points per game. His moniker of scoring never stops, well earned.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we will see the matchup here, and not a great one here for Mark. It is extremely difficult. This would be a huge first win for Mark if he can snag one here against one of the top dogs in the tournament. Will Mark notch his first win ever? Definitely capable of it. So I'll be curious to see if the tiles cooperate for him, Neil.
For sure. Let's head to the game.
All right, players are ready. I think it's going to be Mark going first. He's got a nice headgear on. And here we go. Let's see what he can draw. I hope it's not cold in the playing room. He's bundled up pretty good, Neil.
All right, some letters coming out. E-I-N, not too bad so far.
You like that ing? Ooh, it's looking good. Let's see. Oh, nice way to start for Mark. So you're going up against a player you've never beaten, and you draw a rack that has a bunch of 7-letter words in it. So the only question here is trying to make your play as quickly as possible. You don't want to get bogged down. There are a bunch of words here that you can play, and Mark is quickly going to play Gentier for 70. This looks solid. He could have played this same word a few squares. He's...
Yep.
Hold on. We got letters changing places quick. So, he's opted for a really hyper defensive placement here, avoiding any vowels next to the doubles, but this does have an S hook, whereas his initial play of Gentier did not. So there were a bunch of reasonable options. Looks like Mark going with hyper defense as best he can, Neil.
Yeah, I think I might have preferred to take a couple more points here, but we can't fault him too much.
Yeah, agreed. I guess this looks defensive, but you also do open 2 double possibilities with this, whereas other possibilities, like his initial play of Gentier, would have opened only 1. So there are certain elements of this where maybe you regret opening those 2 double lanes, sacrificing some points. But either way, no easy parallel plays offered by this. And Austin with a Q on his rack, and he has to make the relatively weak cat. This looks like the best he can muster, Neil, just trying to balance his rack and go for a bingo.
Yep, keeping well. And back to Mark with many A's and E's.
Yeah, would have been thrilled to see a similar rack on his second turn of the game as he got on the first. But yeah, many more problems here than with that one, where he can play a bingo relatively quickly. This is one of these turns that if you really want to go deep and analyze and try to make the absolute best play, it might take a good long while. As we see Austin drawing the B to his leave, which normally would not pair well with the H, but he does have Hibernal ready to go down through this I. I don't really see how that I is ever getting blocked here.
Yeah, and Mark is in a, as you say, pretty tough position of not having any obvious scoring plays. So in his situation, I would probably be thinking a little bit more positionally. Does it make sense for me to try to take out a hook that I don't have? Does it make sense for me to try to obstruct the most dangerous floaters or the most dangerous double-double? There's no way to do everything all at once. So I think balancing your rack, not spending too much time, and scoring a few points is the best that you can do here.
Yeah, it feels so crazy that a play like this of just bear with the other E, this looks so sort of nothing as a play, scoring 14 points. But you are using three vowels and one consonant if you do that, leaving AET. So at the very least, you've dealt with the imbalance on your rack. And okay, it looks like berate is going to come down 2 more points. So you do get that. Let's hope he spells it correct. There we go. So yeah, you don't keep a consonant with this play, but you score 2 more and you avoid making a couple of big overlapping spots alongside bear. So this has merit as well, but we're going to see Austin quickly play hibernal. And now we got a game again.
Nothing much to say for that one. Let's see what Mark draws into here.
Yeah, that was a no-brainer. Austin had it on the board pretty much instantly. There wasn't really much to think about, too. Holding that BH combo, like I said, those don't harmonize that well together. So if you have a bingo using the B and the H, it's very unlikely your opponent's going to give you a new letter to look through that's going to give you a better possibility than what already existed with hibernal. So Austin playing that super, super quick. I assume Mark's drawn his letters, but it's just tracking his tiles and making sure he stays focused before taking a look at them. And Austin drawing the X, which could be solid if this spot right here stays open. Just knocks. It's going to score a lot of points there. So a big draw for Mark. And ooh, look at that. So there, he's in business.
Yeah.
So he's drawn a bingo, Neil.
At least Kodena is coming down. Do you see any others, Will?
I think that's it. I mean, it's certainly worth looking through the hibernal letters, in particular the NA and L, which would hit double word scores. But doesn't look like anything plays. So the only question left is you can play Kodena in 2 spots, one with berated and one here, and they score almost the same. 82 for this one, slotting an A in the triple lane, and 81 for this one up here, slotting a C in the triple lane. So not 100% sure. Those feel kind of similar. In terms of like, do they offer good stuff back? Mark's going to sacrifice a point to play up high, and maybe he's got good reason for doing that. It does seem like maybe this gives back overlaps more so. You could potentially see really long overlaps alongside Kodena with that. Maybe you want to avoid that. Just something ending in like a Y or a D, something ED could be bad. But really tiny difference between these two plays, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I slightly prefer the other positioning, but again, as Will says, very small differences. And shout out to Oceanid, which we both did not initially see. At
Oh,
Albany.
yeah. Another option right here. Oceanid blocking a little, or rather sacrificing a couple more points for not sure if it confers any positional benefit or not. But yeah, it's over to Austin now, and he has a couple of plays worth thinking about. At first, you might say, oh, look, he's got Cortex through the C. That scores 45, but it leaves VW. So you can get the same number of points by playing Vortex right here, leaving just the W, which is significantly better. But then you get an additional 10 points by playing Nox, 55 compared to the 45 for the other plays. Seems reasonable to me. I don't see a compelling reason, Neil, to turn down the additional 10.
No, I think I would feel fine playing this right now.
So you're hoping, oh man, that O almost saving Austin there. An O would have been a really nice letter to draw with potentially another E or something like that. Over wet would have been such a bailout from his ERTVW leave. But he'll be all right next turn with that vowel in hand. But over to Mark, who has a small lead, and he's got some good tiles. He's got kind of a standout play as far as I can tell here, Neil.
Yep, that would be Jelly at 14B, scoring very well, while balancing. This board is fairly open. There's the Barates hook, there's the L column, there's the C and the floaters, so I don't think I would feel too bad about the positioning of that play. Do you have thoughts on any of the other options, Will, or this one?
Yeah, I think it's got maybe just a miss here. So muscly, this is a nice play, a good spot. Of course, you want to cover up the C if you have any doubts. And maybe if you're looking at a play like Knox and saying, this looks a little scary. He only played 2 tiles. Maybe I have to cover up the C. The problem is he scored 55 points with that play. So you can't really tell that much about Knox other than, he doesn't have like IIO on his rack, or else he would have played Nix or something. Like there's very little you can tell about Knox. So Jelly does feel like it just scores 7 more points than Muscly, keeps your S, and it just puts you in a little bit better shape on that basis, knowing that you're just not going to have the J going into next turn. You're going to hit so many more bingos. So Muscly has its advantages. Maybe some of the time you're blocking a triple or something like that through the C, but in general, probably want to see the J come off the rack there. And Austin, oh man, Neil, Austin might be about to make a sick play here.
And it's coming down. Just as you were mentioning, it's dangerous overlaps alongside Codina. Well, here's one of your worst case scenarios with those letters.
What a play. That is so good. This is the Austin Shin scoring never stops mantra. He finds those overlaps and plays like that with such a high level of consistency. And that is very, very impressive by Austin. And if you're Mark, why not challenge this? This is not the normal spelling of swatter with an O. I'll give it 5 points if I have any doubt, a 46-point overlap. And let's see what it is that he's going to challenge. Yeah, it is swatter. So we're going to get 5 more points here for Austin. Let me make sure I give him those 5. So all that having happened, Mark with the 2 bingos early, Austin countering with 1, and a big X play and a beautiful overlap, getting 5 more, Neil, and we got ourselves a game.
Yeah, and look at the clocks. Austin has used just over 3 minutes to Mark's 7 or 8-ish, and that will, if that divide keeps widening, we can start to see some serious pressure on Mark.
Yeah, no question about that. Austin leaving the V, his play certainly best there, but drawing a U, so that's going to continue to slow him down. But again, look at Mark's rack. He has papers on his rack with the J to go with it. So many bingos that you would be seeing here with almost any letter other than the J on his rack. He'd be bingoing with an ERS play right here. And as it stands, he could go ahead and just play Japers here. It would not be a bingo, but would score very, very well, 48 points, leaving a P. Or he could try to keep the ERS suffix on his rack because this is such a great place for those 7-letter bingos ending in ERS to play. So he's got a tricky decision on his hands. He has ways to play his J and P. He has to use his A to do it, but he can play a couple of options here. This seems pretty reasonable to me. So it's a tough question, Neil, of whether to burn that S for all those extra points. But I feel like just balancing the rack here is going to be so strong with ERS in hand.
Yeah. And noting too in Collins that Japers gives back more of the time than it would in TWL. There's room for even more overlaps alongside it. I think I would be happy to score 26 points and keep a extremely strong leave here.
Yeah, I think I'm liking that logic as well. Another nice thing too about just playing your word Jap here with the 2 A's is that one of the good scoring spots on this board remains the parallel alongside Hibernal. And look at Austin. He's got Void ready to go down, scoring quite nicely here. So obstructing that by playing through one of the letters, making it a little tougher to overlap productively, especially by putting a vowel in this spot that makes it nearly impossible to get good overlaps alongside Hibernal. So you block a lot of plays like that from Austin's perspective. So a lot of options here. You could even imagine maybe just playing your J by itself, keeping papers. Just think about how many, like, there's so many things that hit that. I'm just looking at all the stuff that seems to work to draw into, right? You just hit so many bingos just fishing the J. So there is some merit there as well. But I'm thinking I like those intermediate plays. So very tough call. You noted already, Neil, the time difference, but sorting out what the best play here is for Mark's POV is not the easiest here.
Absolutely. And for those of you who are newer to Scrabble, the thing that Will was just doing with looking at what you can draw into with papers is a great technique, and we see Jap coming down. Papers is not a leaf that many of us will see very often, so testing it with a few vowels and common consonants can help you decide whether it's good or not.
Yeah, it's tough, right? There's so much going on in a Scrabble game. You're trying to anagram the letters on your rack. You're trying to find the good places on the board to play. You're trying to think strategically and pick between the plays that you see, going through the unseen tiles and looking at the different fishes that you can draw and hit. That is another level of difficulty that can be tough to reach. As we see Mark, a good draw if he's thinking, definitely just replies is available to him, but he may have even better stuff. So Mark could be poised to hit Austin with yet another bingo next turn, depending on what goes down here for Austin Shin. A lot of his options just got blocked. I think he had Vodun lined up at one point, leaving ING on his rack, which would have had a lot of merit. That just got blocked. Void just got blocked. Austin's move just became a little bit more difficult, Neil.
Yeah, Jap, a great play by Mark, and it's certainly showing up in the results here, which it doesn't always. You can make the right play and have the worst outcome, but here this is a pretty typical result from taking out the best scoring spot.
Yeah. Should point out as well, both blanks and 3 S's still to come. So I'm starting to think about halfway through the game. You see the 49 tiles there. And Austin playing VoIP. This looks pretty solid. 27 points. It does keep the U on the rack. If he wanted to avoid that, he could potentially have played Gov right here, seeding the triple back, but not a great triple. It's not the easiest to play high-scoring stuff from a V. So that would have been another option, but VoIP is certainly a solid choice. Here for Austin Shin, and over to Mark now. And I guess it's just a matter of finding your overlaps here of replies, which actually goes all the way down. You don't have to play it here with E, S, and B. You can play it one square lower and get a whole bunch more points. You just have to open your mind to that possibility, Neil.
Yep. Using the S-hook that he himself created at the start of the game, this would give him 10 points more than his next best bingo, while opening less.
Yeah, see, this is such a human mistake to make, right? He spotted the word, he spotted the general place to play it, but moving everything down one square is so much better. You score 10 more points. You don't open the triple. All of the overlaps still would have worked. Neil, who among us has not made a mistake like this from time to time?
I must raise my hand.
My hand's up too. That's just Scrabble, right? There's so much going on.
And as the board fills up, there's more and more to check against, and when you're seeing your clock ticking down, it's hard not to take a sure thing. So Austin here has some scoring options, either keeping well with the ZO, as he seems to be considering here with Dungy, or using the Z for a good score but keeping relatively worse.
Yeah, the Dungy play is especially nice because it keeps the Z in reserve, and not only do you have random spots for the Z here, but the key is that you have this spot, leaving ZO, right? So Dungy would be played, ZO remains on the rack, and if you draw any of these A's and E's, you are threatening a big play right here through the E of replies. So the Z has a lot of play on this board in various spots. Really would be a nice option by Austin. Of course, there is some, basically what you're hoping for is that you play this play, you force Mark. If he has a rack like this, it's going to be hard for him not to play comfy or something and dump all those scoring tiles into the Y. And then if you're Austin, you want to draw AE and you're hitting your Z bomb. That's how it's playing out from your perspective here. So anything I'm missing on that, Neil?
I don't think so. And the sim also bears that out. I like this play. Bears mentioning that having these two triples opening is not really something that you can be too worried about in Austin's position here.
Yeah, for sure. If anything, it's a good thing. You're trailing, so you need to create as many threats and try to catch Mark dealing with the wrong one. So he does have comfy into this Y, but it's been spotted in the YouTube chat that he has a word that I would not at all be surprised to see him come up with. Again, we were talking pregame that Mark's word knowledge is very good. This goofy looking word, Neil, has some merit here as well.
Absolutely.
Wamafu. I think that means like a belly full. I'm not sure who was the last human to use that word in a sentence seamlessly. Like what year did that take place?
That sounded pretty seamless from you just now, Will.
Well, in a Scrabble context, this is like in school when you're being asked to, define a word in English class, and you say, blank is a word that I learned for vocab studies, right? So any word I could use in the Scrabble context, but when has it been used in a non-Scrabble context is my real question. But yeah, who knows? Thankfully, we love our words that contain WU. I'm not going to look too hard and question the lexicographers. I just like, we like our words that can dump those cruddy letters whenever we can get our hands on one. So yeah, the clock situation only getting worse from here, but Mark has the lead, Neil, so he's still in good position here.
And in Mark's position here, I would probably be looking to take out what seems to me Austin's best ways of coming back, which likely means looking at that R up top more so than the floaters in Dungy. At this scoreline, you're definitely not out of the woods against a player as strong as Austin with two blinks unseen. And
nice.
we are actually seeing the play that Will just mentioned coming down.
Very, very nice, Mark. So great find. Of course, as you say, Neil, it's hard to identify what is the bigger threat. If you're Mark, triples through the R, that feels like the biggest threat. The Y feels like you can weather plays into that Y, right? Wamafu scores 34. You go up by a solid bingo-ish score. You can handle a 40 to 50 point play or into the Y and still be in good position, especially because most of the time it's going to come down into this Y and block off any triple possibilities through this U as well. So yeah, it is a little scary with both blanks unseen to make a play that continues to leave open triples. But arguably, this R with 2 blanks unseen was the red alert threat, given that Austin is so likely to have one and have triples through there that really are game breaking whenever they happen. And oh my God, Neil, such like.
Wait.
So if Austin goes for
Oh my
ads,
God.
so he has ads set up 58 points. Really, really good scoring play. His highest scoring play that doesn't burn the blank. He can play Zygoid if he wants to burn the blank. But even this play does not obstruct the U. And if Mark sees such like we are about to see for the first time, Mark Francelon defeating Austin Shin, it's going to score 1 billion points by my raw calculation ability, Neil.
Roughly 1 billion, I would agree. Wow. Well, I am now praying for this sequence of events to play out purely for the fireworks and joy of seeing these words on the board. I
So
somewhat doubt that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'll say is there is at least one reasonable option for Austin that blocks it. He could just play ZO in the upper corner and deny us the joy of seeing our 1 billion point play. Austin is looking at, so he has one of the blanks here, but he's still looking at a pool that has the other, and you really don't want to insta-lose the game to a play like that here. So he's clearly thinking about it now, Neil. So he has a play that is reasonable to make that blocks our, and also we have no clue if Mark sees it too. So this is fascinating. Right. Can't wait to see how this is going to unfold.
Yeah. A play like ZO would take Austin to being back 28 points while not on turn, but holding the blank with Avid, which is a very strong rack even with the V there, because the vowels and the blank help balance it out. So
yeah, I should also point out Zadie. I forgot also, this is a play I was thinking about before before we saw all the crazy draws and potential fireworks, but this is another intermediate option that if you don't want to play just ZO up here, you could play this, but I just wonder if the score of the game, I feel like the thing that's working in Mark's favor for this spot to stay open is the game score. I think Austin wants to make a play that doesn't obstruct the board too much because he's the one trailing. So that could be an argument in favor of ads. Play right here. There's very little going on in this area of the board outside of the M of Muscly, which ads doesn't do anything about. But this area of the board is not the hot area. So if you want to make a play that doesn't obstruct any existing spots on the board, because you're trailing and you need all that stuff to stay open, ads could easily be the play for Austin, and it could be the right play moreover. So you can't really know anything about Mark's holdings after Wamafu. He's used 6 tiles. You have no clue. In most cases, it's going to be hard to figure out what his 7th tile could have been. The only thing you know is he's drawn 6 tiles into a bag that had the other blank and 2 S's in it. So maybe that is something you're a little worried about if you're Austin. But other than that, Mark's rack is random. You can't be that worried about leaving stuff open here at a 78-point deficit.
Yeah, as you say, the question of when, if ever, to play defense while down is a really tough one that stymies even the best players in the game on many turns, because it's not, I am going to use a double negative here, it's not never wrong to play defense even while trying to come back, and we see Austin taking that into account here.
Yeah. So was just going to, do the little drawing as you finished your point there. This looks like, and I should say that at least my engine absolutely agrees with Austin's choice here. Yes, you do keep the V on the rack, But in all other ways, you keep a pretty solid bingo rack. A, D, I, blank, the V, the only fly in the ointment there. Blocking off that triple makes a lot of sense. And a nice play by Austin and saving himself many, many points of damage there. And we're going to see Hickey to this Y. And this is actually not acceptable, Neil. Could be a huge swing in the game. Putting an E in there would have made it acceptable, but I feel like Austin's holding Mark, and it's going to come off the board if Austin has any doubt. Huge swing potentially coming here.
Yeah, seeing that thinking face on Austin after you've made a play is never a good feeling.
Wow. So what a swing. Austin was about to potentially get hit with an absolutely gargantuan play. I'm not sure if we actually shouted out, I said $1 billion, but the actual score of such like here would have been 239 points. Austin still clearly holding. Look at that facial expression. He's wondering, how do I feel about this? Do I feel strongly enough to give 5 points to Mark in a pretty close game, right? Like if you're going to bingo here, eventually those 5 points could really matter given the score. If we allow this play to be put on the board, which I'm going to allow it to be put on the board here, it's 51 points and the score would be 389 to 310. So if I'm Austin, I almost feel like that game score is so much that I have to challenge. I'm in such trouble. If I can't find a bingo immediately here, I feel like I got to challenge, Neil. Yeah, looks like he's decided the same. So a huge swing. This is going to be a tough one for Mark to see, and a great job by Austin to pull the trigger on this. Not an easy challenge to make. Again, just knowing that if it is valid, those extra 5 points really do hurt because you're down by enough that your bingos are going to start to be ineffective to actually come back in the game. As it happens, though, huge swing in favor of Austin Shin, and he has a golden opportunity to stop Mark in his tracks with that same rack, and maybe he'll draw the second blank here. That could be what we see here, Neil.
Definitely. So we have a couple options for Austin that seem like standouts, one of them being Vigia through that G, scoring a lot, opening a S hook, and another being V-and, keeping an eye for a bit more bingo insurance. What do you think of these options, Will?
So Mark just exposed HICK. So V-and, Vi-and, or Vigia. The scary thing about this play is that it leaves 2 Ds. You just can't really know for sure. Mark could easily still have an S, and I would be very concerned about making that play. So at least with this other idea of Vi-and, you undouble both your I's and D's. The S hook that it creates is not nearly as damaging as the one that would open on the triple. But I also just wonder, like, those letters score so well. The other thing, if I'm Austin, is I'm thinking, is he going to just come back with some other similarly high scoring play here? Do I almost need to try to come up with a way to block off that Y? So maybe Vigia on that basis. Do you just roll the dice that he does not have an S and try to block off the Y? Tough one. I think I'm leaning towards playing Vi-and just to max out my chance of bingoing as fast as humanly possible here.
There's also some plays that we haven't mentioned here at all, such as playing Divvy at H3 or Divide to keep very strongly and leave some space open. I think in a vacuum that might be, especially Divide, is something that looks good, but having those letters exposed, it's honestly not even out of the question that Mark has the E as he does, because a lot of the time an E is part of a balanced rack following a play like Hickey without it.
Yeah, it's a good point. Being pointed out in the chat as well that the same letters of the invalid Hickey actually play through Ya on the board to make hijack for an enormous score. If Mark spots it, is not easy to come up with that play. And also, if you're Austin and you do happen to see the hijack possibility, you have to realize, well, if he saw hijack last turn, he might have played it last turn. So maybe you can go back to the well and hope that he misses that play now. Whereas if he spots it, it's going to be 54. And nice job by Mark to have the confidence to play Hickey. This is a valid spelling of this word. So coming back with that E, maybe a word that he should have played, if not hijack last turn. And that is a huge 54 points for Mark Francelon. And Austin with not the best draw here, Neil.
No, couple consonants too many, and the board's starting to close down. The best lanes, aside from the E, are through or from consonants, which is, well, and I guess two VNs, but not going to hit this round with two S's and a blank and bingo-y tiles unseen to him. This is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely is. And I was wondering, were we going to see that second blank make its way onto Mark's rack? And we do not. So it's still lurking in the bag, which if Austin were to draw that, it would definitely give him a huge leg up to eventually bingo at a cost of potentially lessening the score. Mark's going to have kind of a tricky turn without any playable bingos here, but he'll be able to, if he spots overlaps up here, he's still going to score a boatload of points with a number of possibilities up there. Even just the simple like PALS, if he needs to keep both eyes, he can do that. DIS, or rather, no, that's a different spot on the board. But just anything in this spot, the best of those plays being LIPAS, if there are enough tiles in the bag. So even though Mark has all those low pointers that don't bingo, he could be in a really, really good spot depending on how many tiles are in the bag next turn. And Neil, I just want to point out another chatter suggesting Austin, if that Y would have stayed open, Trendify would have gone down. A huge swing in the game if he could have gotten that one down. Instead, it gets blocked here.
Oof. Yeah. Hijack being, again, in a vacuum, the better play, but in this case, coming in a nick of time for Mark.
Yeah, without question, that would have been huge with those clunky excess of consonants. But I mean, Austin had to probably expect that maybe he was hoping hijack would get spotted and played and then the Y would stay open. I'm not sure there was time for him to digest all of that stuff. Everything was happening pretty quick. So in any case, now that he doesn't have a bingo, what the heck should he do? He has plays like fetid through this E. I don't love that this blocks the G of integer, but that's already a marginal lane, and you really probably are trying to draw an S and hit viands anyway. Maybe that's good enough to play here. It's a tough turn for him.
For sure. There's not even very fishy options available. Nearly everything is a intermediate play that doesn't keep super well. So in his position, I would probably, as you say, be looking at board dynamics, what leaves me with more than one chance on this board, as well as what am I likely to draw into with this pool of 9 vowels and 8 consonants.
Yeah, all very reasonable considerations. And the worst part for Austin is that he only had the one I on his rack. It would have been so nice if he had more vowels to make a parallel play up here that just would have scored so well and denied that possibility to Mark. Instead, now it's Mark who, if he wants to make a play up there, he's up by 30. He can score 42 up there with 6 tiles in the bag. He can just play Lipas and know that there will still be 2 more. There's really no risk of this. It even blocks a little bit the L of replies. So that looks like just what the doctor ordered for him. But again, that second blank does not want to come out of the bag yet somehow.
And Austin coming down with at least Aranos if Mark plays up there, which he is almost sure to.
A lot depends on what he plays up there, though, because if he plays Lipas here, there are no more eyes in the bag. He can't draw any more from the remaining tiles. But if he doesn't see that play and he plays something like Pals instead, he will go into next turn with I on his rack. So if Austin then plays Aranos, depending on what Mark draws, if he does not draw the blank out of the bag and he goes into the end game with like IIRSU and another letter, and Austin draws the blank after Aranos, Austin could actually be in fantastic position to actually win that end game with a high scoring outplay somewhere. So a lot hinges on this. Can he undouble those eyes? It's actually a big deal here.
Yeah, good points, Will. And with the endgame timing, how do you feel in Mark's position, knowing that there are 6 in the bag? What are your goals here?
Well, I just feel like up 30 and seeing a huge number of low pointers, right? The highest scoring letter left is the G. So I'm thinking to myself, what is the worst case scenario? I guess I'm thinking, as I think about it, that the worst case scenario is a bingo from the M. And I'm just wondering, does Austin really not have one of those? Because it would score so much better than almost anything else. And oh my God, he has a million bingos that if the M were out in space, he would have it. But there actually is no bingo starting with M. That is brutal. But from Mark's perspective, that is so likely. There's so much stuff if Austin has a blank that you would have here. So I guess what I would be thinking about from an endgame timing perspective is how can I set it up so that Austin is going to struggle to do much on his lone endgame move after he plays a bingo from the M if I can't block that spot myself. So again, the thing that I like about Lipas here is that it leaves 2 in the bag, and it's just going to be really difficult for Austin to score well with just 2 low pointers in the endgame. So I would be up by 72. A play here, like the absolute worst case scenarios of like, I don't know, something with a G, mongered, I guess. Is that maybe the worst case? Can I just make an endgame play that outruns that? It actually starts to get pretty dicey. But maybe in the other scenarios, you're okay when Austin has 2 low pointers here.
Yeah, I like that analysis here. And after a play like Lipas scoring 42, we have Mark going up 72, and against most bingos with this pool, Austin is not going to have much of a lead after a bingo, and that is going to be... So even if he does bingo after Lipas, it's still far from a guarantee that it'll be enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and I'm just wondering also, is it possible to play fewer? What if you just play DIS right here? So that scores 26. No, that's not quite as good as the 42 for Lipas. But maybe sometime, well, this would actually make matters worse with Aranos here. But maybe the nice thing about that is you keep really strong bingo tiles. Maybe you bingo yourself a lot and as a counter to Austin's bingo sometimes. Again, you've got the S's. So by playing dis here, you still set yourself up really nicely. Oh, and look at that draw, Surimis and stuff like that. It's going to fit here. But what happens after Aranos is the big question. Let me see. So Pal is the play for Mark. Let me make sure I get those 32 points in. And Austin's got a tough decision on his hands, but I feel like he kind of has to go for it and hope he plucks that second blank out of the bag, maybe. And I'm just curious what actually is going to happen in this situation. Austin's going to go up a solid amount, and he's going to draw, let's see, IUSSR blank. Austin's going to draw Tong out of the bag, and that gives what? What does that give? I'm just looking to try to find.
Let's see.
I guess toting. It gives toting at a minimum as an outplay, 14 points. So again, we're way overemphasizing this specific scenario, but I feel like at this game score and in this situation for Austin, you got to go for it and hope you either get that second blank or that Mark has a rack exactly like this that just doesn't happen to bingo somewhere. And if you can go out, you probably win this game.
And we see Austin considering some options that look like they don't bingo, possibly because if Mark doesn't immediately bingo, or even if he does, having being the last to bingo in this situation is pretty much a guaranteed win, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it is 100% worth considering not bingoing here, just because if you're Austin, you want to make sure that the bingo that you play is actually going to be enough. And in a vacuum, Aranos looks kind of scary. It looks like Mark should be able to underlap a lot. But think about it this way. If Aranos is on the board, you've got AR right here. There are no E's left. So if Mark was going to underlap, he would need to make his blank an E, which is incredibly specific. So Aranos is actually sneakily very defensive and doesn't really yield a ton back. You could even argue that it's the right play because Mark has a bunch of the only really good S hook left on the board is right here. So by playing Aranos now, you block a lot of racks that would only play with Vians, and maybe every now and then you block some stuff through this E as well. So it's tough. Austin with not much time to think about this very, very tricky position. The thing, I just feel like you are in a situation where if you play EOAN here, which seems to be the other non-bingo play, you're emptying the bag and you're basically completely putting the game up to drawing unblockable bingos in two spots and hoping that Mark does not have one, especially this spot with Vians is the best spot for him to have one. So you're leaving him a lot of odds of just getting that bingo down. But all this is so much easier, Neil, for us to say sitting here in the booth.
Absolutely. I think not having the benefit of, here we see Rio coming down.
This is a solid play. This is actually a solid play, and because it blocks the bingos with terminal S, so Austin has made a really nice play to potentially block certain racks just like this, like Surimi's, which Mark was almost certainly ready to play there if he saw it. So Austin with a nice play under pressure to buy himself another turn. And what are we about to see here? Oh no, he's conflating. No, Miurus is spelt with two U's, not two I's, Mark. Oh no. Okay, so this is a big, big mistake. Mark could have fished one tile and tried to draw into the unblockable out bingos, but instead he's played a phony at a bad time. It's going to get challenged. Jello Mocha's in the chat with the right spelling of this word. And now Austin is going to feel really, really good, Neil, about his chances here.
I would think so.
I guess the question is, does he actually have... Oh, he has Magneton. Oh, my God. So he has Gannett, blank, the O, the last tile in the bag, Austin can play either entangle from this E or magneton off of this M. He just has to make sure he's not giving a spot back to Mark, who does not currently have a playable bingo. And oh my God, so tragic, Neil. We were about to see Mark's first win of his career against Austin, but this is why these elite players are so difficult to finish off.
Yeah, staying cool as a cucumber and coming back from a deficit is just another day at the office for them.
Yeah, I guess they're verifying the scores here. We don't see the clock starting up. So this is definitely a scary moment if you're Austin. You have only a minute to think, could Mark have something that I'm missing? Could he have something from the O? He's got a blank on his rack. It's really, really tough to know to a certainty that Mark doesn't have some other play that he's going to hit you with after a bingo here or a bingo here. So you might see Austin play entangle just to be safe. As the screen froze for a sec for me. Okay, there we go. Magneton. This should be a winner here, Neil, with no playable bingos for Mark.
And a very quick decision on Austin's part of what would be, for many of us, a tough position to iterate through and be sure of.
Wow, crazy situation. So, I mean, I was thinking Aranos was the play for Austin, but he made a really, really nice play that I hadn't considered, not emptying the bag, blocking 7-letter words with terminal S. They won't fit after Rio, and trying to use that blank and hit something to the M, which is exactly how it turned out. And yeah, crazy ending to this one. Man, I feel for Mark a little bit there. I just wonder what happens with one in the bag if Mark just fishes one of his letters there. If he fishes the U or the I or whatever he needs to try to maximize his bingo odds, could he have still won this? Maybe not with what Austin drew.
Yeah, and you have to sort of go back to the PAL play and the options available on that turn, because keeping IIRS together was a bit of a dangerous proposition, because that can sometimes develop into a bingo and sometimes turn out the way that it did here. I think the two phonies and a few imprecisions are just too much to overcome here.
Yeah, I guess given that Mark did not have a playable bingo and that Austin didn't play a phony or anything and drew into Magneton, he was going to win if Mark fished one just because he had Magneton and Entangle. So I actually think that given the way things turned out after Rio, there was nothing Mark could have done. So maybe actually playing the phony was justifiable on that basis. But yeah, it all goes back to maybe instead of PAL, if you just play LIPAS and get more points, it changes the calculus quite a bit for Austin there. So yeah, crazy game to be sure. And it's going to bring Austin's record to 9-0 against Mark in his career. And this is going to sting a little bit for Mark, but he played so well. He played Wamafu. He played a whole bunch of nice, bingos and other things, but you can just see just enough. It takes so little sometimes to, against a player like Austin. If you're walking that tightrope, it takes so little to slip off.
For sure. We see the clock ticking down a bit. Mark possibly looking for the odd chance of a bingo, or...
Yeah, if I'm Mark, there's no reason not to look through this E and try to find some crazy overlap, right? Like you're almost Diaresius or something, right? Like you're close to plays through this E and they would win the game. So we might see him indeed go overtime, knowing that he's only down by 41 here. So if he's able to find a bingo, he's got several minutes that he can go overtime and still win the game if he finds a bingo through the E or maybe something crazy from the O. There are possibilities, something through the L, right? Maybe
Yeah.
somehow, if you could just get a nice overlap there, it's not likely, but if you were to find something like that, you would still win, even going overtime. So strategically, it makes sense. But we know from our omniscient spot in the booth, Neil, where we love to be, there is nothing.
Yeah, absolutely the correct thing to take those couple minutes here, though, if you have any shred of doubt.
Yeah, for sure. So Austin with just an O. He is. If I'm Austin, I'm probably also like, I'm thinking that I don't think Mark has a bingo here, but I don't know that for sure either. He could come up with something that I hadn't thought of. So I would just sort of be like, all right, well, either he's going to find it or not. And there's no need to waste too much energy getting nervous about it. But I certainly wouldn't feel like I was 100% sure that I had won the game at this point.
Yeah, Mark very close to things like enuresis and whatnot, but not quite there.
Yeah, exactly that sort of thing that you'd be looking for trying to play. And if you are going to stipulate that you're looking for a play through that E of integer, you even have a couple more minutes, right? Because you're getting another 10 points for chi that you can afford to lose on the clock. So I would say, something, it's getting to that point where maybe the next minute after this one is too much to still win the game if you're Mark, even if you're going to play through there. So he'll probably look for one more minute and then pull the plug and just play anything he can.
Yep, lots of arithmetic in Scrabble, especially as you get close to the end of the game. And that's one of my weaknesses. Like, I've definitely been on the wrong side of decisions of whether to go over or not, and whether I was going up by enough. Really, really tough knife edge situations often coming up late in the game.
Yeah. I would agree. My self-assessment there is it's taken me many years to force myself to start doing some arithmetic, do some math, try to, calculate endgame lines by actually adding plays up and down and figuring out what works out the best. It's really, really easy to just rely on the sort of same general principles, which we often use the word heuristics for. But doing some math from time to time has never hurt anybody in Scrabble, which, as we know, is the world's most famous math game. So yeah, I think at this point, Mark's going to want to make a play here. Totally get going OT to try to come up with that miracle win. If you could spot a word, at some point you got to cut bait and realize even if you did find such a play, you would not be winning the game. Maybe these next 15 seconds will represent that inflection point for him. But man, what a game, Neil. This was a great, great, great game for round 2 of a 26 game main event. Bodes very well for us on the stream.
Yeah, things up in the air until the very end. Some crazy plays, crazy overlaps with Swatter. Hard not to be entertained.
Yeah, we love our flash updates, you were going to say, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so sorry to interrupt. I was just going to chime that LPS, Let's Play Scrabble, with this awesome new innovation. We get to see who's in the tournament lead, who has notched some big upsets. We get to see those in real time, which is really, really exciting to sort of keep an eye on all the other great games that are happening over the course of the event. So nice job to Stefan over Jason there at 300-point rating gap. And all right, here we go. We're going to see Rhea be played here by Mark, just finally to admit defeat. Tough one for him. He goes 5 minutes over looking for a bingo. It made sense for him to do that, and Austin is poised to simply go out with his O. And an amazing win for him here. XO for 10, his co-best play, along with Opal at the top of the board. and we're going to have a final of 483 to 448. I definitely want to listen into the players here.
So how many points is that?
Did it get to 5? So is that 5 minutes?
Is it 5? Is it 50?
Yes.
Yeah. To 398, 484.
Okay, I have you at 484. I have me at 447 minus 50. 391 after the right hickey.
392.
Okay.
202.
202, 228,
Yeah.
304, 337. No,
Oh,
338.
338.
One more.
Yeah.
398 to 44.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was your roots is just with 2 U's. MIURUS. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one.
So looks like maybe not a ton of post-morteming going on here, even though there was a ton to discuss as the players get on entering here.
When you played
Maybe.
the round,
I
what
spoke too soon.
Were you trying to open this lane? Is it, what was that?
DIS.
What?
DI blank. Yeah.
Looks good. So did you see anything for me at the end?
No, I don't think there was anything. Thanks. Thanks.
Done this?
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
that might about
yeah.
it for the post-morteming. I think it's hard after those games that take every ounce of your energy and end in a tough way.
Yeah, definitely a tough one for Mark there. He was that close to coming up with his first career victory against the extremely tough opponent of Austin Shin. He'll have to wait for another rematch. Maybe that will come later on in this tournament, but a huge, amazing win for Austin. You know, anytime at an event like this, 26 games, elite players all over the place, you're going to have to win a few games where it looks pretty bleak. And Austin was able to get the job done right there, Neil, in impressive fashion.
For sure. Looking ahead to our next matchup, we have Brian Anderson, young up-and-coming player, versus Matthew O'Connor, a name that many of you likely know.
Yeah, probably Matthew and Brian are not that different age-wise, but Matthew has been around for decades, starting his Scrabble career at, 7, 8 years old, and has legitimately become one of the top players in North America. He has worked on every aspect of his game, but Matthew's feel for the game is really at a level few players can attain. So a very, very fun player to watch. He is likely at any time to make a play that we have not identified as a candidate choice that winds up having a lot of merit and may actually be the best play. So with Matthew, you never know. But yeah, young Brian Anderson, no relation, not a brother, not a son, nothing like that. Just another Anderson in our midst. It's great to see Brian working his way up the ranks. He is going to have a tall order in Matthew O'Connor in this upcoming game. So I think we do have our players. We can just roll right into game 3. We can do a quick standings check. I know it's a little early, 2 rounds into our 26-round event, but maybe we'll take a look and see who has started fast here in the CSW division. And surprise of surprises, Neil, the top 2 players, I don't think anybody would be surprised to see those 2 right there.
No, and that's quite the spread for 2 games, but also not a surprise with these two.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to Stefan there, who had a win over Jason Keller, which we saw on the Flash updates there. We saw him on the early bird stream looking pretty solid. So he is at number 3 right now behind our 2 champion level players in the field. Wellington Jigare, I believe, our only world champion in the field here, but plenty of North American level champion. Well, between Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Sokol, Austin Shin, and you throw world youth champion Matthew O'Connor into the mix. That's who we are about to see. So let's take a look at our player cards here. Brian going first here. Brian Anderson, again, you're not going to see. Look at that number of tournaments played, Neil. That is not a lot.
No, and he has had some really great results, including Albany, New York. He took first in 3rd division last year. He's also came close to winning Princeton, a Collins tournament with a going 10-4, 2000 performance rating, beating Ben Schönbrunn once and having to play him 3 times to close out that tournament. So we know that he can beat anyone on a good day.
Some of the rating systems are dramatically underrating Brian. He is rated 1650 in the Collins lexicon of the WoW organization, in the WGPO, I believe, Collins rating, and 1850 in the WESPA worldwide rating. So that is firmly in the expert level for Brian. So as such a new player, you're going to see some variance in those ratings and across different orgs. So true talent level is way higher than 1350 that you see here. And of course, his opponent, if we cut to Matthew here, a much longer career spanning decades here, but he is on a serious upswing in the 2,100 rating zone coming into this event. Neil, I know you and Matthew have played a lot of games being in similar geographical regions.
Yes, and I have been that more times than I could care to count, including most recently at Somerville, where Matt went 8-0 against probably an average of 1,800 opposition. So he is a tough player to beat. He has been working through the lower probability 7, just kind of fleshing out his word knowledge, which until more recently was just a bit below that tippy top tier of players, but is rapidly closing in.
Yeah, I hesitate to call a weakness as we see this is going to be the first career matchup. I'm sure that's going to be the case for a lot of Brian's opponents this early in his tournament career. So no history. This is going to be the first matchup between these two, but probably not the last given Brian's accelerated development here up the rating system. So yeah, might as well get to it here. Brian going first in this game. But yeah, just to finish my point about Matthew, I hesitate to call his word knowledge a weakness. Definitely still, very strong for, any player, but he is rapidly turning it into a strength as well, which is different than not being a weakness, right? Turning all of your Scrabble abilities from weaknesses into neutral into strengths is a long process. And that's one of the few areas where maybe you could say it wasn't necessarily a strength for Matthew. Now that's really no longer the case. The complete package as a player, very, very scary for his opponents. But Brian is just going to need to play his game as he draws a couple of nice tiles to open, but no bingos with this mismatch of multiple O's and a U, Neil. He's going to have to come up with a balancing play here to start.
Yeah, not my favorite kind of rack to see to begin. There's no obvious short play or obvious long play, but I do think it's correct to play here as you've got those 3-pointer tiles.
Looks like he spotted upmost, which, yes, that would burn the S, but that would be his highest scoring play by a fair margin to just play upmost with the P on the double letter score, I think, is probably the way to get the points with that positioning there. So 26 points, he spotted that. Whether he feels confident in it is another matter, but that is a very competitive option. Another option for him would be more obscure, the four-letter word of Moop, M-O-U-P. That would set up his S. Matthew, meanwhile, is praying that Brian gives him any of the letters that he may need, which are two, as far as I could tell right now. An N or a D would give him rejoined or enjoiner. But without either of those letters on Brian's rack, Matthew's going to have to come up with something different on his first turn of the game. So let's see how things unfold from here.
Yeah, I think I briefly saw him considering Upo, which is fairly, it's opening short against a player with better word knowledge and doesn't take an S, but does take some other letters. I think I would probably just balance and take some points with a play like Moop here. I think players can be allergic to putting a U under or a vowel over or under one of those double letter scores, but the detriment of the U is probably outweighs the risk of it here.
Yeah, I would just chalk this up to potentially Brian is not aware of the Moop, of the fact that he could have played the U there, or he likely would have done so. So failing that, keeping OUTS, it's normally not great to keep a U, but the letters around it are quite good. And actually, I don't really see how it's possible that the P will ever stay open. But Brian actually does have two obscure 8-letter words through the P if he's able to think of those. I would not say you could really anagram those words just from vocabulary, though, Neil. And I do feel like it's pretty likely that Matthew is going to play something defensive here in response.
Yeah, solid option, would be Joe making Mope. I think aside from the S hook that creates on the front, it's hard to argue too much with that.
Yeah, I just wonder, does Mop signal enough strength that you would want to try to play something? I don't know. Do you just play J-O here if you're Matthew because you are worried about Mop signaling too much strength?
Yeah, I don't know if that seems like it gives up a bit too much while not keeping strong enough to make it worth it. We see that he looked at rejoin, looked at Joe. Go ahead.
I agree with you. I just want to say I agree that I just threw it out there, but I agree with your assessment that it gives up a lot. This scores 10 more points and balances your leave better. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, no worries. And Mope does take an R, right? Moper? Is that true? Okay. Yeah, because those letters underlap pretty well and could also hook with the remaining, with the word on the board. So I think, wow, that is not a good draw to that lead.
Yep, that is an oof. Draw to the nice balanced EIRN. Matthew drew EEO. So that is definitely going to slow him down in the race to get the first bingo of the game down. So yeah, over back to Brian. Even if he had seen the bingos that he could have played through the P, wouldn't have mattered. They got blocked anyway. So now it is a tricky question of how to proceed from here. A couple options, maybe just Chow right here alongside. That scores 23. Couple other similar options alongside the J. But if you really want to max out your bingo chance, you could just play OU, which is a little weird looking, but the rest of the letters are quite solid. So a couple different ways that Brian can go with this. My gut is not loving any one of those over the other. I do feel like I would want to use the U, though, if possible. So Chow does not have that going for it. But everything else about it looks great to me, Neil.
Yeah. I think when you're in a position knowing that you have a word knowledge disadvantage, I often see players approaching it two ways. One of them is trying to keep even better than usual because you want to play the bingos that you want to know the bingos you draw into, but that can run into the risk of overfishing. And the other is the approach he took here, which is taking the scores that he can see and letting the tiles develop, which I think is totally valid.
Yeah, it is interesting. Those are two, you can see the logic behind those two very divergent approaches when you're, going up against that word knowledge disadvantage, right? I feel like when I first started out playing Collins, I was more apt to try to opt for scoring plays, more tiles, playing more tiles, keeping those bingo leaves, knowing that that they weren't going to be quite as impactful as they would be once I started learning more of those Collins only words. But it's very difficult to say that that's statistically the better way to go, or whether that's a decision made out of feeling, which is not really supported by data or anything like that. So Matthew wincing with all of those vowels. It looks like he's getting set to play his two E's. Matthew being Matthew, he's probably trying to evaluate whether playing EE here or one square over here is the better of the two plays. Very difficult to figure that one out. I guess I might favor playing it here just because if I draw into a bingo ending in ER, that would go down either way, but maybe it's slightly higher scoring with the EAM points here. I have no idea, Neil. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I mean, with OE, it's hard not to think that it gives a S lane that you don't have that is on the safer side as far as lanes go. That might not be the biggest consideration here. I think another thing to mention is the hooks on OO, those being R, N, T, S. There might be another M, P. There's a bunch of them.
A lot
but
of them, yeah.
Keeping R and N, Matt is more likely than he might otherwise be to draw into one of the higher scoring bingos there as well, which might be why he is considering a fish. Did a quick sim in Macondo, and it is liking a play of OE or EE. OE at 9G or EE at 9H.
So yeah, playing it here, really tough to distinguish which of these two could be better than the other, and maybe the answer is they're basically equivalent. So yeah, this does not feel like a fun play to make. Matthew's going to play it there. Again, I don't really draw too much of a distinction between these two plays. And Brian, again, we've seen already a couple times, Neil, where certain racks that look really good get spoiled by the WU combination. And I feel like if you would just replace that W with a whole bunch of other tiles, we'd be seeing a bingo be played here, but instead it's going to slow Brian down one more turn. So are we literally looking at playing just jaw here? That would be kind of a funny way to go. Another possibility could be to play Jawan. The thing that would scare me about this is I do have an S, but after Matthews, this play of just EE signals some kind of strength. I'm not 100% sure what type of strength it is. Maybe it just signals vowels. Maybe it doesn't really say that I have an S, and maybe you get away with playing Jawan here, setting up your S very lucratively. Not sure how you feel about the S likelihood, Neil, here.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't put an S more like significantly above chance after EE. It's of course easy for me to say that knowing Matt's actual rack, but those two-letter fishing plays can often be interpreted as having a better keep, like tires, than they actually do. Although in that case that would have bingoed, but
So war is the play coming down. Of course, you're trying to achieve the primary objective of at least playing either the W or the U. This does get that done. However, the R does improve the leaf quite a bit, so there could have been an argument to keep it. But most importantly, it doesn't block the best place for Matthew to bingo with his 7-letter word of tritone. He can now play this in a spot that is nowhere near as dangerous as the other two spots. Before Brian's play of war, tritone would have played here or here, both of which opening triples. Instead, Matthew can take this very safe spot to get the first bingo of the game down, Neil.
Yes, probably happy to see that stay open. Here, Brian, unfortunately, no unfurls.
But he does have unturfs is valid.
Turfs, wow.
And I thought he had it lined up for a split second as he was, considering it here. And I just wonder, this is the classic dilemma. It goes back to what you were saying. How do you approach a game where you're a big underdog? Do you play more conservatively and not play words you're unsure of? Or do you just let words fly and pray that they're in the dictionary, knowing you're going to need some help and need some good fortune to come away with a win? So, I feel like it's if you told Brian that there is an anagram, there is a 7-letter word in your letters, his first guess would be unturfs, but that is a really difficult word to be super confident in.
Yeah. And I started out in Collins, meaning that I was often in mixed divisions like this one, and I know that Matt's advice to me was to kind of move the trigger a bit for when you would make a play. You might not do it if you're 20% sure, but if you're 60%, you probably should send it against a player who's several hundred points higher rated than you.
Yeah, it's tough, you're going to have to. It was actually Matthew himself on another recent stream who said it really well, where until you know all the words 100% solid, it's going to be very difficult to balance two extremes, right? Like you have to try to not play phony words, and you have to also not chicken out of valid words. So knowing where to put the little crosshair of which of those two goals to pursue, you're going to err on one side or another. Unturfs is missed here. And now I guess the saving grace of that is that it blocked a really easy Z-bomb for Matthew. I'm sure he really, really wanted to just play Za here. He's going to have to come up with another choice. I do just want to point out that fur versus fun is an interesting distinction, right? These are one of these decisions, Neil, that are like the soul of Scrabble. What to play between fur and fun there.
Yeah, and I do think that the RSTU leave is enough to make the difference there, but on many other turns, it really isn't so clear. Matt does still have some pretty high-scoring plays available, notably Zach through the C, which he seems to have set up. That does nearly everything I would want to. It makes it very likely that I bingo on the next turn. It scores 38 points.
Yeah, I just want to point out, notably for anybody watching that's more familiar with the North American lexicon, that you can put a D on this word here. That's really important in terms of the DAR blank leave. Just knowing that if you draw into an E or any word ending in D, it's going to fit right there. So that makes Zach comparably way stronger because you've got a spot for your bingos ending in D if you draw them, and there's all kinds of other good things that can happen. Of course, you can play something in, ending in ED here as well. But if you happen to play something ending in a consonant in a D, like a land word or a word ending in RD, that will fit here and not here. So you have some flexibility. So it does feel like Zach is solid, but Matthew always very thorough. He's looking for some other idea. He's probably looking for, do I have any sneaky ways to set the Z up somewhere lucratively? The answer appears to be no. Zach is the play. I think I agree for the reasons you stated, Neil. And over to Brian, who has subunit on his rack. Subtunic, also a valid word that just was blocked, but could we possibly see him come up with subunit here? Feels like
I
he's
think
close.
he's seeing himself being one letter off from Ubuntu's, probably.
Yeah, which would be crazy. Oh man, he's so close. I feel like some of the alignments of his letters were right there, but a great draw for Matthew as well. So we are looking at, if subunit is missed, which is very likely, that is a tough find with UUB on your rack. We could be looking at Matthew extending his lead quite decisively next turn.
Yeah. These turns, when you're, as a up-and-coming player, going back and looking at in analysis, it's kind of hard to do anything except say, like, okay, like, given that I'll eventually get to this word if I keep playing for 10 or 15 years, how should I approach this position knowing only what I know right now? And what are some of your thoughts for that, Will?
Yeah, I mean, my thought is that you can really classify Scrabble positions into a bunch of, different mindsets. And there are some positions where if you were to give Brian this position open book and just show him all the available moves and have him pick a move, the answer would be so stultifyingly obvious. I'm going to play subunit. I'm going to bingo for 69 points with my 2 U's and a B. Right. So what is there really strategically to discuss about that? Either you know the word or you don't and have to make a much more difficult play. Then
Oh my God, he set it up.
Wow. Crazy. That's amazing anagramming skills on his part, because clearly he was not like pattern recognizing. Oh, look at his facial expression. He's nodding as if to say, oh God, I don't know for sure if this is a word, but man, this would be a big swing, and a great job by him if he lets this fly here. Nice job, Brian. Holy crap.
Incredible.
Impressive.
I would be surprised if he was 100% on it, but if he was, as we were just discussing, 60%, like, pulling the trigger here seems absolutely warranted. Second best play is so dramatically worse compared to if you had more balanced letters, if you had a blank.
And never in those situations, again, if you play Scrabble long enough, you're going to be in situations like this where you play a word you're not 100% sure of, and man, does silence never sounds sweeter than when you're playing a player better than yourself. You make a play you're not sure of, and you just don't hear a peep out of them. They did not even consider challenging or anything like that. So Matthew is going to play Rundale potentially right here. If he slowed down a little, it doesn't look like he's even considering playing here, which I believe he has. If I have the rack right, he can play Ladrone if he wants to. For 6 more points, and this spot isn't really that scary. So he's gonna play Lurdane. Maybe there's a board component to this, but I do feel like failing, an obvious reason to play underneath the Z, I might have opted to get the 6 more points and to obstruct the open triples, Neil.
Yeah, I think this might have been a bit of a miss.
So in any case, great job by Brian, but Matthew's still in the driver's seat, getting a bingo down. Nicely spotted by him of Lurdane. He goes up by 82. So he's still in very, very good shape. And Brian just doesn't have any really compelling overlap spots alongside subunit right now. So a tough turn for him to navigate. And meanwhile, as we see, Matthew with a Q draw at a bad time. Of course, he's happy to draw the second blank. He's probably very, very happy about that. But the Q is going to slow him down. So depending on what Brian plays and draws here, he could continue to battle and still be in this game.
Although he did just open a blank U, which is not. You might see Matthew even keeping the Q with the blank and E, something like that, on this turn and try to hit a big Q bingo. I wouldn't be too surprised by that.
That makes total sense. You could easily see a play like, I don't know, I haven't really looked closely, but something like BEDE right here scores well. The normally weird looking QE blank, certainly with that open U, gets a little bit more promising. But yeah, this is going to be tricky for sure. Just looking at Brian's tiles for a moment, Yao right here stands out as a nice balancing play. But of course, you give back parallels here. And if you want, you could play Yaos here, burning your S. I would hate to do that here, but you do score quite a bit extra on the scoreboard with that. And as I often say when commentating, Neil, for 12 extra points, you can do a lot of things.
Yeah, that is true. And I think this is a tough one to evaluate because the S on this board probably does increase your bingo chances by a pretty substantial amount. And being down what he is, I think he can't rely on just scoring his way back in. He does need to hit a bingo before Matthew goes full, boa constrictor on the board.
Yeah, great point about the S being very solid for bingos with the 2 spots that I just drew, but it's also being pointed out in the chat. The S could potentially be really important as a tile that overlaps the U. So if you draw, a certain assortment of consonants, you might be really happy that you have that S as a, second tile that you need to make a huge overlap of the 2 U's of subunit. So yeah, Brian having a good think here. Other options could just be something like Wooly through the L of Lurdane. That scores a little bit lower, 22, but it leaves a stronger bingo leave in DIS. So there are a number of options. I would say that the clocks are definitely going to be a factor. I'm not sure how often Brian has been on the stream before, but it can't be that often given how new he is to tournament Scrabble. And that is another factor here, Neil, for sure. Maybe as a relatively newer player yourself, you can talk about what that's like.
Yeah, I mean, I know for sure that the first few times I was on stream, and even now, I felt a bit of a pressure to, like, be more sure of my words, to show the commentators what I was thinking. And that can really take you out of a turn, having that second or third layer of thought going on. And it's something that the more experienced players, I think, have found ways to deal with. But the first few times through, it's really tough.
Yeah, for sure. And he's doing amazing, finding subunit. Hopefully he'll be able to hang his hat on that no matter what transpires from here on out in this game. A beautiful, beautiful find by Brian. As he plays Wooly, this is definitely a very, very competitive choice for him here, just to try his best to get his rack into bingo shape, and he's gotten close. I don't think he has a 7, and I don't think he's going to get a tile from Matthew. I do feel like that's probably a fool's errand in most cases, Neil, waiting for Matthew O'Connor to give you a floater. As this is the play that I had pegged him to potentially make even before the U was obstructed. So Bede for 26, another option, Dweeb, with the same letters up here for 8 more. Not sure if that could have been tempting for him as well, or if he just didn't generate that. Again, it does open a triple, so maybe this has the defensive merit that he wants here. So Bede for Matthew holding the Q. Let's see what happens for his draw. But Brian has a really, really cool play if he's able to see it alongside subunit to the point of keeping the S being a good thing, Neil.
Well, let's see. I am trying to spot this play myself.
I'm happy to spoil it. I'm not sure if anybody's So the play that looks really cool from Brian's perspective is dosage right here, alongside all these letters, scoring 49 points. Yeah, you do burn through all of your good bingo tiles, but 50 points almost is really, really nice. Brian doesn't know that Matthew has the second blank. From his POV, it's still lurking. So that looks great. If you don't spot that one, there's still plenty of other good possibilities. But yeah, this is a tricky spot for sure with all those overlaps. Oh, are we seeing it? Oh, okay. Not quite. This is still a good play though, Neil.
Yeah, this is very strong, not too far off even on equity from dosage, although a 22-point sacrifice.
Yeah. And oh, you know what's kind of cool about Matthew's draw? Oh, look at this. He's playing QIS up here. He has it here though. Look at that. Matthew is sacrificing a lot of points. Maybe it's just because he has another eye and he's hoping that he can re-overlap if he doesn't hit a bingo. But same letters score 7 more points alongside tritone. So I'm not sure if this is an active choice, holding another eye to potentially overlap, or whether Matthew just did not spot the way to score 7 extra points there, Neil.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't see a huge benefit to setting up your eye there, because unless you were also keeping some other big tile, usually your average score isn't going to be so different on this board.
Yeah, for sure. So it's being pointed out in the chat. Brian, against all odds, has a bingo from the W of Weirdies. I think he had it lined up for a fleeting moment, and I'm not sure. Matthew has really nice flexible tiles here. At a minimum, he has bingos with an M that can play like mid-year and things of that nature. He might have had something even better as an overlap had Brian played Weirdies, but instead a very reasonable choice of id for 31, leaving a solid bingo leave. So Brian's still hanging in there, but Matthew is definitely poised to hit with something pretty good here. Not sure if there's anything better than mid-year off of this Y. Maybe it'd be nice to underlap the B of bead. If nothing like that exists, we can pretty much know that Matthew has bingos if he wants them, and if he decides to pass them up, he's going to do something very defensive. That we can be sure of.
Yeah, he does have a 42-point play without bingoing, although it may not count as being extremely defensive.
Yeah, I think you're referring to Omri. What a weird looking play that is. It does open a little bit, but maybe deceptively not that much. It's kind of difficult to bingo. Certainly to parallel all this way is next to impossible. You need an H and then really specific vowels or a specific consonant combo. But yeah, I think if I'm Matthew, I'm actually kind of liking mid-year because it's just difficult to really overlap it super productively, and you're just going up by so much that it seems difficult for Brian to surmount that advantage. So yeah, seems good. I'm sure Matthew has spotted it already. Such a quick processor of positions, as you well know, Neil, as a frequent opponent.
Yes, I think I can't disagree with that. I think most of Matt's top candidate plays are going to be very tough for Brian to come back from. But those differences of a few percentages is often what separates the very best players from the next tier. Another thing worth calling out here is the pool. We have far more consonants than vowels here. At a different scoreline with Matt not about to bingo, that might be a bigger consideration.
But... No, I was worried he was going to conflate various words, pyuria and pyemia and uremia. He's playing pyremia. This does not appear to be valid. There's no reason to take a risk. There you go. Blank Cam says it's a P. And I feel like the game situation, 100%. Yeah, Brian is going to challenge. And because he's already down 70, he has no reason not to challenge this and just make absolutely sure. Oh, yeah, pyrexia is the other word. And this word's going to come off. So Matthew's still in really, really good position here. But that is unforced error. Let's see how it affects the game. So it does get challenged off.
Yeah. Bit of a surprise to see, but I wonder if there was some, well, I won't speculate too much about the thought process behind it. Let's take a look at...
Yeah, it's just like, I think it's a word, and one, like when you put this on the board, one turn after this, you can just make a blocking play here, and the board is, or maybe a play down, I'm not sure what, and the board is really compromised for bingoing multiple times. But yeah, you gotta pick the word that's valid first and foremost, and we've all been there getting our wires crossed. It's possible that Matthew's just, absorbed so many new words over a short time span that it's just going to take a little cementing time, and then we're not going to see plays like that come down from him anymore. He's still in great position in this game, just to be sure. That probably also motivated him to play a word that he's not 100% sure of, just knowing he's still in really, really good shape in this game, Neil.
For sure. And we see Brian make a balancing play. He knows he can't, well, he probably knows he can't block bingos either this turn or next, even if he doesn't see them, so he wants to bingo back with the best possible leave.
So here comes remaze. That is valid. This is a valid word, hooking tritones for 78. Not sure whether he's seeing mid-year or opting against it for reasons that I'm not aware of. But extirps. Okay, this is going to get challenged as well. So yeah, if I'm Brian, I'm probably challenging this one too. Makes total sense. Brian actually has a 7-letter word on his rack. It doesn't look like it plays after this. If he happened to have seen it, then this would even more incentivize him to challenge, to try to leave the spot open to play his own 7-letter word ending in S. But this word comes back valid, and Matthew goes up by 134, Neil. Big margin for him here.
Big margin and a big swing, not being able to get excerpts down.
Yeah, for sure. The saving grace, though, with that X, you will be able to, if you're Brian, just play ticks for 53. This is definitely a very quickly findable option for him. That's going to cut the gap considerably. But, of course, the issue is then Matthew is going to make another play that is going to score some points and probably block more of the board. And you'll still be down by 100-ish going into your next turn or worse. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, tough. I mean, Bryant's had some tough draws, and he had the U's early on. It is fair to say that, maybe these tiny little nuances of like, should he have tried to play a U on one of his earlier turns before he did? These are really, really minor quibbles. Overall, Bryant's playing great. No relation, by the way, just to reiterate for anybody that's joining the stream. Brian is not my brother, son, cousin, uncle, grandfather, none of those things. But he is a rapidly up-and-coming player, Neil.
Yeah. I've been in this type of position against Matthew more times than I can count, and in this situation, I can almost see the board closing in front of my eyes as we get into the later part of the game. I think ticks is a perfectly, it's hard to argue with 53 points, but it's also increasingly difficult to see a path to victory from here.
So here comes Lav. I wonder why not the F. He's probably keeping the F for this spot, if I had to guess. Or he's replacing it now.
There we
Okay,
go.
so he's just decided, yeah, I just maybe didn't see. Fave scores 12 more points and keeps a little more flexible leave than keeping FH on the rack. So this looks like a clear best play for Matthew, barring some other reason to keep the F, which again, that he could have a reason to do. But yeah, nicely spotted and played really, really fast. Keep that pressure up on Brian here and keep that lead nice and high as well.
Definitely. And another tough rack for Brian that has a bunch of bingo-y tiles. Hard to score a lot, but no bingo.
Yeah, for sure. He's close. Maybe he should try to play unpresent somewhere. Fish and eat. Sorry, Josh Sokol, if you listen to this. Just teasing. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? You would like to keep as many of these tiles as possible together, but you now have a pressing issue after Fave from Matthew, which is if you draw a 7-letter word, where is it even going to play on the board, right? So this area has been heavily, heavily obstructed. No hooks on HIE, just for the record. This is a very difficult spot to play down from. You can't play any of your letters except your N fit alongside here, which is going to be really tough to draw a bingo starting in N. So yeah, as you said, Neil, before, there is this sort of boa constrictor feeling of playing Matthew a lot, and this game following that pattern.
Yes. And Brian would need not just one bingo, but multiple in order to pull this game out, unless there were magically triples open, which is not going to happen or stay the case if he did open one.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough decision. The standard quote unquote play, if the game was like a tie game or something, you might consider just playing ENE right here, which is a nice way to score 25 points, getting the extra points from the queue, use up 2 of your 3 E's, and prevent. Well, I guess actually, if you're Brian, there are no unseen E's. So you could let the IDE hook stay open forever, knowing you're the only one that could ever get to it. So there's no pressing need to block that spot, in fact. But it seems like a good way to score well and balance your rack. But certainly doesn't help you win the game that much. And maybe this play gives you some chance to draw something crazy.
Yeah, would have to hook with the O in front if you wanted to hit that triple lane. What do you think of something with this pool kind of desperate, like playing peon, P-E-O-N, and hoping that Matt somehow has no vowels?
I saw that as an option. That seemed also very quote unquote human and reasonable to play peon right here. And what is this? Nth. Oh, nice. That's cool. This is a really, really nice play by Matthew. Neil, look how defensive that is.
No more hooks.
Yeah, great defensive play. If you're going to give Brian credit for having the last O and setting up oh no, and you've just made a really, really nice play. Not only that, I wrote over it. You've acknowledged that there is a shortage of vowels unplayed, and you haven't used either of your 2 vowels if you're Matthew to make that play. So nice job. He is drawing a bunch of them, but that's fine. He didn't run the risk of getting hosed here. So yeah, nice job. That is a Matthew O'Connor special. Really nice blocking play here. And to my point earlier, we see regents on Brian's rack, but the board is so closed off that there's just nowhere for him to play it.
Yeah, I think this might be it for Brian, but he has played very well throughout this game in terms of making the tough choices of pulling the trigger on plays when he needed to and trying to keep his chances alive. I think with the time ticking down and no way all the way back into the game. He'll just have to make any reasonable play and preserve some spread if he can.
Yeah, really. A couple bingos got past him in the form of unturfs, which you can really not expect a new player to Collins to be confidently playing these low probability 2U bingos, as we see him play reg, potentially trying to draw an A for a reg or a D for dreg and be able to bingo off of that. But other than unturfs and weirdies, which is a tough word, where he made a very solid play of id in its stead. Really solid ability being showcased by Brian. Matthew just, he drew both blanks and played a bunch of bingos, including a phony. But Matthew, of course, playing his usual brand of very solid defensive Scrabble. Once he gets that lead, it's very, very difficult to make a comeback on him. And this game, no exception.
For sure. And look at that clock. 9 minutes left.
Plenty of time. So 3 tiles in the bag. I guess he's probably just thinking like that there are bingos that Brian could have with a reg. Centils or something like that are possible. So he's going to be thinking about how he can block off this spot, but it actually shouldn't be that difficult for him. He's got the A and the D, so any kind of play in that spot himself should be fine, I would think, to make him feel comfortable that he is going to be home free without getting hit by a last bingo of the game. So I'm expecting a play down there somewhere. Neil, not sure if you have any other thought of where Matthew might play.
Yeah, I think when you're up by this amount with a board as constricted as this one, it's so hard to tell the difference between the plays that are, 100%, but on average 2 spread points better versus the ones that are 100 points, but allow a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? Because I think if Matthew plays something like oil or ale and loft or something like that here, he's going to score 24, which is more than enough to withstand any bingo that Brian might have. So your calculation, as you're basically suggesting, is if there's like a 1% chance or something that my opponent has a bingo here, but it works out so much better for me to just take my points here, because anytime he doesn't bingo, I win by more. That's the sort of calculation that you're doing in that spot. But I actually do feel like there are enough bingos that fit with a reg that it makes sense to block, and that is what Matthew does. I think there were a few others like Gelants and stuff like that there. So Matthew goes with the block, and there wasn't even anything Brian was hoping to play there. So we're going to get to the end of the game without any more fireworks. And at the end, it's going to be another win for Matthew, which he's going to be 3-0, Neil. No surprise.
No, but also, given the variance that is inherent to Scrabble, no guarantee either.
Yeah, so early. It's such a marathon. You asked a question about end game solving earlier, and the reason that you wouldn't go full bore solving every end game with every bit of mental energy that you have is just sort of logistical and humanistic, right? You're a human being. You don't have infinite energy. You have to spend it where it's warranted. If you're any kind of like normal human that experiences fatigue like the rest of us, you got to pick your spots. And end games like this are not, strictly speaking, the optimal time to use your brain power. So there are 2 ways around it. Either you become so good at end game calculations, and this is one of the, according to my engine, one of Matthew's best end game plays, Nivell up top. Or you just accept that your tiebreaker, cumulative margin of victory, is not as good as it would be if you were an infallible alien. And I can think of one person when I say that.
Yes. Gel,
Um,
also a very natural, reasonable, and I think one of Brian's best endgame plays as well.
Yeah, that was a good play just because it blocked Matthew's own ability to play in that spot with his C. Coughed would have scored a lot of points with something like LAC there. So blocking off that possibility for Matthew, scoring well yourself. Good job by Brian to make that spot, to make that play there. Matthew making one of his best endgame plays. I'll be impressed if Brian makes another optimal endgame play here. This is a trickier one. He's just going to play QIS up high. The optimal play was to play a Gons here, Neil. That's tough to see that one.
For sure, especially under time pressure. And we're going to see Co's and an end to this game.
Yep, that was also engine approved. So sorry I didn't get those endgame plays in. They all came in a bit of a flurry. The final score is 505 to 375. Not sure if these two are going to want to chat about the game, but in the off chance they do, let's cut down.
To 365.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what got into me with pyremia. It's like sort of logical as a medical term.
Yeah. Yeah, I just...
Oh, mid-year. It's also mid-year.
Mid-year.
Sure, it's,
I'm sure I missed some stuff. I'm glad I found subunit because
yeah.
I was looking at that for a while and did not even come close.
Yeah. What are some of your early racks?
MOP, SOUT. Okay. I knew there was like a 4-letter word I wasn't confident about, but yeah, I should play MOOP, MOUP, but that's fine.
What was your opener rack? Sorry.
MOOPSTU.
Homo. Mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, so I know. Yeah, I mean I saw MOUP, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
And then I was like punished by having 2 U's for a while.
Oh, what do you have when you played Chow?
UTS.
Okay.
I also thought there might be something. Yeah, I saw acoustic, but there wasn't more. Cautious.
I think there's.
I don't think there.
I blocked. What is it?
Autopsic.
Autopsic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And caps just. That's what I was thinking myself first.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
Chow.
choose.
I was wondering if there's something using the S that's like a little more.
Was that right after 13? No, what was there? Yeah, I'm not sure I missed anything.
Yeah. What about War?
That one I had NUTS, War Nuts.
No good way to get rid of the W and the U.
Yeah, there's just unwatered. Yeah, I mean, of course I want to hear you, but I didn't see your raw. I didn't know all the hooks, so I figured out.
Yeah, raw, fraud,
Yeah.
fraud. I kept
I figured those was-
EINOR when I played EE. Every option kind of sucked, but I also considered like ENE,
Yeah.
EINE, Iron.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been there.
Yeah.
No, none of them seemed fun, but it's possible my leave isn't quite good enough to sacrifice points. But, I mean, this is awesome. For your first stream game, that'll be something to people will remember from you. Yeah. What about fur?
Third?
Yeah.
Where?
Fur.
Oh, fur. Sorry. What did it have? That was also NUTS. Yeah, and it was a little bit, but I just, that was open, so I still had to ask for that.
Yeah.
So I kind of protect that a little bit. And
it's
then
like unstuffed with a T.
Yeah.
Which is a word. God bless Spencer. Unstuffed. Okay. Well, at least it wasn't a total like you got to play subunit on stream. That's worth something.
Got something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few ones I'll have to put it in, but just not really sure how to manage the vowels and stuff. They
I'm
come.
wildly running it at lunch too. Anyways.
All right. Well, definitely echoing Matthew's sentiment that subunit in your first stream game is a pretty impressive feather in your cap for Brian. Of course, he's going up against one of the best players in North America and by extension the world in Matthew O'Connor, drawing both blanks, a minor slip up with Pyremia, but still in really, really good position. And Matthew notches the win. So an exciting game, and we can cut to standings really quick. I think that probably is one of the later games in the round to wrap up. So let's see how things are going in the CSW division. If we can head on over to that. Okay, there we go. So Matthew's going to pop up as soon as that score goes in. But a lot of the top seeds off to good starts, Neil. Not super surprising here, given the strength of these players.
No, definitely not. And a lot can happen over 30-some games of Scrabble, so we will see how things play out over the next few days. Shall we take a look at what's going on this afternoon? I think we have WoW on stream for games, if I'm remembering correctly, 3 or 4 games with Brian Garnett and Heidi Robertson as our commentators.
That is correct. So the logistics from here, players are going to take lunch. I also will take lunch. Don't know about you, Neil. I'm a little hungry. All this Scrabble watching has worked up my appetite. So we'll all take a lunch break and be back at 3:45 Eastern time, switching back into the WoW division. As you correctly said, Brian Garnett and Heidi Robertson on the call. Should be a lot of fun to dip back into the WoW lexicon, North American focused lexicon. It is going to alternate in those blocks from here on out. So we get to watch a ton of amazing players across both divisions from Albany. We are going to show a historical game during lunch where the odds are decent, where if I'm commentating, I will jump scare myself when I tune back into the stream. So that should be a lot of fun. But yeah, with that, just want to thank everybody behind the scenes at LPS. Won't do our full thank yous for now. But Neil, it was a lot of fun to commentate these 3 games with you. Any final thoughts before we head into lunch?
No, thanks, Will. It's been a pleasure. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Hope you stay cozy and full of Scrabble.
Yeah, it's going to be a ton more to go. So with that, we'll cut to our break and be back in just over an hour with 3 more games from the WoW division.
We've been waiting for this moment for 30 rounds. The championship game, Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Ben Schoenbrunn. We are ready to go. Players are seated and ready. So we're going to cut right to the game. $10,000 for the winner. Second place, $3,500.
And it's Ben up first. He's drawn his 7 tiles, and we're going to see some excellent Scrabble one way or another. Both of these players have been top-notch and deserve to be in these seats.
Yeah, wow. So not the best opening pull for Ben here. Aegklow. He's got the option to play Gowk, Gowk. It looks like he sees another word as well. This is one that's new to me, as I don't know a lot of Collins, but it looks like Quella, Kwela, is going to come down. That's a great play. Scores a lot of points. Also, potentially could have played Kogals, Kogal there. That would clear up the rack, I think, a little bit better. So scoring a little bit more now at the sacrifice of his leave, holding GO instead of VW. But I think both of those are very reasonable plays, and we're off to the races. 34 points for Ben Schoenbrunn in this championship game. And Matthew to respond, he's going to do so very quickly as, I don't know, Uprootal is what's coming down. AOOPRTU. Wow, so Matthew almost instantly playing this bingo as he gets exactly the floater he needed. And in hindsight, Kogal would have given him Uprootal one space over to the side, devastating bingo down to the triple. So interesting start. Ben can't be happy to get bingoed on turn 1, but he's just got to shake it off and respond as best he can. GIINORX on his rack. And I'm seeing immediately opportunities for an X bomb, as we call them, XI, OX, and OI, holding the nice solid GINOR leave. He'd like certainly to address that U in the triple line, and yet I'm not seeing any plays that do that. Sean, are you noticing one?
No, and I think that this play is fairly straightforward. Knowing how quickly Ben has been playing, and he played Quella, it only took just a little over 30 seconds, maybe around 30 seconds on his clock, and he made that play. I'm not surprised to see XI come down quickly as well. It uncouples the eyes, it scores, and then it keeps the bingo-prone tiles. So not surprised at all that we're seeing XI come down fast. And really, I didn't see any option that would have been any better. The possibilities are fairly limited, but now with Matthew having another rack that looks like it's full of common tiles, he's perhaps thinking about something. Some box words. I'm not sure if there's a word through OX that he could play. But I think maybe we might see something like Bolt or
he's got a really nice play here. Sorry to cut you off. One bingo doesn't fit Lastborn, but he has a double through that W. It's tough to spot, but Blawart, BLAWORT. Clearly the standout play for him here. It leaves the U exposed, which perhaps is not something he wants to do, but Blawart for 48 points holding an N. Definitely his best play, and one that he needs to spot.
Very interesting. Not an easy find. If you think of your wort words, I think he will eventually find this if he spends the adequate time on it. But I think, intuitively, you look through the U, you look at that X, eventually he'll start looking through that W, and then I think he'll find this word.
Yeah, other options available. He has Balloon, BALUN through the U. He has Butanol as well, each of those scoring 30 points, but Blawart for 48, absolutely the standout here. I expect him to take a little bit more time. You want to make absolutely sure you're not missing a bingo, as you have floaters of U, P, A, and E. He is going to miss it. Balloon instead coming down. Again, you don't think to double through a W very often, but an uncharacteristic miss from Matthew, who's played very solidly across the course of this tournament. And we switch back to Ben's rack as he has AGILNOR, a very bingo-prone rack. He has the Collins-only Rangoli as a playable bingo, making AR, but I'm not seeing the possibility for any 8s that he can play, except Yeah, no, nothing that I'm aware of. He's got, oh, paroling from the P actually is also a bingo. So Ben to bingo back, and that was going to happen independent of Matthew's play, though paroling now scoring 2 additional points. So
they've taken a little chance here to take a look at, double check this word, and you'll get the nickel for balloon, and then we'll see. I would imagine that paroling will be found by Ben in no time, and that will place the I just below the double letter score. So we'll see if Matthew is fortunate enough to draw some kind of big play in that corner, but definitely with ROT on his rack, he's potentially hoping that he could himself draw into some bingo tiles and have a response bingo.
yeah. So Matthew pulling into his ORT, he's going to get ADDN. Not a lot of flexibility in one of those frustrating racks that not going to be able to score a lot, not going to be able to keep super bingo prone. So Matthew will have an interesting turn as Benji does indeed find his highest scoring bingo, paroling 78 points for him, and it's going to launch him into the lead as Matthew has a rather frustrating rack to deal with. I'm not immediately seeing any good options for Matthew. Maybe
he could play DOT. He could play DOAT in the top right corner. It's about 31 points. I think that is sort of justifiable. It would keep R&D on his rack. This rack normally bingos through an E, but that is not in a spot that he can use. So I think just trying to keep the game close, not being in a situation where you're overly dependent on bingos. I think it would be better for him to just take the points and keep going. And I think that that's probably what will happen sooner than later. If he had drawn an E, though, it would have been interesting if he had found Danewort after missing Blauwort. So that would have been a thought process that might have made him realize, oh, I didn't see that earlier.
Yeah, no, DOAT, I think clearly the standout play for him here. Nothing else makes a lot of sense. I think he'll take his time, look for bingos, again, recognize he doesn't have one, and we'll move on from there. Ben with a crazy draw. You love to draw that blank in a championship game, but 4 E's and a V as well. Wow, we're not playing Pokemon, but it'd be great to play EV, EEVEE out of that. So interesting.
Well, he might end up playing Evo, EVOE, or he might play U to the W. But I imagine Evo will be a reasonable play that will score just a little bit more. And it plays in more than one spot. So I would think that would be the play, unless he has another word that I'm not familiar with superior. But DOT does come down. So actually, now that I'm seeing the board, Evo will play, VEE could be a consideration as well, forming 1 in age and div. So there's some options. I kind of like Evo for the fact that it's dealing with one more vowel, but you got to kind of weigh that against the additional points. And I think for V, that looks like it would be just enough more to maybe absorb the fact that if you keep the additional vowel by playing VE or VOE, but I think it would probably choose VE.
Yeah, one other option here is Keeve, Keeve. A nice way to play off 3 of those E's and score well as well. VOE or VEE at the top underneath paroling both give back big counters for Matthews. He can just drop 3 tiles, make Diva or Dive, or more points if he has an S on his rack. So that's one consideration, but not a huge one. Evo as well, forming OK and EW makes a lot of sense. But I think Keeve probably the best play here for Benji. And we'll need to see if he's, that's a play I'm hesitant to make because I'm not 100% sure on the hooks. Does it just take an S or does it take more? But I think just the standout play, and it looks like that's what he's looking at as well. Keeve going to score him 24 points, unmuck this rack, and hold blank OE. One thing I'm looking at, if I'm Matthew, is Ben is nicely for us putting all of his letters up and down, but that blank is sideways. I wonder, if he notices one tile is a little bit shorter than the rest. I'm not sure how tall this board is, if he can even see Ben's rack, but Ben, I would put that blank the right way. He's going to crush the right play. Kiev definitely, I think, the standout here. And we're turning back over to Matthew, who's got a very strange rack, DEMMNRV. So that's going to be tough. He's got to be happy to see these E's come out because that gives him significantly more that he can do with his rack. But still not a lot of solid options for him. Remend, Vendor, Nerved, Merman are options through those E's. He's got something like Voider if he wants to hold both of the M's, but I'm not seeing any standout. Maybe Madmen through the A, that'd be holding a V, but you're not going to be able to clean up this whole rack in just one move. MM, just fishing those two. DENRV also rather bingo prone, and MM playing alongside Kiev. Lots to think about here. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew spends a while. If he really wants to blow it all up, I think the best way to unload this rack 2 is Vommed, VOMMED, through the O and paroling. Doesn't score well, but gets rid of all of this dreck at once. And with 2 unseen blanks to Matthew, maybe you do go digging for him. Sean, between MM, Vommed, just Vom, Madmen, what are you thinking here?
Well, I think this is arguably the toughest turn we've seen so far in this game. I don't know that there's one right answer. I do like the option of playing Vommed and turning over the tiles and kind of throwing this bad stuff away. And that seems to be what he's selected. I think sometimes when you see your tile rack and you think it's so disgusting, it makes you want to vom. So that's appropriate.
Yeah, we like this play. It does give back huge double-double opportunities with the right overlaps, but you can't play scared like that and, be afraid of opening a double-double in a game where you're down. Just got to get that dreck off your rack, try to get back in bingo range as quick as you can. I like this idea for Matt, and it does open the board up in a way that, maybe this board wasn't otherwise going to get opened up. So Ben now to respond, as Matthew dealt with a bunch of consonants, Ben dealing with a bunch of vowels, DEE, IOU blank, can't be super excited to draw more vowels into his EO blank leave. And as far as I see, there are no playable bingos for Ben on this turn. There were 2 potential 8s if you got a B, R, or T as a floater, but those are not there. And now Ben going to be stuck deciding, do I make a play like video, try to get rid of some of these vowels? Do I play a little smaller with something like EVOE through the V? Meowed from the M is another option, MEOUED. But Ben can't like all those plays for the same reason. They open this board in a game where he's ahead and he has the blank. He's up by 26 points and it's his turn. Don't want to open the board. I think Meowed, MEOUED, has to be the play to make here. But I am not totally sure if I'm missing a good option. Maybe OX.
I kind of like dumping dumping the EI to form REI and Oxum. It scores, I believe, 22 or something like that. I could be doing my math wrong.
22.
But it's a little bit of a squeezing play, and he's choosing Lewd. I don't like Lewd better than Meowed. So this one, I'm not sure if you feel that this is a play that's similar to that. But to me, if you're gonna be giving up the ED, then you may as well playing on that side. Then you may as well keep going. And I don't think that the hanging the D up in the top right corner is dangerous enough to worry about that when you can unload 2 more vowels. So how do you feel about that, Matthew?
If nothing else, I would spend more time there. I still prefer Meowed. Ben doing a good job knocking out the double-double. That's the last thing you want to allow Matthew to do in this situation with your lead, with your advantage in this game. But if nothing else, Ben, I think you need to spend a little bit more time on that turn. It's a big deciding turn in the game. He is going to end up drawing very well into his EIO blank leave this time with CFS. And Matthew has AENNRSW. Wanner is good, WANNER, but it is an adjective. It extends to wanest. There is no wanners, and there are no playable bingos for Matthew on this turn. So he'll have to make a decision. Is wanners good? Even if it's not good, do I think I can sneak it by Ben? You see he set up Swanner as well. I think he's talking himself out of both of these words. And if he's not
we
going
just heard from Matthew that he's unsure of Colin's words, and this is a tough thing where you've learned a word as one, knowing that it's an adjective that compares to wanner and wanest, but then you have to ask yourself, wait, when did I learn that? Did I learn that before I started playing Collins? And did I specifically relearn that word when I started studying Collins? And in his case, as he said, since the pandemic, that I know for sure whether or not it has that water could be maybe a noun in this other lexicon. So that definitely creates a problem from your level of certainty. I don't think that he'll take a chance to take a chance on it. I think he's more likely to try to dump a WN and try again. He doesn't have a great way to play that WN to score a lot of points. He can score, somewhere between 12 and 15 points or something with short plays, I think. But it's definitely not an optimal situation for him right now. The deficit that he's behind is not that much, though. So I think if he thinks he can play short and draw into a bingo the next turn, that's probably where he'd want to go. However, it's most likely the case where Ben will have a bingo in the next turn, and that'll become a challenge.
Yeah, so Matthew, again, the decision, do I play long, do I play short, do I score now, do I try to score more later? So he's got just WAN through the A and up Rudel, holding the very bingo-prone AENRS, but scoring just 13 right now. He has Answer and Keeves, which will open this board up, but play off almost all of his bingo tiles. That scores 33. Or he can split the difference with a play like Bon, which is what he's doing. Score a little bit more now, 18 instead of 13, at the expense of slightly destabilizing his leave. Now, looking at the tracking is very important for Matthew here. There are 7 unseen I's, 5 unseen E's, 3 unseen A's, 4 unseen O's. So one of those 7 I's will definitely help him out of this situation. And we'll see if he's able to pull that and pull a bingo here. But Bond kind of split the difference, score a little bit now, and try to score again next turn. Although I don't think that draw is what he wanted. And Ben, with a bunch of gifts on his rack, one might even say he has an eco gift on his rack, as eco gifts plays along the 6th row, forming XIS. It'll triple the C, it'll triple the F. It's a very nice play. Thank you for pointing that out in chat, Alex Seaholm. And we'll see if he sees that play, and if he does see it, if he actually wants to play it, as it slots an E in a triple in a game where he's pulling ahead by 110. Maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe, he's choosing not to bingo at all. And I think he only had 2 bingos in that rack, Offices and Coiffes, COIFFES. Neither one of those plays. So actually, Eco Gifts is the only playable bingo that Ben had, according to Quackle. And he either misses it, bypasses it, or one of those. But I think that's a turn that Ben rushes for sure. I know that he has all of Matthew's thought process to try to alphagram that rack and find stuff, but he did miss one. And with 17 minutes and 45 seconds on your clock, I don't know that that's what you want to do. So Matthew with the miss of Blawart earlier, Ben with the probable miss of Eco Gifts now, although funnily enough, he's basically drawn it again or very close to it. Tough spot. Probably don't even look through that T in most cases. And we'll switch over to Matthew now, EENORRS. He tried to split the difference, be a little bit more aggressive, and played off the A, thinking he can probably draw another bingo. And he did actually get one. Overrens, OVERRENS, does play through the V. We've seen a little bit of shakiness on Colin's words before, so Matthew, I bet, spends a little bit more time and verifies to himself, yeah, that is good, right? I'm not thinking of anything else. But over Wren's, I believe the one playable bingo that Matthew has. Once we get this put into Quackle, I can get you a definitive answer. But I almost certainly expect him to see this. A player of his caliber shouldn't be missing a bingo like that. He's just going to take his time, make sure there's nothing else, make sure he's sure that's a word. And over Wren's going to come down as Ben probably to bingo back after that. One unseen blank, so if Matthew pulls it after this bingo, it's still certainly anybody's game. But Ben with a 60-point lead and a bingo on board, we'll see. The next draw for Matthew is crucial. Matthew is playing over Wren's here. Oh no. Matthew just plays over and hits his clock, holding RENS. Huge bingo miss for Matthew here. Oh, goodness. And now we switch over to Ben. Matthew is going to bingo next turn with something like reusing, but you need to hit the bingo now. Ooh, tough miss and a big high-stakes game for Matthew. And now Ben back on board. He's got to make a decision. What is my most defensive versus highest scoring bingo? Do I play something down from the A like Aconites? Do I try to knock out that front hook on cover, the back hook on Kiev? Do I score as much as I can right now, or do I try to shape this board? Maybe a play with uprootals. It like, I'm not maybe a bingo that starts with an S and makes uprootals. Lots of stuff to think about, and even the potential for 11s from over. That would be incredible. A huge flex on stream in the championship game. Is something there? So Ben's got a lot to think about. I can't imagine he doesn't spend a good amount of time on this turn. Looks like the highest scoring bingo is Echoist, ECHOIST, forming hover. That's really tough to spot, but is going to triple the C. However, it opens a triple line and another bingo line. And with the leave he has, I think that's a crazy play. You've got to play something a little bit more defensive. Perhaps a play like Cestoid and Kieves is available. Quackle letting us know that there are no sick over words or cover words. But if I'm Ben, I certainly look for the flair on stream in this situation. So lots for Ben to think about. I'm not sure what the right answer is, and this is more one of those situations where, what am I comfortable playing? What am I comfortable giving my opponent? So it looks like Ben has opted to play Coziest, COSIEST. Not a bad decision as well. It addresses a lot of the big spots on this board, and Ben, after Matt's big bingo miss, is going to jump further ahead. We know Matthew will bingo back with reusing or something similar to that, but Ben now up over 100 points, and Matthew to have just a low-scoring bingo back, if I'm seeing correct. Whoa.
Yeah, it's quite a turn of events in this last few turns. I mean, Eco Gifts was a potentially harder find, but partly because of the placement. It's also maybe not a word that comes up every day. But you could feel that rack had a number of things, so maybe to keep looking, and then here with the following play with overends seems to be maybe just a gap from somebody who hasn't played Collins that long, so that's understandable, but definitely a couple of unforced errors, you could say. That said, they're both still getting bingos down in the following turn, so it's almost like that error has corrected itself, and now Matthew's chosen Signor, which is a really big score because he's pluralizing uprootal, and seems to be, he's committed his play, and that's the one that's come down. So even though they may have made these little misses, I think it's nice that neither one player was punished too severely for that. They each kind of move on from that to get their bingos down.
So two interesting things here now for Ben. It looks like they paused the clock to confirm the score. I don't think this is a challenge. I think they're just trying to make sure their numbers are all correct. One for Benji, he has Tsuris now. The second game we've seen this come up, Tzuris through the U. Tough to spot that word, but it'll score a good amount of points. The other thing, all these different spellings of signor, it seems very arbitrary which ones do and don't take S's. Ben has 2 S's now. Will he try the hook? It is invalid. But will he try it? Maybe Matthew is trying to bait him. Maybe Matthew just trying to do his highest scoring bingo. But that's a big thing yet to come. Ben is going to crush that spot. Zuri's is going to put him back up by about 110. Though Matthew drawn QI with a great plays to crush that Q. It's going to leave him with the very unstable ABGHH as a leave. But when you can score that much with your Q, you almost need to. Matthew probably going to see if he can set up his Q elsewhere. If he's got a big like hover play that maybe retains the Q, I don't expect that Zuri's spot to go away if he can hold QI and score a lot right now. But yeah, he'll take his time on this turn. Very important that he's able to score now and maybe try to get himself in bingo range shortly. He does have a high AHIGA, which is playable with hover. That doesn't quite set up the Q, but it does open the board up quite a bit. But I think QI definitely, just the amount of points he can score there has got to be his right thing to do. So that's what he's going to do. Hits his clock, puts it back on Ben. ADFIPST is Ben's rack. So not the most balanced, but does have something like zaps from the Z to score a lot of points again this turn, though it does float an S out for Matthew. Sean, do you see any short words from the Z that don't burn Ben's S?
No, I think that's going to be it. But like he's holding on to the F, so potentially on a later turn he could play below coziest. So I think in terms of being able to score, and the potential usefulness of the S is limited right now. Yes, it's a generally good bingo tile, but in terms of pluralizing things, there's not that much to do here. So I don't think it's too big a deal, and he can kind of keep the pressure on Matthew with the scoring being so continuous. I know after you bingo with Seigneur, if your opponent then scores with the Z and then uses it again to score twice, they've kind of neutralized your bingo and then some with these two non-bingo plays. So it really puts you in a tough spot because it takes a lot of work to get to that bingo, and then it's not it doesn't in terms of paying off from a points perspective. You feel like, hey, I'm still in this big hole. Why is that? So it's challenging now, and now he's got the plays with the H's. He didn't really draw anything too synergistic. He's picked up the J, which then gives him words like Hudge, which he may have to play, but it's looks like he might play Hen and Hudge or Ish and Hudge, but I would think it'd be Hen and Hudge. But that just means that the board again will not necessarily be expanding in terms of opportunities, and that is not good news for Matthew, who is still trying to get to a point where he can rebalance his rack, and it's going to take him probably 2 or 3 turns to get to a point where he can do that. And meanwhile, Ben will score a bit and be able to try to set himself up again for another bingo.
Yeah, so unseen to Matthew are 3 I's. So he could make a play like HAJ and HIS, setting up an I hook that he doesn't have. But the odds that Ben does have an I after his last string of plays is extremely high. So maybe Matthew needs the volatility down 100 points, or he can make a more conservative play, Hodge in that spot that he's chosen, or with HEN next to FOE. Both of those are reasonable options as well. So Matthew, I think, holding the vowel, not many vowels left for him to pull, and he's just got to hope he picks up that blank and is able to do something with it. He's going to miss it again, and you can almost see from his posture, his chances in this game are slipping away. We know Ben does not have the blank, but he doesn't know that. In this situation, he has to play as if Ben doesn't, because it's game over if he does, and there's no point playing for spread right now. You've got to try to win $10,000 if you can at all. Ben did not pull what he hoped to after Zaps. He also had ZATI in that same spot, 6 fewer points, but ZATI held 4 consonants and he did draw 3 more. So whether he missed or chose to play zaps for points or tactical purposes, it now looks like a huge decision that he did, because 7 consonants is not ever where you want to end up when you're nursing a lead and trying to stop your opponent from catching back up into this game. So bad draw, but it could have been a lot worse. Ben, I think, just going to try to score as much as he can. He'll play drift. It opens a spot for Matthew to potentially bingo on a triple word with the right overlaps, but it scores so well that he'll likely survive that bingo anyway. Unclutters a nasty rack and fishes for that blank in the bag. Unseen to Ben are 17 unseen tiles, 10 in the bag. So even if Matthew does bingo after drift, Matthew's not going to be able to bingo a second time. This is looking very close to game over unless Matt's able to come up with a very clever play to get back into this game. It's going to take a miracle, but I bet he sets up a way to try to make a miracle happen here. Maybe some kind of overlap. Gotta set up a lane where he can draw a high-scoring bingo. And Ben, a big sigh of relief as he does draw that blank. It's going to be very challenging for Matthew to bingo on him now. Ben, you can see probably covering a grin on his face as he knows he's more or less won this tournament and $10,000 at the Word Cup. Matthew, going to go down swinging, though. He's got to assume here that he draws the blank. I'll give y'all the unseen pool. There are 5 in the bag right now. Blank C, E, E, I, N, T, U, Y, Y. So I think after a 5-tile play like drift, Matthew has to hope on the 50-50 chance that Ben left the blank as one of the 5 in the bag and did not draw it as one of the 5 he just drew. We know, of course, that's not true, but Matthew got to do everything he can. Look for bingos that he can draw. Hope that Ben has U, Y, Y, I, or something in that vein. Of course, we know this is essentially decided, but Matthew going to use probably the rest of his clock trying to find ways to bingo here. He can't just make a play like GOAL alongside drift and roll over. He'll go down swinging if I know anything
If he
about
plays something like HOA, then under coziest he could play that really aggressively. It's 3 tiles. You may be able to draw something. It's just not going to work. I mean, I don't think that. I think that it gives Ben lots. Ben has lots of options in terms of ways to come back. But from Matthew's vantage point, maybe if he turns over enough tiles, he could pull into something, fortunate. That's the thing, is really like, how do you give yourself some kind of chance, some kind of shot? It might be something unlikely, but you want to kind of give yourself enough opportunity to go from having a rack, which is not very bingo prone, to one. That he's kind of lined up HOA here, so he's considering that possibility. But you fork the board, you create this stress that, hey, if my opponent does somehow hit a bingo, will they catch up? And then becomes a math game. Well, the one thing about playing HOA is that at least the score in of itself for this play would be 12, 13, 14, 20, 31 points. So let's just say, yeah, I could stay maybe in range if I'm able to bingo out. And the range is also very important, because you can't just say, oh, okay, I'm going to play whatever will get me into a bingo, but meanwhile fall so far behind that a bingo won't even win. And that's a consideration that's often missed by players, is that maybe you go for something that has statistically less of a chance of bingoing, but at least keeps you in the mathematically in the game. And that is something very important of consideration for Matthew. The flexibility that this blank provides means that it's going to be really hard for anything to happen that Ben can't overcome.
Yeah, HOA seems like what he's thinking about here. The problem is with those 2 unseen Ys, even a play like YIN from Benji will score so well that I'm not sure a bingo back from Matthew will be enough to win the game. He's probably doing exactly this math in his head right now. What bingos could I actually draw? What would Ben end up with left on his rack? and probably deciding, you know what, yin is going to kill me here. So he's going to play low ta instead. Try to bingo to that H, overlapping drift down from the B or down from the S in zaps. He needs to score now, not let Ben score, and try to get back into this game. Ben did have a bingo on his rack. Tenuity played with ST and TE, and HOA would have given back Tenuity for significantly more points. So it works out in this instance, but Matthew has to know now without drawing the blank. You see him pursing his lips. This game's done, and he will not be bringing home his second major championship and $10,000. Instead, Ben Schoenbrunn going to be our CSW Division Championship. He has a bingo as well, so can he go out in style and play Antique, making the blank a Q from the A that Matthew strung out? Will he go out in style, or will he just make this turn quickly and ensure the victory? We'll find out shortly, but I think in either case, with the garbage that Matt has and unseen to Benji, A, B, C, E, G, I, N, Y, just one in the bag. Gynecia, potentially unseen, but no spot for it. I'm not seeing any other bingos in that rack unless there's a Collins only one. Antique, certain to win this game. Ben will miss it. He'll play Unity instead, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Oh, Untidy instead. More points. So Ben missing Antique. We've seen several misses in this game, but cannot emphasize enough how hard it is to play on stream. So Ben Untidy, gonna win the game for him. While we're here, please like this video, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. If you like watching Scrabble, there will be plenty of it on this channel. Josh Greenway doing some great work. Sean as well, doing everything he can to bring Scrabble to y'all. Gotta give a lot of thanks to everybody involved in putting this tournament together. Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, directors, Word Game Players Organization, and Linda Finn doing a lot of the brain work. Seth Lipkin and crosstables.com for hosting the entrance list and making everybody's lives easier. Noah Slatkoff, I cannot say enough nice things on the back end, has been running Quackle for us and keeping our scores updated. So thankless job, no FaceTime, and all the work. I've been rotating on and off. Sean has been here all day, every day, running the stream and finally moving over to commentary. Josh Greenway now behind the scenes, putting this all together. Annette Tedesco and her legacy living on in this big tournament. She hosted July 4th tournaments for years and years in Albany, got us this venue and a great relationship with them. So just so many people. It takes a village to put this stuff together. And of course, everybody here on the stream watching us. We wouldn't be streaming unless we had people like y'all keeping us entertained in the chat and watching this. So thanks to everybody for putting together what was an awesome event, Word Cup in Albany, New York, 2023. We will have another Word Cup next year. 2024's Word Cup has been announced to be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So bring your shorts and short sleeves. It's going to be hot, but the desert in the summer is absolutely beautiful, and the mountains in Albuquerque beautiful as well. Get your name on that entrance list early. Block off your calendars. I believe it's in July. And yeah, lots of stuff going on, lots of Scrabble. Like and subscribe to this channel. Check out wordgameplayers.org to find more tournaments in your area, or cross-tables.com to find information about these players and other upcoming tournaments as well. Sean, do you have any other words? Did I miss anybody?
Well, I'll give a shout out to my wife. She was Miriam was behind the scenes in a lot of the registration pieces. There's many people who have contributed to this event, to this tournament scene that we have. So I'm appreciative of everybody who has been involved. The great hospitality provided by the city of Albany, by the folks here at this host venue, at the Marriott. So certainly a great collaborative effort all around. I thank all the players who came out, some of them who didn't know what to expect and decided, hey, I'm going to try this. I'm going to come out. And folks like ourselves who made the trip from some distance. Some people came from great distances. Some people came from across the water. Those people, I really want to appreciate them as well. So now we've got Beachy coming down to unload these tiles. Maybe that's the way that the rest of the summer can be spent by these guys once they cash in their prize checks for first and second. I think it's going to be worthwhile, and there's more Scrabble to be played. There will be Matthew will go on to battle in another day for another event. So really tremendous performances by them. So congratulations to our World Cup Collins champion Ben Schoenbrunn, first time champion, but probably not the last time. Well done.
Yeah, well done for Ben. I'm sure we'll get him back here for an interview as soon as he's able to, gather his composure, catch his breath. I'd be grinning ear to ear. My first major championship, $10,000 in my pocket. Ben's got to be on cloud nine right now, and deservedly so. You've got to play very well across the course of a tournament in a field with absolutely killer players. Adam Logan, Will Anderson, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Matthew O'Connor, both Reinke twins, to come on top after 31 games for all of that. Big congrats to Ben, and congrats to Matthew Tunnicliffe as well. Gave us some great games on stream. Second place certainly ain't shabby, and $3,500, I believe, is the prize fund for him.
Hello, everybody. Welcome or welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble, the best place to watch Scrabble in the universe. That's the new tagline, calling it now. You are watching coverage of the Albany New Year's tournament, hosted by WIGPO, Word Game Players Association, and generously supported by Bob Lynn. I'm Brian Garnett, aka Bunzo, aka Scrabunzo, aka Just Bunzo. And I'm delighted to be joined by the heroine to birds, Heidi Robertson. Hello, Heidi.
Hello. I hope I'm not going to be too laggy. Sorry in advance if that happens, but we'll do the best we can here.
We're happy to have laggy Heidi with us. It's better than no Heidi. So, uh, what we're going to do now is we're going to start coverage of the WoW division, the North American Lexicon. And we are going to start with a matchup between the two leaders of the tournament so far, after 3 games. That will be Carl Higby and Jonathan Lind, two expert players. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the standings change after this matchup. We've got Carl Higby in first by spread. These are the only two players who are undefeated so far. What we're
Nice.
going to do now is see. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say I've seen Carl play quite a bit. He's quite a strong player, but I don't know if I've seen Jonathan play that many times. Have you? Do you have much experience with this one, this matchup?
Oh no, I mean I've seen Jonathan around a lot, but haven't had the pleasure of playing him yet. But seen his standings climb over the years, his rating climb, um, and I think we're in for a treat here. Who's this? Sorry, everybody. Um,
That's not the
oh,
matchup we're watching, is it? What is happening? Okay.
oh,
No.
just a little glitch here. We have
Yeah.
Carl versus Jonathan. Sorry, everybody. We'll get the we'll get the player info on Jonathan soon and see their head-to-head matchup.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Actually, we're just going to cut to the game now.
We'll figure out all the background stuff
Yeah.
in the background. Let's go.
All right.
All right.
Here we go.
Okay, so
Okay. It
Carl,
looks
go
like.
first here.
Mhm.
I'm really
And we're
sorry,
going to give it
Brian,
a pause.
if I end up cutting you off. I think I'm dealing with a little bit of a lag here, so I know that does not make for the best viewing experience. So apologies to everyone if that happens. I'll just do my best to try and not talk over Brian, or have that thing where we both start talking at the same time.
Yeah,
So,
it's just the nature of things. Yeah, it would always be better if the commentators were in the same room together.
yes, next time.
Next time.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We're going to start with a bingo on the first turn
Ooh,
for Carl. Are there?
what do you think about placement here, Brian? Where if you're playing this bingo, how are you playing? Oh, he's got a couple of options, looks like.
Um, yeah, I think primarily he's going to want to avoid putting vowels next to the double letter squares. Oh, okay. And yeah, he's doing that with another anagram of lioness. Um, yeah,
Excellent.
that looks good. I see nothing wrong with that placement. You've got the I in the double lane, but that's better than having an E, probably.
Yeah, not putting any vowels beside those premium squares. There's a few other. What are all the bingos here? We saw the first one, insoles and lesions, and then lioness. Is there anything else in there? I think there's at least one more.
Good question. And I have another question. What are Jonathan's tiles?
Uh-oh. Oh, is the rat cam frozen? Maybe? That happens to
By the
me
way,
when I was trying to do my own things, my own stream.
those are the three anagrams. So Carl showing off by telling us all three anagrams of lioness
Well,
there.
but the like I said, there was one more, right? Esloins or something like that. Esloins?
Well, we're in the North American lexicon, so
Oh, is that not right?
so
We're in
basically,
WoW. We're in WoW, right?
yeah, yeah.
I'm in WoW, I thought. Yeah. Yeah. I
Oh,
think Esloins is good in WoW, isn't it?
well, not
I
according to
saw it
Zizu.
there. I saw it there as an option. Anyway.
We'll get that figured out.
Oh, maybe I have
Um,
a that problem with it where I have like WoW words and Collins words in the same file. Okay, I gotta figure out my thing then.
oh,
WoW. I
I
have
mean,
another WoW.
I guess I should check another source here.
Yeah,
I
somebody said it's Collins only. So I switched my dictionary to see if it's see if I have the right one in here. Hopefully.
Yeah, it is indeed not in the WoW lexicon. Okay, sorry. Oh, looks like we do have Jonathan's rack now. Um, it looks like
Okay. MNRYEIO. Okay.
he's considering
So,
various options, shuffling his tiles. What do you think he's wanting to do here, Heidi?
well, the rack looks pretty balanced except for that MY, maybe Yum, I think. I would try to keep NIR in my rack here since I don't see any bingos. But if you could play Yum somewhere, that would be probably a good option under the one in Lioness or Overtop, either or.
Hmm. Oh,
I
it looks like he's going to play Mooney.
Okay,
Um,
24
scores a
points
little
for that.
more than Yam, but I suppose the leave is slightly inferior by keeping two vowels and one consonant.
Yeah.
Okay, so talk us through this next rec, Heidi, while I get caught up on chat here. I see it
Okay, yes.
running at lightning speed.
So it looks like he has bingos available. Highest scoring one is 77. He's playing very quickly. I guess he spotted it very quickly, so no need to look at anything else. He's gonna play Endeared here. Happy New Year to everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here. I just got in from a trip up north at like 1 a.m. this morning. So if I seem a little bit off, that's why. I'm like, haven't had a chance to get back into streaming mindset yet or anything. But yeah, Endeared coming down for 77 points. Very quickly. Good job.
Yeah, so um, looks like Jonathan blocked the double-double possibility that Carl would have
Oh
had
no.
had he not played there.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
What was the double-double that
but
he had?
he had reminded,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
but he'll
What
take
about Jonathan
Endeared
here?
to take a big lead. Oh,
Right. Yes.
okay, so
Yeah, this doesn't
Jonathan,
look.
yeah, I see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. That would be great if he had an N available. Three N's on the board and none of them available for him. That's too bad. That's so frustrating when that happens. Because otherwise, it's not a very nice rack to look at. Well, it's
No,
not that bad. It's just that UII it makes it look so much worse than it is. What are you going to do here,
so
Brian?
what we see um, that according to equity, Quackle's favorite option is to play UI after D to make DUI for a
Mm-hmm.
whopping 6 points. But it's always tough to make a play like that when you don't know for
Yes,
certain that the computer actually likes that play.
exactly.
It never feels
Exactly.
good to
It's
do
so
that.
true. It's so true. It's hard to believe like that there's nothing better, right? That I mean,
Right.
but yeah, it's when you have all these low scoring tiles, low point tiles, and sometimes that's what you have to do. You're so close to a bingo and just have to maybe be patient for one turn and hope that you can bingo the next turn. I guess 6 and like 70 is better than, I don't know, 14 and 20 or something.
Yeah, but he's got to start scoring fast. Down
Yes,
by
he's pretty far behind.
120 points.
Yeah.
But
But it's early yet.
yeah, I'll
We're only
tell for
3
that.
turns
Yeah,
in.
indeed.
No diuretic either. Someone's pointed out in the chat. Yeah, that's a nice spot. Um, what are people talking about? Time zones in the chat. Did I miss something?
Oh, I don't know, but I was wondering, yeah, is it 2026 for anyone out there already in chat?
Right. Yeah.
If so, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year's Eve to the rest of us who are still waiting. And thanks for spending it here. What a great way to chill before ringing in the new year. And ringing in the new year with some Scrabble. First tournament of the year.
And I suppose the last tournament of this year.
For some reason, Josh doesn't like it when we say that, but I don't know why. It's so awesome
Oh,
to be the last tournament of the year and the first tournament of the next year.
I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say that.
I think I it was not appreciated when I said that before. Oh man. Um so yeah, I guess apparently we've been working on some new stats too, I think, for this tournament. Josh Koff has been doing some new stats for us. He's been doing a lot of work getting us some cool functions here on the streams. So we went with you. Oh wait, sorry, did I miss a turn? I hope I didn't miss anything. Okay, it was
Yeah, sorry everyone. Jonathan exchanged his UI rather
oh,
than playing it, perhaps
okay.
thinking that, yeah, perhaps thinking the 6 points wasn't worth kind of taking out um, some bingo lanes,
Okay. Okay.
and picked up PI. Then Carl very quickly played you to
Okay.
extend his lead. Now we're back on Jonathan.
Okay.
Does I'm sure he's looking for bingos here. Does he have any, Heidi?
Let's see here. Yes, he has one. Well, he has a couple, I guess it's 3 options. And 2 of them are pretty fun. Pretty fun
He
words.
found one.
Nice. That's the one that's that's so crazy that this word, riptide, can also be tide rips. I had no idea.
Tide rips. That's good to know.
Unless my this lexicon is also messed up. Is that a
Uh,
Collins thing? Is that a Collins thing?
let me double check.
I think I had this issue before where I tried to download the WoW lexicon and for some reason it wanted to merge Lex or something. I need a tech expert to come and help me get the right lexicon on here. Uh,
Well, while we wait on that, indeed, Israq plus S, there are exactly 3 anagrams in this lexicon. Spirited plus the duo of riptides and tide rips.
okay, so it is good. Thank goodness.
Hmm. Yeah, everything looks good to me
And he
on,
did do
on
it.
the screen.
He did tide rips, hoping to elicit a challenge, maybe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Nice. Nice
Carl
job.
doesn't even bat an eye, though.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and add this trio to my card box right now.
Yeah,
I love those compound words that can go in either order, like this. Tide
yeah.
rip, riptide.
Then you don't have to
Um,
remember, wait, which way does this go?
yeah.
Like wire line? Is it line wire or wire line?
Is it headrail or railhead?
That one does too, doesn't it? Doesn't that go
Yeah.
both ways? Okay.
Mhm. Oh,
But wireline does not. Like,
oh, I see. I see.
yeah. Okay, this, what are we gonna do? What is Carl gonna do here? Do you see anything that jumps out? I see one play that looks kind of good in this position. Play that I like.
Oh,
It's hard
yeah.
though
Uh,
because, yeah,
yeah, very, very useful Scrabble word of, oh, I assumed you were talking about viewing,
I was talking about Viewey.
but this
This is,
also makes sense. It scores less, but
yes, it
takes up
does.
that triple lane. Uh,
Definitely makes sense.
yeah.
What would be your preference here? It's a 12 more points to play Viewey and open up a triple option, or just cover this spot. But I guess if you play Viewey, then there's two triple spots open. So I don't know which one. I think if I saw Viewey, I don't know. It's really hard though. It's hard to leave those spots open psychologically, right? Because the T is so much easier to hit than a V or something. So
Um,
I think I might be drawn to take out the T spot myself as well.
but the V wouldn't go in the triple lane, right? In viewing.
Viewey, yeah. Oh, I'm looking at V. Yeah, the Y
Oh,
in.
oh, excuse me. I, I, I was looking at the other spot for viewing, which of course does not score nearly as much as uh,
I
viewing onto the Y in U. Yeah, sorry.
guess we need a
Um,
telestrator, eh, to show.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah, yeah, I liked just knocking out the triple spot. Um, so I think we need to update that score. Carl
Yes,
should have
sorry about that.
184.
I just did it. I just realized that I had not committed
Right.
yet. But now
So
cajoler, does it go anywhere?
uh,
And is it good?
not that I can see. Is it good? That's a good question.
Just make it,
Uh,
sometimes you can't add an R to everything one who cajoles. That sounds like it should be good, but the lexicons are not always reasonable or logical.
right. It is indeed good. So nice find, even if it's
Yes,
unplayable
very
here.
nice.
So
Very
what
nice find. So what do you do instead? Or were you gonna ask me
exactly?
what would I do? It is a
Well,
tough one.
the primary concern would be to, get rid of that J, try to score if you
Yes.
can, and hope that
Yeah, exactly.
bingo on a future turn as J is not very much not a bingo tile. And bingo is what he wants to do very soon. So
What
what
do
do
you
you
think
think this,
about,
go ahead.
well, I was gonna ask what you thought about Raj alongside you, making AY and JO.
Yeah, it scores 39 points and keeps COLE. Um, Another option would be to play Joe in that same spot for
Oh, yay.
28 points, 11 fewer points, but uh, keep a better leave with all the letters of clear. Oh,
Right.
he's just gonna blow up the rack, actually.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you see the word and you just want to play it, eh? Because it's such a nice word. But I feel like that's a habit you kind of have to break. His tiles are very, very nice here. So it's kind of, I don't know, we'll see what he draws, but hopefully he doesn't get burned for this.
Suppose he just really wants that
How
next
many?
point, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let
So
me
yeah,
get caught up on
183,
stacking.
183 to 124 now. Carl looking at defog. Where would that go? Oh, you could play that where we were talking about, just beside you. You could also play foggy just to the Y, opening up the triple lane.
And it looks like, yeah, he's playing Defog alongside you, which
Okay.
scores 37, and he keeps
Yes.
GW.
Yeah.
Just
Partier.
not scoring
That's what
anything.
a lot of people will be doing today, eh?
Yeah, then we're all going to do that today. Tonight.
But then there's partyist, Brian. What do you think of that?
Oh, I just learned that word recently. And challenged it because it just didn't seem like a word.
Yeah.
Partyist, the partyist person I know, Heidi Robertson.
Insane. Yeah. Does he have any play? Where is he gonna? What is he gonna do here? He can't play his bingo, I think. Oh wait, sorry. What did I do? Did I do something weird? You make sure. Okay, yeah. I just have to. I didn't actually set the rank yet. That's what happened.
Yeah, that I
But yeah,
see.
he still no. He can't play a bingo.
Yeah, that's gonna probably take him a little bit of time to realize. There's so
Yeah, it
many
would definitely
floaters.
take me. And such nice tiles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it would.
So
Yeah.
once he realizes that he's not going to bingo, what do you think would make sense for him here?
Dropping one of those R's for sure. What about something like, I don't know, maybe this is dumb. Pard. That's a word, right? Isn't it? P-A-R-D?
Yeah,
Just do the triple there.
yeah, yeah. That might be what he's
Um,
considering right now. That makes sense.
or part go somewhere nicer? I don't really see a great spot for parts. He'd play PETA for 36 points. He'd keep both R's, but just alongside Defog's making 4 overlaps. That's kind of nice.
Oh, indeed, and it sets up a hook with that AGO. There are
Yeah,
at least a couple letters that could come before that. One of them only playable in this North American lexicon.
right. Yes.
So that would make
Hmm.
sense at the downside of having to keep duplicate R's, but that's not the worst letter to keep
No,
duplicates.
yeah. Especially when there's already a couple on the board. There's 3 on the board already, so only one more to draw. If you know, it's only one more in the bags. I think that's fine. 10 minutes on the clock though now. He's gonna have to make a decision here.
Wow, yeah, good
Yeah.
point. Carl's still sitting pretty with 20 minutes left, and I have a feeling he's going to make his next turn pretty quickly and put the pressure back on Jonathan. That's the trouble
Yeah.
when you spend so much time thinking. It's
Yeah.
kind of a hurts you twice as much because you're also giving your opponent that time to
That's exactly
consider
right.
their next move. Just yeah, I just hate when I spend so much time considering my move, finally make it, and then they just
Yeah.
immediately plunk something down.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's tough, and I've certainly been in this position many times. And it's happens like when sometimes when you get into the situation, then your brain just starts, you get into fight or flight, right? And you either like freeze or you just, panic and play something quickly that is worse than what you would have done if you'd played like the first thing you thought of when you first saw the letters. I don't know.
Yeah,
It could be hard. Yeah. I was just gonna say it could be hard to get yourself out of that, like where you're like telling yourself, I need to make a move, I need to make a move, but like you can't make yourself think of anything. Your brain just sort of shuts down.
I know.
I don't know.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You do? I was just gonna ask, does anybody else in the chat feel that? Like, I don't know.
Yes.
I don't just I feel like some brains are maybe more prone to it than others. Maybe some people have a better ability to be calm about it, and just be like, okay, no, I can't do that. I have to do this. Other brains are like just
Uh,
totally go into panic mode, right?
yeah, maybe we're just too competitive and sometimes we have to stop and just remember that we're playing a game. It's
Yeah,
supposed to be fun,
exactly. Yeah,
and we don't have to be perfect all the time.
right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, now this is rough. Like we're barely halfway through the game and yeah, less than 7.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to play something here, or he's gonna
We
be
should also,
yeah.
yeah, we should also keep in mind that it's yeah, also extra nerve-wracking to play on stream.
Mm, that's right
We know
too.
that
Yes.
so many people are watching him struggle
Well,
to find a play here, and he might
well,
be
and we
thinking,
also
go ahead.
I was just gonna say we also like this is a very, very bingo prone rack, so you're on stream and you don't want to miss like an easy bingo, right? Like it looks like
Exactly.
so yeah, that could be very hard to move on from. Okay, there's
Okay, he
part.
plays hard, which you pointed out as a good option.
Yeah.
Let's see what he
Hopefully he
picks
can
up.
just hopefully he can draw something that gives him a super easy turn next time because he'll have to play
Yeah,
quickly from here on out for sure.
that's what he needs. So Carl was nicely setting aside my initials to the right. Oh, now he's asking me a question.
Are
Yes, I
you,
am.
Brian?
I am
Are you?
BG.
Yes.
Um,
Where's he looking
yeah.
to play
Speaking of
this?
which, I got my PhD at Rutgers University, and the RU
Oh, no
puns
way.
nonstop. Yeah. Are you sure?
Okay, wax. That looks very, very nice. 37 points for that. Good job.
Yeah. And back on Jonathan with six and a
Hmm.
half minutes. Is
Oh,
that
this
what he
is hard
wanted to
to
play, Heidi?
watch. Is that no? I
Well,
don't
now
know
he
what
has
does
your
it say.
initials. He should put those to
Oh,
the side.
that's right. That's right. No bingo again. Another kind of not super easy turn because he's got these really nice looking bingo tiles, and he's gonna have to bingo. He's over 100 points behind. Um, wow.
I
If
see
if
a
you're just looking
fun.
at you see something? What do you see?
Oh, I mean, I just from the options, I see a fun seven-letter word that he could play. But it
Oh
wouldn't be a
yeah.
bingo because it plays through the C, and it's something that I really need right now, and have an appointment for in a few days. In
Okay.
fact, I've been told recently during a Scrabble game that I need this.
Really? Somebody says
I had
that
to,
to you? How mean.
yeah, I had
Rude.
to call the director 3 times in this game. But that word and that thing I desperately need is haircut
Yeah.
for 28 points.
So I wonder what is he thinking about? Oh, Haji. Yeah. Okay. Right. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Also for 28, keeping true.
And 5 minutes left to blitz through the rest of this game.
Yeah, he can do
If
it.
he comes away with no point with no time penalty, I'll be amazed.
Does anyone out there know Jonathan better than we do? Does he play a lot of blitz? 'Cause that would certainly be an advantage in a spot like this. Uh,
Hmm.
I know, for instance, Mac Miller sometimes gets into time trouble and he gets down to 5 minutes, but then we all know that he's an amazing
Right. Yeah.
blitz player. So, he could play nearly
Exactly.
perfectly with 5 minutes for the whole game.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Which is
So,
amazing. Unreal.
of course, so yeah, so hopefully Jonathan has those same um, quick thinking skills. Looks like
Yeah. This looks like
he's playing fast
perfectly
right now.
fine. Yep. Good job.
And
Good job.
also thanks to Carl for playing one of the closest words that you can form. One
Yes.
of the closest to my nickname, Avanza,
Oops. Yeah.
Testonka. And John says, get out of here with that. Keeping EAR makes a lot of sense. Back to Carl.
Whew. Oh no. A king. He's just playing so fast now, just keeping that time pressure on
Yeah,
Jonathan.
and scoring pressure.
And scoring
32
pressure,
points.
yeah. 32.
So that brings us to 319 to 189. If my math is right, that is 130 points after
Yeah.
roughly two bingos. And yeah,
Yeah.
Jonathan's just been getting so unlucky with having, great racks, but nowhere to put a bingo on his
Mhm.
board. And
There's no
looks like,
disconnected IY on the board for water lily. It's probably two words
oh,
anyways.
nice spot. Well, nice spot anyway. So he's just got to kind of fish again here, huh?
Yeah. Now, would you want to try to get rid of WL or like would you try to get rid of that W here? Or would you yeah, it looks like I thought for a second he was just gonna play off the L's. Okay, well,
Oh yeah, I think we
opening.
definitely need to get rid of
Yeah.
both L and W.
Yeah.
That does that at the expense of getting rid of an E.
Lots of E's yet to come, so hopefully he'll redraw.
But he's doing what we said he needed to do. That's to play
Yes,
fast. Oh
exactly.
boy, he's not going to be happy to
What
see
does
this.
oh no. Okay, no losing no time at all there. 83
Yeah, very
points.
nice find. That is the only anagram of those 8 letters.
Yeah. And Jonathan hasn't even looked at his
Something,
tiles yet.
something my barber is going to need to do to my hair before cutting it. Needs to degrease it.
Oh man. Okay, so what's he gonna do here? Is there there's no big Z spot, doesn't I don't see. He played SAR for 45. She's looking at, yeah. And he's under 3 minutes now, so
Man, gotta just do it.
yeah, I probably just have
That's
to pull
good
the
if
trigger
nothing
there.
else. Well, the spread difference between the two is going to increase most certainly after this game. Hopefully
Yeah,
limit the damage.
yeah. I wonder if he's still actually looking for a place because start that this word is one that's kind of easy to spot, but then he's like, oh, okay, no, he had it. Oh, me of
Yeah.
little faith, he had it. Good job, good job.
Nice overlapping play. 45. Still
Oops, no,
two bingos behind, roughly.
yeah.
And he really, yeah, he didn't want to really do that to the board, but
Right,
yeah,
exactly,
I don't know
exactly.
what he's supposed to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Carl's gonna make it his mission now to close everything else down. So maybe blocking off this E in endeared or playing underneath this. Well, he has a bunch of consonants too, so yeah, I suppose he'll try to block that E is my guess. Do you see anything, Brian, that you would do here?
Um, so would befit be a good play to go through that E, score a little bit?
I
E,
didn't I
E
didn't know.
income?
Like then I feel like then Jonathan could hook it, right, with the S. possibly. Like, if you want to be really mean, you could just play something like Sev. Throw that B
Uh,
there. I mean, then you wouldn't have you'd be stuck sticking yourself probably with a bunch of consonants. I don't know. There's looks like the pool is well,
so,
it's not that bad.
so I might be a little more like more of a risky player than others, but when I'm up about two bingos, I tend not to worry so much about closing the board. If I'm up by about one bingo, then I
Right,
worry
right.
about shutting down the bingo lanes. But up two, I just try to keep scoring.
Yeah, but you might need that. Yeah, you might. I guess. Yeah, it would be. Depends on the sacrifices and stuff, right? The point sacrifice. But I was just gonna say, like, maybe you'll need that spread later, right? So
Yeah,
I don't
yeah. I'm not saying that that uh, that risky nature of mine is correct, but
know.
yeah, just personally,
I also admit,
up by this much, I just worry a little bit less about things like that.
right, right.
But yeah, I'm not known for to be the most defensive player.
Uh, I'm just learning how to try to do it a little bit more often than I used to. But somebody pointed out in the chat that Jonathan could fish for virtuosity with a blank Y. That must have been a while ago. I must have missed that when it happened, but fun. Oh, wait,
Yeah,
no,
and
because virtue, playing right, I got it. I see.
um, my good friend Billy Nakamura pointing out that there are only 13 tiles left in the bag, so
Right.
very hard to come back in this game.
Yeah, yeah, right, right. So he can just basic, Kyle can do whatever he wants kind of thing here. So what will he do?
He's got a lot of time to think about it.
He could play the fun bear fit through the AR and like wax and tide rips. Bear fit. Making, yeah, no,
Yeah,
just like playing through there, yeah. It's only 24 points
yeah,
though.
just, but it's fun,
But
and
it's
he's on
fun,
screen and
yeah.
he's winning.
Right,
Gotta play that.
exactly. Is there anything beside Hadji? Hmm, don't see anything. He doesn't have enough vowels to do a lot of fun things.
So while we have
Carl
this
using a
time,
bit of, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say Carl's finally using a bit of time, but yeah, go ahead. While we have this time,
uh, um, I was just going to ask if you have any big New Year's plans, and also ask the same question of Chad.
I myself don't. Like I said, I was up north with my family for
Yeah.
I was gonna go up for one day, basically, and I got stranded there because of weather for an extra couple of
Yeah.
days, which was fun. I mean, there are worse things than being stranded with your family, but but now I'm just a little bit discombobulated because of that, right? Out of sorts.
Are you going to at least stay up till midnight?
Oh yeah, I imagine I'll
Watch
be up.
the New
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a couple small plays
Yeah.
as we were chatting. Film, and
Kurt.
then he, yeah, he couldn't play Carl, so let's see
So I think
what chat.
he did get the blank. 30 minutes to go. Here, all plans for the evening have already been done. Nice.
Yeah, the last time I was at this tournament, yeah, there were about a dozen people in the playing room, and somebody counted down to midnight on their phone. We said Happy New Year, and then by 12:30, I think I was the only person left in the room, just having
Were
a
you,
beer to
was I
myself.
there was I there at the last one you were at? Were you at the last one I was at? I
Uh,
feel like maybe. Maybe, maybe not.
It's all a blur.
I know. I went to one a couple years ago.
I know I was in
Maybe
Albany
it was.
with you once, maybe for a Word Cup,
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
and you set up the karaoke.
Yes. Always fun.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you singing a good song.
yeah. I sang a good song. The song itself is good, but not necessarily my cover of
Oh man. What should Carl do here?
it.
He's
Drop
looking
the
at
cube.
he knows that like Jonathan's hoping to bingo. Like there's super nice tiles from it's only one tile in the bag. So he's assuming he's assuming Jonathan has the blank and can bingo somewhere. But I like you say, why he's not that worried about it. It's not like Jonathan can win.
Yeah, he's not really feeling the pressure, but I'm sure he wants to, maximize the score difference in this game for his
Yeah.
inevitable victory.
Hmm.
So what bingos would Jonathan be threatening on his next turn?
Did somebody say instigate? Does that play? Instigate. Yes, to the TE, right?
Nice. Hmm.
What else? Is there anything to the RE? Probably less likely. The first thing I saw was isotene. I guess you could play that with dwell. Or, yeah. Can you do something through that S and G, like an ing word? From like lioness to degrees? That could be fun.
Nice, nice little slap there.
Above, okay.
Yeah, he does have QAT set aside, but doesn't look like that's playable,
Right.
as Chad is pointing out. Oh, so he actually didn't have QAT set aside. He had the complement of that to the other four letters set aside, I suppose. He goes with above. That blocks instigate at least,
Mm-hmm.
and empties the bag.
Isotene is still available,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
That's the highest scoring
And
bingo, I guess.
looks like he'll bingo out and collect 26 points. So that will at least that the ending to the game for him will feel good.
Right. Kind of one of those, at least I did this. And yeah, I cut the spread quite a bit. So that's
Interesting. Morris Greenberg pointing out that Carl may have just um, his best play might have been to just pass there.
oh, interesting.
Then he
Yeah.
would still get another turn after the potential
Right.
bingo.
Right. Good idea. It's not something that's easy to think of doing, right? In a game situation like that.
Okay, so he bingos out, collects Carl's tiles. Carl still wins this game, but Jonathan finally gets that bingo down to reduce the deficit. And let's cut to overhead Mike.
Yeah, let's.
If I play Kai, I was going to end up worse off keeping all that stuff.
And if you had tried the block up there, I was prepared to play mini state.
Mini state. What did you say?
Yeah, I was been going on my
He was in the bag, so it looked really good.
That makes
Yeah, many states
sense.
work.
Yeah, nothing to the RE. I think I
Remaining tiles is John?
best.
Oh, shit.
Let's-
Okay. I'll go back
yeah,
here.
if you had given me a T to place here on the opening rack, I would have had enormity. I was on the lookout for that, but no such luck. Yeah, this was also a hard turn too. I also didn't want to play down there. I think I have to open a lot. Guess you do rip tides or tide rips.
That's probably a good choice. And the VUW combination here.
When I did this, I kept an R too. I had controller as a natural, but that did not play.
The 2 Y's are already out. Draw much better.
Yeah. This one, I had partier on this rack. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Did not?
Doesn't look like it. I really thought there was something to the E or the R with partier, but there doesn't appear to be anything. Yeah, that's really surprising. Okay, so I didn't play as badly as I thought I did.
Oh, that's too bad.
Also, I had to talk myself out of the sword. I played that as a phony once. Got away with it. I didn't think it was going to fly against you. Just peatier. Okay, I think we got to get the scores entered in.
Okay, so that's usually the end of the conversation. Good. So, very nice game by Carl. And Jonathan did the best he could given the circumstances, but just didn't have much luck in this game. It's unfortunate that as we picked up from the post-game discussion, it seemed like he kind of put that on himself a bit more than he should have.
Yeah. But amazingly, he did not go over time, so that's something.
Yeah.
That's a win. Andy Bingo does. So I mean, he salvaged that game as much as he could, I think.
All right, so we have we have 2 more games today, and I don't think we know yet who are going to feature on the stream.
Okay.
So I think we'll take a short break, maybe hear some of that beautiful transition music, and we'll come back to you shortly with some more exciting Scrabble action.
Don't go away, guys. Keep watching Let's Play Scrabble. Also hit the like.
Oh, are we back?
Yeah, I didn't get a warning yet there either. That's okay. We're
Okay.
always ready, right, Brian? We are always ready.
Looks like we're back. Yeah, I was totally ready. Um, okay, so I think we are going to feature, yeah, that's okay, Mr. Producer. Um, we're going to feature David Spargo versus Zachary Ansel. So these two players have really just really shot soared up the rating
Yes.
ladder over the past few years. Um, and they're both at expert or possibly master level at this point. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see this matchup. Both have great word knowledge. What do you know about these players, Heidi?
What do I know? Well, Zach is came through school Scrabble, right? So he's been playing a while. A very, very, very good player. Just and so creative. Like I say this about a few people, but I think he knows a lot of like long words and just different words. I think his knowledge is pretty crazy. And then David knows a lot of words that aren't words. Known for
Yes.
being the phony master, right? Like,
Oh,
just if you're in a situation, I don't know. Have you ever thought about phony? Maybe it's a good time to phony here. But he gets away with a lot of them, and it's just so funny. There's a couple streams we saw where you know he plays his phony, and then he's just stone faced like a statue. He
right.
gets away with it. You see the little smirk on the corner of his mouth.
Yeah. But that only works on some opponents.
It's true, yeah,
Would be interested to see if that could possibly work against Zach Ansel, one of the top players in North
yeah.
America. Possibly, I think he's top 20. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good anyways. And also like I think I did see Spargo on stream yesterday and yeah, it looked like a pretty clean game. So I'm sure he's finding some balance as as he learns more, as he acquires more words and skill and all of that. So yeah, but I mean it's nice to have that in your arsenal, right? So for Collins players, we don't necessarily I don't know. I say that, but you can phony in both lexicons, obviously, but it's just a little bit
It's
harder to challenge sometimes if it's, you miss your whole turn.
yeah. You're certainly more able to get away with phonies and with the double challenge rule that is primarily used alongside the lexicon we're using this afternoon. Just want to correct myself, Zachary. And so, according to one list, is number 12 in North America
Wow.
by rating. Yeah, really great to see. Good for him. So I think we're ready to look at some stats from the player going first today, David Spargo. Wow, rated 1956, ranking 30 in this in WIGPO, I believe. Win percentage. Recently in October won an early bird in Lake George.
Very good. Very good. High average score too, 420. That's not easy in the North American lexicon. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
And
let's
yeah,
take a look
can we
at
go to
Zach's
Zach?
player. Mhm. Yeah, there it is, ranked number 12. Um, recently, also won a 1 day back in May in Austin, Texas. Um, average score 406 to 387. But he's been top players for a long time. He's
Mm-hmm.
had that tough competition for his Scrabble career. And let's see how they do head to head. What do we have here?
Okay.
Oh, they played a lot, 7-4 in Zach's favor, even though David has scored more on average. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is
Yeah, it
very
looks like Zach has
interesting.
gotten the better of him as of late, with that exception of a 5-3-12 win by David.
Right. Okay. Well, I think
Okay,
their
I think
players
we're
are
ready.
ready.
Let's go. Let's play Scrabble.
Yes, let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, thanks everyone for
First
being
tournament.
here. Yeah, I just want to take this moment to remind you to please like the video if you haven't already. Uh, subscribe to this channel so you could be up to date on the latest Scrabble action. This channel streams more Scrabble than any other channel out there. So please do subscribe. It would be good for everyone. And if you want to be super cool, like yours truly, you can become a super friend for $5 a month and support Amazing Scrabble. And David already smirking to himself as he forms a phony.
What do you think he's thinking? What is he thinking about? Here, I gotta get myself cut. BIINOP is his rack. So, oh, yeah, no bingo.
Yeah, he set
What
up.
was he thinking there?
He had opinion set up. It might be like
Okay,
an
okay.
opinion expressed on the internet.
Yeah.
Maybe is what he was thinking to himself as we saw that smirk. Gotta be careful with your poker face, Mr. Spargo. Don't let us down. We we were just talking up your stone face expressions. Uh, looks like he's going with Pion,
Okay.
keeping INE. What do you think about that?
Um, yeah, I have a hard time knowing what to do with these kinds of racks. Do you play long? Like he could play Pinion, for example, for 22 points or something, or do you play short, or do you just exchange a couple of tiles? It's very difficult to know what to do. I don't think I would do Pion here if it's me. I'm probably playing something either shorter or longer. That
Yeah,
sounds
I have a hard
weird.
time, going with an option that puts a vowel next to the double letter score. But well, it doesn't burn him here as Zach has to just drop the QI, the most
Yeah,
commonly played word in Scrabble by far.
yeah.
And David
Very
immediately
quickly
strikes
too.
back with a bingo. Well done.
Okay.
That brings the score to
Yeah, 1 second here. He's playing very quickly. 79 for that. So 91
91
to
to
17.
17. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, Annette saying even Opine seemed better there not to give back so much. But anyway, yes, we've moved on a couple. Sorry, I'm
Mhm.
still catching up. Okay.
Hello, Annette.
Hi, Annette.
Give Mr. Kitty Cat Churro some pets for me.
So no bingos here. Saying gloomier. would be one option if he had a B to play through, but there's nothing. So again, one of those racks where it's like, oh, you're so close. What do you do? Probably play
Yeah.
alongside, yeah, Patine
Mhm.
there. Patine. What would you do?
Ooh. Yeah, I like the play of limo. I believe you're
Yeah,
suggesting alongside
yeah. That
to
scores
overlap
24
the
points.
18. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a nice little leave. OER.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth getting a few more points to play Implore. Just keeping, oh, what do you think about that? It just so it I think it just gives back too much anyways. You'd be slotting that I next to the double letter for that triple. Then you'd be
Yeah,
opening up the other triple lane. I don't know, it looks too dangerous. So
yeah,
it's only four more points. So I think I would play
yeah.
limo here probably.
Me too. Uh, Sets up a very usable place to hook with a TO for a bingo later on. It's got a
Although John Lee makes a good point in the chat there saying, I like Implore to fork the board just to have room to catch back up. Yeah, Zach is already behind after that bingo. So, but it's still early in the game. So I think the board's going to get open anyway or be open. Like there's still lots of room on the board right now.
yeah. I agree with that. But
Computer Disciple saying the only chance Lumiere has to stay on is if David has a bingo with a G. So you can make Gloomier.
but these options are close. He might actually be going with Moo to keep an even better lead
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
expense of just scoring 17
Yeah,
points.
I was gonna say like that not I was about to say like not to say that those are the only two options to consider. Like he's got lots of different things he could do. So
Yeah, and that's why he's taking the time he is taking here. Oh,
hmm
he might go with Implore.
yeah. I don't think you'd want to spend a huge amount of time though on this play. It's very early, and I think a lot of these plays are going to be close, right? So probably just pick one and go with
Whoa,
it. So he
whoa.
is going to take that more aggressive approach, which John Lee likes, and I think the more I think about it, I also kind of like it. 28 points for that. Okay.
Sorry, I was just
Good.
a little shocked that it seemed like David Spargo brought some guns into the playing room. I didn't think guns were allowed in this venue.
Right.
But he's holstered them for now.
Oh my God. Wait. What is he got? He's got a lot of consonants. He's looking at something like jolted, maybe. Um,
Hmm.
he could play jet alongside Pian. What do you think about that? Even though I guess he just could get rid of a bunch of these tiles but I don't know. I might consider playing jet for 37 there and be hard to pass up. He's going with jolted for 28.
Yeah,
Uh,
I hear you. But maybe he
yeah,
just wants to reach into the bag, pull out some of those yet unseen blanks and S's.
yeah,
That would be
yeah. It
my
could
bet.
be. Somebody's calling out onomast. Have you ever heard of that word? I've not seen that before. He's got a couple higher scoring options though. Jolted makes sense. You block the overlaps to the right of Patiné with the QI dangerously hanging out there. That's a great point. Yes. There's so many things to consider in Scrabble, eh? That's why we need all of you guys helping us out, seeing the things that we
Yeah,
miss.
yeah. Thanks to all of you out there in chat. So
So,
Zach has maroons, presumably,
mhm.
set up. So he's certainly going to bingo here. Just looking for his
Yeah,
best option.
capitalizing on his own opening up that triple lane, hooking
Hmm.
Implorer. Yeah, he could be not sure if that's valid though.
Yeah, yeah, it's yeah, those R hooks, as you were mentioning last game, are
Mhm.
hard to
Yeah.
hard to keep track of. Whether, yeah, you can call a person an implorer or a cajoler.
Yeah.
I find that usually with those R hooks like this, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I find that usually if it's plausible, it is good.
Yeah, I don't know about usually. Let's say often. This one is good, so that's good.
David's looking at that blank sheet like a hawk, making sure that that is an R, nothing crazy, no masoons, no madoons.
Yeah.
And nice 88. Oh, he didn't circle it. He crossed it out. Wow.
Yeah.
Game show's such a stuff. Boy, look at that. I like it. Um, okay, so 88 points for Zach taking the
Yep.
lead.
Nice.
And he picks up
Okay.
Gadronks.
Now, does David
And
have
look at the
one of
clock.
like a what is he doing?
I don't know, getting rid of some clock.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
Good.
does he have something though that he can play using the Eye of Implore? Doesn't look like it, eh?
Ah,
Um,
I
I
think you need
mean,
to
just 30
reset the
points
rack
for
on.
Swig. Yeah.
You need to reset that rack on your.
Oh, did I do something wrong? Oh, I didn't do it right? Okay.
That's not what it is.
Oh, I
Or the
mistyped.
X instead of S. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
TIWX. Thank you for that. I'm a very poor typist. Maybe I should not be doing Quackle. All right.
I
So,
appreciate it. So one option he has would be to use the D hook on Patinet to play Wind.
oh yeah, patina. I forgot about that. That's a fun one. Opens up some more of that board, the left side of the board, because you could hook that with you could hook wind with an S or a T. W too, is that right? Or maybe not gwind. I don't know. Gwine, is that a word?
Did you
Am I
say
making stuff up?
with a W as in like WWINET? Will wind?
No, no, no.
I'm a G, I
I
think.
said ST, swined, twine. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. I don't know.
Just a D and a T
D and T.
in the selection.
Dwine?
Hmm.
I would have not have known that. Okay.
But that's if that word gets played. We'll see. It is
Thank you
36
for
points.
calling me on that. Yeah, I had no idea. Looks like you might be considering do here, Brian, beside Bermoons to that E.
Yeah,
That'd be a nice
solid.
option. 25 points.
And he does it.
No, Gwine doesn't take a D hook. I was making stuff up. Don't listen to me. I'm sorry. Made a mistake, as I'm wont to do. Okay, do it is.
Here's a good one. Do.
Mhm.
Subtle Simpsons reference for the fans out there.
What's that?
I just made a little Simpsons reference, hoping someone out there caught
Oh,
it.
oh.
Apologies to those who have no idea what I'm talking about. So Zach sets aside drunk Looks like he's thinking of just playing drink
Yeah.
on the triple word. Looks nice and
Yeah.
helps his consonant problem that he was having. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't need to spend too much time on an easy decision like that.
Yeah. Although I'm sure I would have found a like I would have thought about it. Like, what do I want to play here? Do I want to play? Do I want to get rid of that G? Do I want to? Yeah, I might have had to think about it a little bit. But this is fine. This is good. Or David, though. What are we looking at here? A few different options that look appealing.
Yeah, how do you
Maybe
feel
I
about? Go ahead.
was gonna say maybe like exec is the highest scoring one beside patina, but I don't know if I would want to do that. I mean, there's probably no reason not to do it. I'm just saying I don't know if I would.
I like it. Looks like he's got it set up on the right side.
Actually, it's nice he's
47
got that
point.
N there. Exec would leave ing possibilities.
That's true. Looks like he's going with it.
Nice. Okay. This rack doesn't look very fun from on Zach's side. Hmm. How could I do that? Hmm.
Okay, so the Z man, as he's known on Woogles, has the Z in hand or on rack. Will be in his hand
Yeah.
soon, I think. And he's going to play Zona, for 33 points.
Okay.
Standard type of play.
So, okay, I don't want to miss that. Let me see. Zona. Okay.
All right, and David's got a couple issues with this rack here. Some clunky tiles, duplicate eyes. What looks to be his best option to solve these issues, Heidi?
Um, what about something like bogey through that through the in Zona? I don't know. Does that do enough? What do we maybe fiber maybe? Get rid of F and B.
Yeah, it's his best options don't. None of them seem to score too much. All less than 20 points. I think this is just, yeah, a rack fixing turn here.
What does chat think about this one? I don't know. It's like when none of the options seem very appealing, it's really hard to know what to do, right? Um, yeah, just doesn't look that exciting. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be patient for the inevitable fireworks that will take place later in this game, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So he's considering fiber, looks like, or no, I'm a little behind.
Begin.
Um, yeah, yeah, he's considering begin at this point. He was considering fiber.
Yeah, that's tough, man. I don't know. We know Josh Sokol hates the G's, so he'd probably be with David here, getting rid of that G instead of the yeah.
Yeah, and we all know Josh Sokol is a predominant Scrabble influencer. So
Former
perhaps
North
his
America,
influence.
yeah, North American champion.
Hmm.
Going with Jiber. That's interesting to me.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I wonder why. Wonder. Well, I guess we know the reason. It's because of the influence Josh has on us all, hating the
With the
G.
irrational
But I,
hatred of the G.
yeah, I might have gone with fiber there.
But
In
also
this,
actually,
in this
fiber you could put an A or an E or not an A, but an E or an I or an O above F, but not G. That
yeah,
only takes A, right?
yeah, this does
So
have,
maybe this is,
yeah, indeed, this has some defensive merit, indeed. That's probably what he's thinking.
yeah, which is good thinking. Okay, did I do this? I didn't do this right. How did I not do that right? It's so weird.
So Zach plays Vavs for a nice score and gets rid of the double Vs and closes off the bottom of his board,
Yeah.
as you certainly cannot parallel a V in this game.
Right. One day we'll figure out some kind of two-letter V word to add to
What do
add
you
to the
think, Chad? What is the most likely, yeah, what's the most likely V blank word that could be added to the dictionary in the future? What are your thoughts? Va, as in va
Va.
va
Va.
voom?
Va, yeah, probably. Vuzzy. Va.
Vo as a shortening of VOE? VE, says one
What would
person.
VE be? What would VE be? Vu.
Vood?
Yeah, VU. VU, that's just wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's just to make Scrabble players happy. Oh, Ivy didn't consider the front. Didn't
Well,
consider
Ivy would be nice. Yeah, why can't we have
life
Ivy?
leading.
We have okay. We have other things like that, right? Do TV? Do we? Oh, TV would be awesome too. Yeah. That's great.
Hmm.
Good thinking, guys. Oh my God. Let's rally behind the behind the Ivy TV editions.
How about just VV for no particular reason?
Yeah. Somebody thinks
Okay,
TV
back
maybe
to
should
the
use the
game.
Collins word. Yeah, yeah. So he is picking life. That's looks like the top static equity play here.
Oh, Vu from Deja Vu. Yeah, good point.
Oh, right, right. Yeah.
Maybe not just wishful thinking. There is
Maybe not.
merit behind that addition. Yeah, VV is a replacement for W. Perfect. Yeah,
Right.
it looks like
Yeah.
W. Why not? I think you should be allowed
WV.
to rotate your tile. Like I think Zach should be allowed to rotate that W, make it an M, even even just take 3 points for it. Make it an
Yeah.
M in value as well.
Oh man. Okay, what Gauk
What's he
or
gonna do
Hauk
here?
might be a
Uh,
good option here. I don't know to that K. Maybe. I don't know. Or can you do something? Can't really do anything with that V, right? I think he wants to get rid of the G for sure. Yeah, I think he's looking at Gauk here. That's kind of probably what I would do in this spot. Mm.
yeah, those are the two consonants and the one vowel he wants to get rid of the most. Yeah, it solves a lot of problems. Gets rid of the duplicate O's, gets rid of his two worst consonants.
Yeah.
But he is going to play,
Wog, okay, yeah.
yeah,
That's also fine. So that's good. It's better. Same difference, right?
yeah. Apologies, as this is a
Sorry,
word that
did I
has
not?
an offensive meaning,
Oh,
but it is playable in this dictionary. Both players know this. And
oh
yeah.
is that a wog is a I don't know what the meaning of that word is. Is that a slur? Is
Hmm.
that what you're talking about? Or gauk? Is it
Yeah,
gauk? I don't know.
this one. What do you think? Yeah.
I don't know the meanings of the words, so.
Yeah, a lot of us don't. A lot of us just, yeah, just try to play the best strategic game we can. Don't worry about
Yeah.
what goes on the board necessarily.
Yeah, just tell me what words I can play with, and those are the ones I'll play
Yeah.
with. Oh man, these racks. It's hard when you have games like this, eh, where nothing is obvious. You've got a lot of racks that are kind of, you know, not nice to look at. What do you, I don't even, you have to know a bunch of obscure words to be able to deal with these kinds of racks effectively, I feel.
Yeah, all I can think of
Like,
is that he should try to play off IR and hope for NT so he could have
oh,
Garnet.
it's Zach's turn now, right? Zach's turn?
Oh, so yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I'm just too focused on the rack. That's almost my last name. It's my ego taking over. Yeah, certainly Zach's rack is yeah, tough to deal with here. So yeah, he has BOEA off to the side. Those are certainly um yeah,
hmm And he can get rid of
probably the
those
most
words
ideal four
or
letters he
those
could get rid
letters.
of. Yeah, could he?
Yeah, that does look like a good option, but that's what I was saying. You need to know these obscure words. Bohea for 26 through the H of Hylar.
Ooh,
Hylar.
yeah, that yeah, it looks very good. Yeah, keeps a great leave. Very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
good
what
job.
separates
Hmm
these expert players from the rest of us, like knowing these weird, useful 4 or 5 letter words, sometimes six
Yeah,
letter words. Um, they're not as important as the 2 and 3 letter words or the 7 and 8 letter words, but you know, um, any edge you can have over your
right.
opponents is yeah, it's worth taking once you master all the most important words.
Yeah. Now I don't know if David here is just not at all intrigued by the idea of trying triager. Or if there just wasn't a room to play that, but he's quickly gone with Gar here. Good job. Good job not I don't even know if there was a place for a triager for him to even try it, but this is good. No phonies.
No phonies. This is
No
this
phonies.
is a no phony game for him against Zach and I believe.
Yeah. Very, very close one too. 268 to 279 right now.
Yeah, and they both have about 11 minutes left. They're both sitting
Yeah,
at
very,
three and
very
one.
even.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but David's drawn that first blank and look at his rack. It's so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But Zach's is like, no, he doesn't have a bingo, but what is your instinct
No
in
game.
at this point? It's an even game. He's very close. Like, you know that there's the blank, the other blank is out. Couple S's. I don't know. Do you think you're gonna play short or long here? Are you gonna fish?
Oy, oy. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Like there's three U's left in the bag. I think you definitely, whatever you play, is almost gonna have to play a U, I
Oh
would
yeah.
think.
Yes, absolutely. Get rid of the duplicate T,
Hmm
play TU, and possibly other stuff. It's primary would be the primary
Yeah.
concern of mine. But long or short, I mean, yeah, there's still a blank unseen with 22 tiles left, so um, that is a better than average chance of drawing the blank. You know, he doesn't know that it's unfortunately for him already sitting on David's rack, but that
Right.
would be an argument to play off more tiles. At the same time, the pool besides that blank is looking a little odd with the two Ys and the three Us out there.
Mm.
And it is a
You
close
think,
game, so it's not like we have to necessarily, bingo soon.
and what kind of information would you take from David's last play of guard there?
So yeah, how much did that score? Um,
Um,
Not a ton.
it was a fair bit. It's
Um,
20, 26? No, 2018. Sorry, it was only 18. I did the wrong one.
yeah, just 18 and played off a G and a couple of good tiles in the A and R. So
Yeah.
that said to me that yeah, he's keeping
Did
a very good lead
you just
behind.
exchange? Oh no, he played accent. Okay.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
Looks like a good play. So inevitably, David's going to hit back with a bingo here. Just which one? That's the question.
Both of the highest scoring options play through that U. And he spotted the one for sure. Very quickly too.
Very nice.
Okay.
Okay, but he
Still thinking.
puts it back. It's an alphagram. He's got lots and lots of bingos here.
Yeah.
When you have so many options, yeah, it can be tough to just pick one. But he's got 10 minutes left in this game. He can spend a little
Yeah.
time considering his best bingo here. He
It's
doesn't
funny
want
too,
to.
like
Mhm.
what were you saying? He doesn't want, were you saying he doesn't want to do something?
Well, he doesn't want to give too much back to Zach.
Right.
It
Right.
looks like this, yeah, it doesn't give too much back.
Right.
Uh, doesn't play into the triple lane. It doesn't take an S
Yeah.
as an adjective.
Can't ask for much more than that, right?
Yeah, it creates a nice little scoring spot with that triple letter of word combo for plays like
Mm-hmm.
faith would be possible here, but he's bingoing, so
Yeah.
that makes it 338 to 293. So
Yes.
Zach down by about, I was going to say about 40, but maybe that's rounding a bit too much. He's down 35, 40,
Yeah.
sorry, 45.
45, 40.
Yeah,
Math is fun.
45.
45.
I like math, but not arithmetic.
Somebody asking, is it assurance good? I think assurant does not take S, as far as I understand. What is Zach thinking of here?
Chatted? I don't see that coming up on your screen though.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Oh,
What did
good.
I? Maybe no. Maybe I didn't do something right. Why?
Chatted is
Why?
good. Looks like
Yeah.
a
Why is
good
it not
option.
showing up? This is yeah. It does look like a great option. I don't know what is wrong with this thing. Did I? It's weird. Okay, Quackle doesn't like me, Brian. I'm glad for my stint tomorrow. I will not be quackling. This
You're
is
doing
very,
great.
very weird that it's not showing that as an option. Maybe it's down lower, actually. Maybe it just doesn't want to. Nope, I don't see it. Okay, what if I put it in? What will it say? Oh, wait, but it does not like that at all. Doesn't like keeping the
Oh,
U and just playing chatted for 42.
interesting. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, get rid of the U. Maybe Hued?
It looks
Or
like
the
he's
E and the
considering
here?
shooted, which is a
Okay. Okay.
similar idea to get rid of the U, but it would also close off the bottom of this board, and David would have tempo on him.
Maybe he should just play chatted. It's 42, but I mean, like statically, it might look like it's one of the lower choices, but you never know what's actually in reality if it's a good play or not. Sometimes you don't know until you sim it, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be basically impossible to bingo on this board
Right,
after a play like that.
right, exactly.
So
Like that
bingo
C is going to
bingo
be there.
leads
There's
would have less
overlaps.
value than usual. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's two U's and two Y's still to come, but who
Yeah,
knows? They could be on
tough to
David's
predict.
rack and happens they are. So just going with A here,
So
though.
of course, yeah, he go. Of course, he goes with something we
I mean, that's
didn't
30
discuss
points.
at
It's
all.
kind of hard to.
Yeah. Oh, picks up the Y.
That's okay. David's rack looking worse here
Yeah.
too. You know what?
Exciting game we got here. Uh,
Yeah,
David up
it's
by
been super,
15.
super close the whole way.
Ooh, looks like he has a very lovely high scoring option here. If anyone
Hmm.
in chat can spot it. Too late.
This is very quick, eh?
It's already set it
That
up.
was
Yeah, very
very
good.
quickly spotted. It's, it's not a super common word, so yeah, good one. Nice find.
Usually. Silly me, I must have made up a word that doesn't exist. Another obscure Simpsons quote for you fans out there.
Man,
Had to
these
do it.
these these guys are so fast. Look how quickly Zach spots decoy,
Hmm.
hooking cab, or sorry, hooking, yeah, cab and oho on the
Yeah,
triple. That looks like the top play by a lot.
46 points.
Yeah.
He would still be behind though, and he'd be emptying the bag.
All right.
And
The bag is empty, right? Fifth fist left on David's rack. So Zach knows what he has.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. David emptied the bag. I was thinking, but yeah, fist was what was in the bag. That's what David
Yeah.
has.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay, so after decoy, could David, the gunslinger, play off the tiles of fist? Looks like decoy's
Um,
coming down.
yeah. She's a great play.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, somebody pointing out they wondered if shooted would have won. I don't know.
So does David have any outplays here, Heidi?
Let's see. Uh, he has an outplay, yeah. He has an outplays. They don't score a lot, but yeah, he can go out. You could play Sift, making gars. Obviously, you could play riffs also, but that's fewer points.
So it looks like David will take this game.
Yeah.
And he'll move up to 4-1.
Wow.
So 3-2. But plenty more games left in this tournament.
For sure. There's how many? 20. How many games? 24, 26? There's a lot, anyways. Had it written down, but now I don't see it. 26. Yeah.
So 21
Yeah, that's
more
a lot of
games left.
games.
Be sure to subscribe to this channel so you don't miss any of the action.
That's right.
Both of
This is
us
where
will
you'll
be
find.
commentating again. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Although not together, sadly.
Yeah. Too bad. The dream team will have to wait for the next time.
Yeah, indeed.
But there's so much Scrabble happening all the time on this channel, right? So
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Even Brian, I don't know if you knew this, but I think next on the 10th or 11th, 10th in Eastern Standard Time, where Let's Play Scrabble is going to be hosting the New Zealand Women's Champion, the first ever championship.
Oh,
So that's going to be so fun. I'm going to be commentating on that one. They're only doing day 2, so but I'll be commentating in the morning. Well, it's evening for us. Saturday
okay.
afternoon for us. Sunday morning for them. But yeah, it'll be super fun. So being hosted here. So Let's Play Scrabble is going to be hosting another organization stream for the first time ever. So that's a fun new collab that's going to be happening. And yeah, Let's Play Scrabble instrumental in helping them get off the ground even. So yeah, just Josh is doing so many good things. Let's Play Scrabble is doing so many good things. So you guys definitely, if you can, hit like, hit subscribe, join as a super friend, do whatever you can to help support, because yeah, doing a lot of amazing things and getting Scrabble out to more people all the time. So please, if you can.
Yeah. Hope I can tune in. And if you can't catch Heidi there, you could catch her on her Twitch channel, which I just typed into chat. Her Twitch name, Heroine the Bird. She streams a lot of Scrabble and other fun games. Always fun to watch, so you should give her a follow. Oh, let's cover overhead mic as
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very complicated pre-end game, I think, for me. I can play like chatted here and score 42-ish, something like that. But
Yeah.
the problem is there's 4 in the bag, and there's nowhere to play 5 tiles after that. So if I don't go out, I'm going into a tied pre-end game, and you're gonna have Mountain 2 and just win. So I figure there's actually there's a decent amount of stuff I can get. I pulled OY. So there's a decent number of even bingos I can draw. I mean,
It did make it more complicated for me,
Yeah.
for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Plus-
you had scouted plus FY was the last nine in the bag from my point of view. It's like I saw you had like scouted there,
Yeah,
but then
focus
it would have made it more
does-
complicated if you three didn't block it, which was pretty nice.
Yeah. Deuces barely doesn't fit either. So
Yeah, I think I like that idea. Just
yeah, custody
keeping
is there from your
complicated.
perspective.
Which one?
Custody.
Oh yeah, I guess that was also there.
I'm not. I can't get it because I have to eat, but from your perspective, it's still there.
Right.
so.
Yeah. Still there from my perspective.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah, it would fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in that case, usury doesn't win 100% of the time, surely.
Yeah, I think odds. It certainly complicates things. I think it gave me more of a shot than anything else I could see that was reasonable.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think emptying the bag is the way to go.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. Lumiere is no good, right? Yeah,
No,
I managed to. For some reason, I thought it was good, and I managed to convince myself otherwise.
No, Gar takes an S, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was like 98%
It's
sure.
a
but
fish.
yeah,
So, yeah, I mean, you take the 100% win.
exactly. Yep. I'm okay with giving up like a few sprint.
Yeah, that is not quite your best endgame play, but
Yeah,
it wins. It wins. So
did the job.
yeah, I wanted to put the D on the end between those, but
Yeah, I was looking for that, but
never
yeah, I
got
had a
the-
couple of them, but yeah, I want to put like jolted there because I had another couple consonants, so you need to like dump a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. I could have done dork instead, but it's just sacrificing points for no reason. So
Yeah, Drip makes sense.
yeah.
Implorer is good, right?
Pretty sure, yeah. Pretty sure. I was just looking to make sure I didn't miss anything. I was like hooking an S or maybe getting the M on the.
Right.
Yeah, Employer's good. Yeah, just Maroons on Master Monos. I saw all three, so. Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, like the middle game was just like kind of slow. It seemed like we're both just struggling through some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we could probably cut back to us, Brian. That's probably it for the post board there. But yeah, you could hear David saying that that the reason why he hesitated so long there on the outplay is because he didn't know if Gar took an S. Discussing it in the chat there, Zach had said it was a noun meaning a fish or something, but Jelamoka is saying that it is a verb. So I was wondering if there's any discrepancy. We know that Jelamoka plays Colin, so I wonder if maybe it's not. Is it still a verb in WoW lexicon? I don't know. I was gonna try and look it up, but yeah, I can't. Sorry. Too many things going on.
Oh,
Somebody can look it up for
yeah,
me.
yeah. Just got yeah. Only affected the game marginally at the end in terms of the score, in terms of
Yeah.
David's spread. Um, but yeah, a nice win for David. A very exciting game we just watched. So
Scarring is in WL, okay. Sorry, just
um, yeah, we were told that now might be a good time to do some plugs, but I was already plugging you up like crazy
you
at the end of the game.
yes.
Uh, so let me do so again. Now you see it on the screen, twitch.tv/heroinetobirds. Go give her a follow and maybe subscribe because she does stream quite often. Be well worth your dollars, as would subscribing or being a super friend to this very channel. Um, I would ask you to subscribe to my channel, but that would be basically stealing from you because I haven't streamed in a while. But for now, you can maybe give me a follow if you'd like, and hope that I return to the streaming world soon. I do want to, but after taking an extended break, it's just hard to jump back on the train once I do.
Yeah.
Um,
And can I just say, I
so,
don't think you need a haircut. I love your hair like this. It looks great.
all right, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how
He's
much I want to
blushing.
talk
He's
about that
blushing, guys.
incident.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I was just thinking,
At the
yeah,
standing.
that, and I was thinking about the incident of when I was told to get a haircut in the middle of a game twice. That was very bizarre. But yeah, thank you very much. Um, yeah, maybe I'll just give a little tiny trim, little trim, keep it at this length. So, anywho, let's see how the standings are shaping up now. Carl is
God,
still.
Carlo.
Oh, well, we
Oh
don't
yeah.
know his last result, I suppose. Does anyone
Oh right.
know if he won his last game? But before the last game, he was undefeated. Um, and Joey Malik, very strong player, top player, is at 4-1. Jonathan Lind, oh, okay. So a little bit, yeah, the next four um, are a little bit behind. We know David is 4-1.
Yeah.
He would be behind Joey and spread. But yeah, we'll get you caught up on the standings in the next game. And I think we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Stay here, listen to the lovely, lovely transition music. I always get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This time we got a nice little countdown before being shown on screen. Uh, so we have one more game for you this afternoon. We will be seeing Carl Higby again, who's still in first place, and he'll be facing off against Foster Tom. What is the story behind Mr. Tom, Heidi?
Actually, there's a lot of fascinating stuff about this character, but probably the most fascinating is that he has a last name for a first name and first name for a last name. I wonder how many times he gets called Tom. But anyway, I digress. He's a brand new player. He's only this, I think this is only his third tournament. Is that what you were saying? So yeah, but quickly up and coming. He's already rated, did they say 1500 already? That's
Yeah.
crazy. So yeah, I had not heard his name before now, but I guess he learned a lot, was watching Scrabble online, watching some Mac videos, learning and studying for a year before he played his first tournament. So came in and surprised the heck out of everybody. So I can't wait to see him play.
Yeah, he won his very first tournament in
Oh, he
Lake
won it.
George.
Oh
Mhm.
my God, I didn't catch that. I didn't get a chance to look all the way through, but he won it? I didn't, wow, crazy. Good job.
Yeah, so yeah, good for him, and already going to be featured on stream after just
Oh
a
yeah, I
few
wonder
months
how
of
that's
playing
gonna
Scrabble
go.
together.
Like his third
Yeah,
tournament, you're
we'll
gonna
find
be
out.
featured on stream. Let's see how this plays out.
All right, so I think we're ready to see some stats, some player cards. Here he is.
Yeah.
His
Oh,
stream
1400
debut.
almost.
Um, yeah, we basically already said what there is to say about him. We can see a nice average score there. We will
Yeah.
find out how he plays against Carl Higby. Let's see Carl's card again. Still over
Yeah.
2,000. Still
Still
going
over 2000.
strong. All right, I
Still
think
with that
we're
average
ready
score
to
of 413.
still roughly that, yeah. Let's see their heads ahead. I imagine there's not going to be much to see there.
Yeah. No, nothing to
Whoa,
show
look
it.
at that.
This will be the
Tied up.
inaugural.
Good for Foster for maintaining a tied record against a top expert in Carl Higby. But that will have to change in this inaugural matchup. Let's see the
Hmm.
players. Handshake.
Okay. Ooh, suited
And
up.
Foster's going first. Oh yeah.
Foster's bringing it. Bringing some class to the stream.
Oh yeah. He's a debutante, yeah.
Yeah.
Inaugural inaugural ball here.
Yeah. That's a nice scarf too. It's so chic. All right, let me get make sure I don't fall behind from the get-go here. It's rack.
Yeah, I can't get too distracted by the
I
fashion
know,
stuff.
right? Okay. Looks very, very
Uh,
nice rack, but
very nice.
don't think there's any bingo
Uh,
there.
I don't recognize anything here.
Just too bad because it's one of those racks where you're like, oh, really? Is there really nothing in here?
Yeah.
Probably a lot of 8s, right?
Right. So personally, what I do with a rec like this, before convincing myself there's nothing there, is I think of, some fake bingos that would be in there. And if
Mm,
these fake bingos are unfamiliar to me, then probably I've, never seen this rack in my studying. So what would be some
right,
good
right.
fake words in here? Like idolate.
Oh yeah,
That would,
yeah,
in my studying, if this were indeed like an alphagram of a bingo, something like idolate would be something that would come into my
yeah.
brain. And if that fake word is
I
completely
toiled.
unfamiliar to me again, I would, yeah, a toiled, yeah. So, then I would finally say to myself, okay, I don't think there's anything here. This has never come up in my studying, so I've just got to do something. Um,
What? Oh, okay, suggestion in the chat. Phony, phony, sort of quote unquote by accident, with like Tal, for example. That's something that I always play by accident.
oh, so would you do that strategically or hoping to?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could. He's not gonna try such shenanigans. He's just gonna play a long word, iodate for 16.
Okay, yeah, very strong option.
Mhm.
And he's going to reach in that bag and hope to pick up at least one blank against this super strong player in Carl. Who's going to hit back immediately with
Yeah,
Sandlot for a double double, hooking onto Iron Date. Not a good start
crazy.
for Mr.
Yeah,
Tom.
that's 91 points. Yikes.
Very good start for Carl. Also, the best baseball movie ever.
Yes,
What do you guys
yes,
think in
The
chat?
Sandlot. Who's seen it? Who in the chat has seen The Sandlot? So good. Annette saying she would have traded, especially as clear underdog. You want to get the first bingo down. That's a good point. Yeah.
Foster showing off his sleeve for us before revealing the
Hmm.
letters he has again. Um, it's got one playable bingo here. Yeah, Heidi?
Yeah, but it's not an easy one. So if you're a new Scrabble player, I definitely wouldn't expect you to know this. I don't know how deep his knowledge goes at this point, having studied for a year, but I don't know. It's hard to say whether he's seen this word or not before. Anybody in the chat know what we're talking about? What's his bingo? Killing me, Smalls. Okay, nobody cares. It's nobody cares to tell us what the bingo is. I know they know it.
Yeah, give us some time. We can talk about the Sandlot for a little.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I always forget about leg too, eh? I always expect instant answers being an impatient person. But no, he's just gonna go with Ho
I guess.
here. That's fine. So still a lot of points. 29 points of leaving a not actually the greatest bingo leave, but it's not the worst.
It is, yeah, it seems to be his best equity play that isn't the bingo that he missed of Regolith. Thank you, Annette,
Hmm.
for being the first to suggest that.
Good job, Annette. Carl and I already pointing out that was that Annette that yeah, Carl will have capoeira. Capo. I did you watch Josh Sokol's recent video about with Mac about the pronunciations of words? We're gonna have some more fun today. Capoeira. I don't know. Do not know how to pronounce that word, but and many others. And I still need to save this, sorry, so that we can update Foster's score. Yeah. Oh, wasn't you? Sorry, I thought I said. Uh, oh, didn't see the video. I thought you meant you didn't say that, Annette. Scrabble all them all the time, yeah. Fauteuil. Yeah. Well, French Canadians are pronouncing fauteuil like that. Yeah, I got the French ones. What was the other one? I missed the other French one. What is it? Oh, mange tout. Yeah, the peas.
Oh, I just kind of
Mange tout.
hit my microphone there. I hope that wasn't too loud, everyone. Sorry.
Wasn't too loud. No. Okay, let's.
Um, so is Capoeira the only playable bingo? I'm
It's the
surprised
only playable
it hasn't
bingo.
come
Yeah.
down yet. Well,
Yeah. I
it's
mean, Carl
yeah,
knows his stuff. So,
definitely a
but yeah.
not an easy word to spot.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you could know it one day, and I mean, it shows up in your
There.
there he goes. You instantly see it in your card box, but then when you're staring at the letters and one of them is on the board, it's might take you a little bit,
Yeah,
a couple more
yeah.
seconds to find it.
Yeah, there is a big difference between knowing already that there is a bingo there versus being in a
Mm,
game and
yeah,
not being told that information.
yeah.
So, but good for him. He's rearranging things for some reason, but he did spot Capoeira. Nice five out eight. It was very the five out eights are.
Oh, what?
Oh,
Interesting. Guess he decided it
is
wasn't
there
worth
any
it, maybe. I don't know. That
reason
seems weird.
not to play
Why?
that
Well,
bingo?
yeah.
Guess he
It
may
is
have been
weird that he
unsure
wouldn't
of the
play it.
spelling.
Yeah, maybe. It's so weird
Like
when
if
it's a word like that where you can only know that word if you know it. Make it up, you know?
yeah,
Well, I mean, you could make it up.
right,
I guess you could make it up if you were mixing it up with other things.
right. Maybe um not sure about the order of those
Yeah,
consecutive
of
vowels,
those vowels. Yeah.
and maybe
Yes, there's
wants to play less risky against you know, a newer, presumably weaker player in Foster.
mm,
That would be my guess. Wants to play it
yeah.
safe. All right, but Foster has a decent mix. Um, a little tilted towards vowels, but unfortunately for him, no bingos again this turn.
Yeah.
Nothing stands out to me as being a super um, amazing play. He's got to just
Mm-hmm.
fix his rack a little bit, keep a good lead. Looks like he's thinking of GIE. Yeah, looks like
Yeah.
one of his best options.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, keeping it real on his rack, not in that
Yeah.
order.
I can't. So we've
Um,
does he actually have routine on his rack? Is that what he has?
looks like it. Yeah, it's a little bit cut off for us.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth interrupting the game at some point to get that fixed, but probably not
I
just
think
yet.
I wouldn't bother them. Like I feel like we'll be able to make
Yeah,
them out.
yeah,
It's
especially
just eyes
not
and yeah.
not right now on
Yeah,
Carl's
no.
turn.
But
But
if
we'll find out.
anybody saw before, yeah, we'll find out. If he has a bingo, we'll find out. But yeah, he hasn't played
Looks
it
like
yet,
he's
so what?
thinking neurotic.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, right. So yeah,
So I'm quite sure we have the rack correct in
perfect.
routine.
Hmm. Unerotic. That'd be fun.
Yeah, unerotic and neurotic are the two
And that's the one
anagrams.
he's going for.
Yeah, interesting word. Um,
Hmm.
okay, we're fixing the rack cam after he puts it down.
Excellent.
Okay, so the bingo chances look better now for Foster. Very nice rack.
Mhm.
And, do you think, Heidi, that he could pull off an upset or some sort of, unlikely great event here by winning this game? What would you call such a phenomenon? You know, when you aren't expecting something great to happen, but then it does. What do you call that?
There's a miracle in store. Nice one.
I didn't even know I was setting you up for for a lovely bar there. But thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'll try to set you up for more songbird. Okay, so Foster pulls off a miracle. Hope he can pull off another one in this game. That would be exciting to see. And he's putting a lot of consonants on his rack right now,
Ooh,
along with a single O.
okay.
Meanwhile, Carl sets up Weezag. Oh, it looks like he's setting up a very high scoring option of Whiz through the I in
Mm.
unerotic. That scores
Oh, wow.
approximately
Yeah. I missed that on the
200.
first
No, not quite
52
200.
points. Hmm.
52.
Yeah.
Very nice. So now he's up by about and exactly 110 as we update that score.
Uh, and Foster's rack reminds me of one of those silly, like, Statanov words or something like that. Tolarjev, all of those nice V ending words. Vlogs, maybe? Something like that? What?
What
I
you
don't
do
know.
here?
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, vlogs look nice. Maybe volts in the same spot.
Yeah, get rid of one of the
Maybe
T's.
aim. Please put out the letters of vlog, not in that order, to the side.
Looks like he wants to keep his S because miracle, maybe. Maybe play something there.
Yeah, maybe you could
Is
extend ZA over to there with what could you do? ZA blank blank S? How many options of
mm,
SARFs? There aren't too many.
Saxes would be
Yeah,
crazy there.
that's still possible. Yeah, but it might need something crazy to happen in order to pull off, an unlikely upset victory. What do you call that again? Oh yeah, miracle. Okay.
Um, I actually, if I was staring at this, might ask might worry that Hayam doesn't even take an S because, if you don't know the meanings of the words, sometimes you can get paranoid if maybe this doesn't even take
Yeah,
S.
yeah. I mean,
It,
personally, I do a lot of hooks studying.
yeah, I need to do more. I need to do more for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, we don't know what Tom's study routine is, but it must be pretty good. He's
Yeah,
already facing off against Harl Higby on screen after studying for about a year.
yeah. And seemingly unbothered, completely unbothered by being streamed. So,
Yeah.
yeah, good on him. I also didn't know that Garou, whatever that word is, would take ed. What a strange word.
Hmm.
I gotta start studying with meanings and hooks.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
a,
There
I
looks
was gonna
like
say
he's
there's a
clapping
new
that down.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to say there's a new study program that's by Lola.
Mhm.
What? What's how do you say? I don't know how to say her last name. But anyway, the StudyCade, all the StudyCade stuff. She has a really, really nice program now where you can really explore the words with all their meanings and the hooks and all that stuff very, very, very easily, much more so than some of the other programs that exist. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I forgot exactly what her last name is, but I call her Lola.
McKisson, is that right? I think that's right.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, just referencing her Twitch name. I call me Lola.
Yes, yes.
That's how I know her. I know a lot of people by their Twitch names, like Wanderer15.
Yes.
Who is that again? Who is Wanderer15?
Oh, he didn't.
Nah, it doesn't.
Okay, sorry. I have to go back and fix this because yeah, it's not. So he's on hold. He did transpose the tiles.
What? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Troae. I know.
Oh
Yes.
no, I didn't
Okay, and he is
notice.
challenging. Okay. Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh, I
But
just assumed he.
nice
Yeah.
job, Foster. I don't know,
Very
I don't
nice
know if this
job.
is like a he knows this one for sure, or if it's just like that looks so weird I have to challenge, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll find out after game.
Yeah, maybe.
But good challenge. I'm sorry, everyone, that we didn't pick up on the
Good
misspelling.
job.
I just assumed you put it down correctly. Oh boy, what a what a swing.
Amazing. Great job, Foster. And sorry,
And
Carl,
thanks
that
to Art.
sucks.
Yeah, thanks to Art Moore for that word judge
Yes.
screen we saw.
So that's a big swing.
Yeah.
Carl would have been up into the 300s now. Now he's holding at 241. And if Foster had a better rack here, he might be, catching up very, very quickly. I don't know what he's going to do right now, though. What is he going to do? Yeah, not a lot of super inspiring. He looks like he's found one of his highest scoring options of a win.
Actually, either one of these two parts would be a decent play, wouldn't it? WYN or MUTT.
Yeah, exactly.
So not sure which one he was leaning towards.
Looks like he's considering mutiny now.
Hmm. Makes sense.
What do you think you prefer here, Brian?
Well, we have to think about the fact that
He
Carl can
knows,
still play his bingo. He probably,
right?
I would assume Carl would put it down correctly next chance he has. I
Right.
would want to block that above anything else.
Such a good point, which
Um,
I totally forgot about.
so what are some of his best options that block that bingo?
Hmm.
Is muttony a word? Yeah. Is that,
Oh, Muttony.
but that's,
But that doesn't.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, it is.
that's a great play, but and he might have that set up right now, actually. That would be an amazing find
If he
were
knows,
to
that's
pull off a
crazy.
muttony.
Wow. Super impressive.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So yeah, we'll see if
Very.
Carl gets another chance at the correct spelling of Geraldo or not. Ooh, okay. He will
Oh,
have, looks like he will have another chance.
okay. Okay.
mutiny, and the clock is hit. Carl's turn. Will he bingo correctly this time?
Yes, he
Yes.
will.
Well, I think.
Make
A
sure here.
O
AOE.
E.
Okay.
Yes. Got it in two. He hasn't hit his
He's
clock
thinking
yet.
about it, looking, making sure. Okay, good.
Hit this clock. Okay. Good play. And now let's see if that gets challenged. That will. Is he holding?
Oh,
This will
is he
help
holding?
answer
He
our
is holding.
question of what was the thinking behind the
Okay.
first challenge. Did he know
Yeah.
Garoud correctly? Did he know that Carl misspelled the word, or was he unfamiliar? Or did he just feel like he
Yeah.
needed the challenge with the score discrepancy? We'll find out.
But I think if it was me in game here and I challenged off a weird word, I was like, yeah, what is this? But then my opponent played it again, just with letters in a different order. I
Mhm.
might be like, oh, okay, he just transposed. He must know this is a word, or for sure he wouldn't play it again, right? I that's what now everybody can know that they
Probably
can do
challenging.
that. It is challenging. Okay.
Yeah, you made a good point, Heidi, but he does. I suppose he just feels like he needs to hope that this is invalid. But yes, word judge gives us the green. Sadly for his chances of pulling off a miracle in this game.
So I guess I just have to pass
I,
now right? Is that how do I,
yeah, just
well, you
pass.
can't like challenge. You can't actually just challenge. That's so annoying in Quackle. Okay. Anybody
All
in the
right.
chat knows how I can
So,
commit a challenge instead of a pass. I'm all ears.
so yeah, since we are playing double challenge,
Yeah.
Foster forfeited his turn, and now it is Carl to play again. Picking
Yeah,
up a
like there's
J.
the +5 button in Collins, but there's no like challenge, lose your turn button in Quackle, sorry.
He says, "Hey Jude," gonna put you down through a G. He's just,
Oh, this,
sticking it to Foster that, they
yeah,
just, used the word judge and
yeah.
came up in his favor. He's judged for a lot of points. How many points was that? Wow, the J hit double, went to the triple board, 66 points, yeah?
Yeah,
Wow,
it's a lot of points. A lot of points. That hurt. That sequence.
yeah. That is wild, what Foster is saying with his rack.
That's
Wild.
brutal. Now all of a sudden you're behind to almost 200 points. So it's not good. He was doing so well.
Yeah, just a couple of mistakes here, missing regolith and then this last challenge.
Hmm.
But good for him for challenging the first time.
Well, also, like you say, not
Second,
realizing that there was a good word in there, so then not blocking the second try, and. But maybe if
yeah,
he had, then he wouldn't have had to worry about it, right? So, but I mean, how would he know? He wouldn't know that there was a real word in there because he challenged it off, right? If he hasn't seen anything like that before, he wouldn't think to block because it's like, oh, you just played some phony. It's no good. So you don't have anything there, right?
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I should say mutiny was also objectively a mistake, but yeah, this is a
Mm,
game played by humans, and um,
yeah,
it depends on what words they know.
yeah.
I don't know.
So I wonder about something maybe is that, well, maybe it would be too reckless. I was gonna say using that S now for miracle, trying to like open up a triple or something to get back in, but maybe that's just a reckless way to open right now.
No, it's a
some high scoring. But the D there in the triple slut, maybe he can get lucky there.
yeah, yeah. I like this play,
It's 30
but Carl's
points.
going to immediately play rebated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Oh, it hurts.
Yeah.
So now Carl has 400 and a million
Yeah. Gonna be, yeah.
to Foster's
Tough climb.
217, but he did pick up a blank.
Not fun to see that, VUB with it, but it still looks like it'd be quite you'd have to be a miracle, I think, to come out ahead on this one. I don't know. 23 tiles left. But stranger things have happened. This is the last game of the day, right? Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm
what
just
should he
looking
do
at the
here? Just
Yeah, what
play
should he
fun?
do? Sorry, I got distracted looking at the chat there. They were talking about musical notes, so you know me, I was all distracted
Oh,
by all
oh boy.
that.
That's baiting.
Yeah.
Speaking of rebated, that's baiting Heidi here.
Yeah.
Don't do it
I don't
again.
see
Don't rebait
any
her, please.
I don't see any super enticing options here, Brian. What I think that I would just be mad at this turn. Like, what do I do? I don't know. I don't see anything that appeals to me.
Well, if there were an open O, he could use his blank as a Z and play Bunzo. That would be fun. But at the moment, it looks like he can't play Bunzo. So he'll
Fun.
just
Okay.
go for Bun, which is, a shortening of Bunzo.
Okay.
Okay, and then he sets up the S hook for himself, but it will have to be in the uh, sixth or seventh, or sorry, he sets it up so that S unfortunately cannot be in the last position of a potential bingo there, but it leaves
Right.
possibility for the ST, like EST bingos in the future, but not on his next turn. And Carl has the X that he can use productively on this
Yeah.
turn to increase his lead.
Looks like he wants to play Axe alongside Mutiny, probably. Get rid of a couple of, even though he
Probably.
could score higher just dropping, one like Ox or X or whatever, but maybe he wants to get rid of an extra vowel. So you have so many.
Also should mention that he picked up that second blank.
Yes. Yes, he did.
More bad news for Foster.
Yeah.
But after this game, Foster will be 3-3 in his top division. For a new player, that's a good start
Yes.
to this
Very,
tournament.
very, yeah. Super impressive what I've seen so far.
Let's see where he ends up when all is said and done.
Yeah. Hmm.
Spending some time on this turn. What could he be worried about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if maybe he's like, because he has the blank here, so I don't know. Looks like he's going for one of the higher scoring options now.
Mhm.
Ox for
Might as
36,
well.
beside vlogs there. And yeah, he doesn't even need to bingo again. So, well, we don't know. I say that, but I'm not good at at understanding how much potential there is still in the bag. Like, how can Foster possibly come back and win this? I feel like no, but I don't know for sure.
I guess we should think about the fact that Carl is in first place right now, presumably by
Right,
spread. Presumably there's
right.
more than one player. Well, it's a long tournament, but in the end,
Hmm.
it could come down to spread. So,
Right.
we will want to increase that as much as possible if we can.
It's really hard to shift your thinking too, eh, Brian, when you're playing and you're spending most of the game like, pruning your racks and trying to tailor them so you can get bingos and that. And then, later on into the game, you kind of forget that you're not really achieving anything by leaving a good leave. You need to just score points and whatever, like I find it hard sometimes to shift into like knowing when, okay, I can stop worrying about like leaving a nice leave now and just worry about scoring and keeping scoring tiles and that kind of thing for the end game when you're probably not bingoing anyway and things like that, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's a great point. He doesn't need to leave himself a bingo leave necessarily.
Right. And I also don't know like how, like when is it considered the pre-end game? Like right now there's 20 tiles, so there's 13 tiles in the bag, right? Like when is it
Uh,
considered pre-end game?
I was just reading one of Kenji Matsumoto's books, Words of Wisdom. He
Hmm.
defined it somewhere in there. I forgot what the definition was, but it was this precise number of tiles in the bag. It becomes the pre-end game.
Right.
Um,
But you don't remember what it was, which is what I was asking.
no, no, it's not within reach. Breaking the game is within reach, but I don't think it's in
Okay.
there.
Okay.
But shout out to Kenji Matsumoto, writer
Yes.
of two excellent books on strategy. Anyway, sorry, what happened? He did play Ox for
Yeah.
36, and then okay, Foster just dumps the blank. Play Kivas, just says, uh, I'm not winning this game. Let me
Yeah.
just score a
Save some
bunch.
energy.
Yeah.
Oh, so Wanderer 15, resident expert, says I would define pre-end game as the part of the game where it's possible for the next play to empty the bag. So that's a very good, yeah. That's something I
Yeah,
can
but
keep in mind and understand easily.
yeah, but who is this guy? Who
What's this?
who is Wanderer 50? Why should we trust that person?
But I actually have never seen that defined before, so it could just be me. That's funny. That's funny that it's never been defined before when we use these expressions and phrases all the time, right?
Yeah, definitions are important sometimes, as we were discussing. So Carl puts down Aquay for a lot of points.
Already 519 points for Carl in this game. There's a fun bingo here
He
for
still has the blank.
Foster.
Oh yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Anyone in chat, can you spot the fun bingo for 85 points? I had never seen this before.
Yeah, I've never seen it either, so I don't think it's like we're likely to see it, but it would be amazing if it came down. But he hasn't lined it up, and I think he was lining up his plays very quickly when he saw them earlier, so feel like we would have seen it lined up by now if he knew it. But Profits can't play that. I guess obviously he can't play it anywhere, or else I would see it in my little list of options
Um,
here.
yeah, I think his bingo of fire pots is very findable through the E and, I mean, the first E
Fire
and
pots. Oh yeah, okay.
Mhm. Uh, but an even better play in equity is to uh,
Right.
extend the word judge,
Yeah.
make for judge.
Yeah. Which, yes, Jelamoka has pointed out for judge as the first option, and then mentioned fire pots and sportif. So
Yeah, but if he plays FOR, then he would empty the bag, not be able to bingo.
right,
If there are 2 tiles on the bag, so he would not be able to bingo the next
right. Good point.
turn. I mean, that being said, for judge is 60 points on its own.
Mm-hmm. Fire pots. I don't know. I wouldn't be. I think you'd have to study that word to know it. Like I wouldn't. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think that's like a normal word. Fire pot. Is that the thing that like the food, whatever? Is that a thing? The food
Um,
thing? I don't know.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it comes down to how much he studied.
Mm,
So that's a word that I've come across in my studying, and the amount I've studied is, a small fraction of what um, players like Carl Higby has studied. So given that it's within my somewhat limited range, and that means possibly it's in Foster's range, but he hasn't been studying this game for very long.
yeah. Yeah.
Not sure how deep his word knowledge has gotten.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily sportif is not necessarily one that you could even make up, like thinking, oh, this is probably a word, right? Like some words you
Spoiler
can.
alert! Oh, someone did. Never mind. Sorry, someone did say sportive in chat. It looks like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed that. Good job, Jello Mochas. I'm sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's okay.
So,
That's okay.
what did he go with? Of.
He played of above rebated.
Okay.
He just dropped
So,
OF.
yeah.
So
So he
now
empties the
Carl knows
bag.
exactly what he has.
Right.
But I think Carl probably just gonna bingo out.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow. So that's going to be a 600-point game for him.
wow, good job, Carl.
Yeah, he has Innerly for 82. Oh, but he um
Enginery.
looks, yeah. Okay. Well, this is
Yeah.
thanks for the blanket. But Foster, I think we'll just challenge. Makes sense.
Hmm.
It's a free challenge on an outplay.
Yeah. So final score of 309 to 621.
That will definitely cement his first place lead in
Yeah.
this tournament after day one. So let's cut to overhead mic.
Yeah.
621.
309?
Yeah.
All right. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Well, welcome to stream.
Yeah.
Think
Oh,
the
that's
judge
how I
is good.
started. I lost about the same score, 600
yeah.
something to 300.
You know, something about this did look kind of good. Maybe I should have blocked it.
Mm.
Yeah, this felt right. But my first cut. And this
Yeah.
one.
I was just really desperate. I sort of hoped that maybe it just wouldn't be good.
Mm.
But that wouldn't be good either. I can only lose a game once.
Yeah.
So looking at prejudge extension.
Oh yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, nice.
I
could have done that.
I
at the
didn't
end.
get the E until my last draw.
I really wanted to play one more vowel there. That was my only concept with a blank, but I left out. There's too much more, and there's a lot of consonants left.
You could probably cut back to us. Oh, what is he saying? I think there's not really a lot of discussion usually after one of these blowouts, right? So it's really hard. You don't want to say too much to Carl. Very gently saying there, you like I lost by almost the same amount when I was on stream, so trying to soften the blow a little bit there. But yeah, it's rough. I hate I do not like being on the giving or receiving end of blowouts. No, thank you.
Yeah, I always feel guilty when I hold the bag over my opponent. But it wasn't just that, but Carl's just long time super good player facing off against somebody who needs to go through the ropes a little bit more before he can put up
Yeah.
similar scores against hapless victims in the future.
Oh yeah, you definitely will. We can see that for sure. But you gotta go through it a little bit before you get used to it and indoctrinated in all of these things. He'll be there for sure. We know.
Okay, well, that does it for today. But please tune in tomorrow and the next day. We will have both of us tomorrow, but unfortunately, the dream team has to be split up. It's in our contracts that we have to kind of let other commentators have a chance, because otherwise, if you just went by like merit alone, obviously the two of us would commentate every single game, but uh, you know we'll be happy to be joined by a pretty good player, pretty good commentator in Robin Pollock Daniel tomorrow. So she'll be paired with both of us tomorrow. Looking very much forward to that. Uh, both being paired with her and hearing you two in the morning.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
So
I think I have to assume your duties tomorrow, Brian, as host, and that's going to be fun at like whatever 9:30 in the morning when we start this to see if I can get everything. I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting, but I'll do my best, and Robin will be quackling, so I won't have that to worry about. So hopefully we can keep up, and yeah, it's going to be a good stream. Don't miss it, guys. I hope to see you back here.
don't party too hard tonight. Make
Yeah.
sure you can all tune in the morning to see some great coverage. So
Yeah,
let's
exactly.
go through some thank yous. There are a lot of people to thank, so I think I'll think about half of them. Leave the rest to you, Heidi. How about that?
Oh,
Um,
it's okay.
so first of all, want to thank all of you, the viewers out there. Want to thank yes, um, and want to thank Heidi for being half of the dream team, of course. Um, Thanks to Will Anderson. Oh, that's who Wanderer 15 is. It's Will Anderson. That's right. Thanks to him and Neil again for covering the Collins games in the morning. And of course, thank you to the Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway, Josh Koff, who had to take over producing duties for the first time today. So, yeah, excellent
You did a
job.
great job. Did a good job, yeah.
Thanks to the Word Game Players organization for sponsoring this tournament and many great tournaments throughout the year, including that one,
Yeah, the word
held in
count.
my
Yes.
hometown.
Nice.
Thanks to Bob Lind for very generously supporting Collins, new Collins players. covering their tournament fees for up to 2 years.
It's
So that
crazy.
includes for this tournament. Yeah. Thanks to Seth Lipkin for cross tables, which we depend on. I was looking. I have this is lower than the number I usually have open. I only have 4 cross tables tabs open right now. It's less than I usually have open. But yeah, I was yeah. So check out cross tables for everything you need to know about Scrabble and player results and tournaments, upcoming and past. He also made the clock that was on display during today's action. Thanks to John Chu for the making TSH, the best software for running large tournaments such as this one, the first tournament of the year, of next year.
Yeah.
Okay, take it away, Heidi.
Okay, we're also going to thank Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor for the cop pairings that are used at these tournaments, all the Let's Play Scrabble tournaments. We already thanked Art Moore for the word Judge Me, which handles all the word challenges. Steve Sege of Video Ninja that helps me share my Quackle board with Brian and all kinds of other stuff. It's great,
Very
great
helpful.
streaming tool that we use all the time. So thank you for that. Sarah Rosenbaum making the beautiful Let's Play Scrabble tile bag. Lots of custom Scrabble tile bags on offer at Cozy Tiles. So thanks to Sarah for that. And then George Bissonette made the custom Scrabble board that they are playing on here. So yeah, tons and tons of people to thank. Brian, awesome job commentating. Always so fun to commentate with you. Thank you so much for all your humor and insight. Love it. And then thanks. I just want to once again thank Josh, all the Joshes and Let's Play Scrabble and all the viewers. You guys are amazing. Without you, wouldn't be here. So thank you for all the likes. Thank you for all the joins. Thank you for all the subscribes. Thanks for all the kind words and the help with analysis and telling me when I got something wrong in Quackle. We're here for it all. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you. And keep watching Let's Play Scrabble, guys.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I think somehow we didn't mention an integral member of the Let's Play Scrabble team in Kieran O'Connor. Although,
Oh, I didn't say
uh,
it? Oh my God. I'm sorry, Kieran.
oh,
We
I
love
didn't say it
Kieran.
either earlier. Just because we didn't interact with him today, so I forgot to thank him. But he is, yeah, an integral part of the Let's Play Scrabble team. So thanks to him as well. And yeah, as Heidi said, thanks for the likes and the subscriptions. If you haven't already, please give us a like, give this video a like, subscribe to this channel, and consider being my super friend by supporting this channel for $5 a month. And please make sure to tune in next year,
Yes.
that is tomorrow, um, for more coverage of this tournament.
All
So
right.
with that, we will say goodbye.
Happy New Year.
Goodbye. Happy
Bye,
New
guys.
Year.